Rich people of Reddit who married someone significantly poorer. What surprised you about their previous way of life? She should talk to a financial advisor. My mum inherited a decent chunk of money from my grandparents and she just couldn't accept that it would be enough to take care of whatever she needed until she actually sat down and had somebody show her the numbers. She is a very intelligent and sensible person, but there was a disconnect for her between the idea of things being expensive versus the factual math until she could really see it. The idea of living comfortably off compound interest without ever touching the principal just wasn't something that made sense to her. Even after talking with an advisor, I still had to re-emphasize this stuff for a while. Mum, you can absolutely replace your 10-year-old car with a new Corolla. That's not a ridiculous thing to do. You can absolutely go on a fun trip every year. This stuff won't destroy you anymore. It made me sad for her at first to see her worry so much needlessly, but it's been awesome to see her turn into somebody who isn't afraid of her own finances anymore. Anyway, I guess my point is that financial ignorance is something that is surprisingly common even among people who are otherwise very intelligent, and that sometimes these kind of abstract ideas about compound interest don't translate to reality until they are demonstrated or explained in a real world way that translates to that person's actual life. It's the other way around for me. My fiance comes from a 6-figure family. They have a beautiful home in the country on a very well-to-do road, 3 nice new cars, and they used to go on regular vacations when we were still in school. My single mom raised my sister and I alone in shitty apartments. The only way we afforded anything was through hand-me-downs and government assistance. We weren't dirt poor, but I never bought anything new until I graduated college and moved out on my own. Anyway, throughout my relationship with my fiancé we have had a series of conversations where she realized her family's flashy lifestyle wasn't typical, and I realized how the other half lives. She was surprised to find I had never been camping in an RV or cabin, only tents. We didn't go out to eat except for very special occasions, and her family ate out every single weekend at nice restaurants in the area, which shocked me. For most gift-giving holidays, we got practical gifts, and she got nice electronics. I could think of more, but you get the idea. Outside of little realizations, our financial backgrounds don't really affect us, because her family is liquid garbage who has disowned her. Long story there, and I love my family, but they live far enough away that I don't see them a ton. The most we get out of it is I make jokes about her marrying down. Edit. Fixed some awful spelling errors. Edit too. Since so many people have asked, I'll add a TLDR regarding my fiance's disownment. My fiancée is very different from her family. She's heavier set. Her mom has struggled with an eating disorder her whole life and hates overweight people, and, worse, bisexual. To make matters worse, I'm a trans man, so her mom flipped her sheet when we started dating. I don't think it was ever because my family is poor. She tried to scare my fiancé away from dating me, saying I'll tarnish her sterling reputation, and that she doesn't want to be one of those girls. The actual disowning was the final straw in a series of incidents that had been escalating for the past 3-ish years. The short version is that it was summer. My fiancé, then girlfriend, was home from college, and I happened to have a week off from my summer camp gig. She was working at a grocery store at the time, and her stepfather woke her up 2 hours before she had to be to work, screaming at her that she was lazy, fat, disgusting, insert slurs against LGBT people here, just all the things he knew would really hurt her. He followed her around the house telling her she needed to get ready in 5 minutes so he could take her to work, or she was walking. Mind you, he, my fiancé, and her mom all had their own cars at this point, and it's like 7 AM and her job is at least 10 miles away. This turned into him screaming at her to get her sheet and get out. So she called me and begged me to get her. I couldn't drive, so my mom brought me. When I got there, she was in her work uniform in the driveway with a bundle of clothes in her arms. She was sobbing. Her stepfather had his hand raised, but dropped it when we pulled in. I had to physically restrain my mom to keep her in the car, because I knew if she left there would be a brawl. Meanwhile, her mom stood on the porch, saying and doing nothing, while this unfolded. She got in the car and never went back. She lived with us While she and I finished college and now we have our own apartment together, there's a lot more that went on, but I don't have the energy to type it all out because it was happening long before we met and is still in any way continuing. But it's been 3 years since then, and her mother still tries to tell her she's lying about what happened that day, but I know what I saw, and I reassure her that she's not making up being kicked out. She doesn't say anything about it, but she talks in her sleep and I know she still has nightmares about what happened. So yeah, they're awful people and she's better without them. Money can't buy a family that loves you, I guess. But satisficing is a perfectly reasonable strategy, especially in an environment where the actor has less control or ability to predict what is happening. Basically, being poor, and this applies as well to even, maybe especially, comparative poverty, involves huge cognitive and emotional demands. It's bound up with a lot of long-term stresses that break you down physically and mentally. Inflammation, sleep deprivation, poor nutrition, poor preventive care, poor schooling, on and on and on. Poverty breaks people. No one struggling to keep the lights on needs to spend an hour thinking about which faking running shoes are the best, or saving up for a buffet table they can hand down to the grandkids. Get the cheap ass shoes from Walmart because they're between the value size Cheerios and the underwear, and they're marked down $2 because Jenny needs shoes now, not in 3 weeks. Pick up those stackable plastic bins from Dollar Tree. Just get it done and move on. It sounds like you're saying your wife is an airhead packrat. She isn't. She's not giving into impulse here. In her mind and soul, she's a busy person, prioritizing in her head the truly important things, time with family, time at home, etc. You have many an argument. Seems to me your judgmental tone and your willingness to throw her under the bus aren't a great foundation for fixing that. You don't have good spending habits. You have the luxury of the time to piss away chewing on every aspect of a purchase. You aren't coming across as an avatar of pure, icy, Spartan rationality here. You're coming across as smug and entitled. Your wife isn't thinking about the future in the way you want her to. Well, it looks to me like you aren't thinking about the present in the way she wants you to. I think the two of you need to meet in the middle, and the first step is you getting off your high horse. I grew up with a poor family. I was told credit cards were evil and to never get one by my parents. They had this outlook because they were never taught how to properly use them either. When I finally did have to establish credit and got my first one, I didn't overthink it and just followed the rules and paid it off every month. Then they allowed me more and more credit, more and more cards. An emotionally abusive ex would use my cards for everyday living, promising to pay them off with me. Soon the interest started to snowball, and before I knew it, I couldn't get out from under it. He ghosted me after 4 years of living together. I was on my own. For about a year I'd get home from work every day and just sob. I was depressed as hell. I met current my boyfriend in the midst of all of this. I noticed him always using credit cards and talking about perks and points. He seemed so responsible in the way he used them. It took me a bit to open up to him about my debt because I was so embarrassed, and it got to the point I felt like there was a weight on my chest 24/7. The late calls, only paying the minimum on each card every month, barely touching the interest. When I finally opened up to him, he sat down with me and said, "We are a team, we'll figure this out together." He helped me go over all of my interest and cards and see what the best option for me was. He offered to pay it all off with his work bonus that year and I pay him back, but we hadn't been together long, and I didn't love him for his money. I didn't even feel comfortable with him paying for dinner often. I knew I had to get out of this myself. One day, when I saw him, he gave me an envelope and told me not to open it till I got home. He gifted me $1,000. I did not want to accept it and felt horrible doing so. He told me he hoped it'd help the burden and do with it whatever I wanted, or even something to treat myself, since I couldn't do that for so long. I asked him if he minded if I used it to pay for a lawyer to file bankruptcy. He said he'd support me in doing so. I did end up filing. It was scary, but I've never made a better decision in my life. Felt like £1,000 were lifted off my chest. I'm from a middle class family, but my wife's parents are near billionaires. 0.001%. She was shocked about many things that I consider. Cost of food and groceries at all. They will go to gourmet food stores and spend over $1,000 and say things like, well, it's for food. We are ingesting this stuff, it should be the best. Point booking non-first class airfare on any long trip would be considered cruel and unusual punishment to her. No concerns about utilities, insurance premiums. No comparison shopping on routine things at all. Point every vacation is the finest you can imagine. Oftentimes bordering on ridiculous. Having so many upsells on packages and bespoke items that it's just wasteful. Point no concept of debt and understanding of how normal people live. Point my wife was shocked when I save things that get wet or muddy. She would just want to throw things like clothes and fine items in the trash away when they were just lightly bruised. Point we are very much in love and have shown each other a lot. She enjoys hanging with my salt of the earth mom more than her own family at this point. I like being spoiled here and there as well. It's a great mix. Point edit. I've obviously adopted her standard of living. We met in medical school. She did a decent job of hiding her privilege. Our relationship grew out of our shared sense of humor and of course physical attraction. I'm from the poor family. For my first car purchase, I went to a dealership and picked out a Honda Civic, and they proceeded to slap on something like a 10% finance rate on that sucker. I saw nothing wrong with it. I was young. I had no idea the typical finance rates, and I had brought my parents with me. Surely they would have raised a red flag if it had been a bad deal. No, I quickly realized later they had absolutely no financial literacy. One of the reasons we were poor, but certainly not the only one. Also, I could afford the monthly payments, and that's what really matters, right? I was about a year into it before I did some research, wised up, and paid that thing off as soon as possible. Drove it for nearly 10 years, ended up being a great car, but I can absolutely understand why people end up in these terrible underwater loans with rates that make your head spin. That was me. And I consider myself a smart person, but financial literacy is a whole separate thing from being smart. A lot of people have this idea that if you're rich, you're automatically smart, and if you make poor financial decisions, you're dumb. Well, both my husband and I make six figures now, and I like pulling out this little nugget of info when people start cracking on people making bad decisions and they deserve to be miserable etc. I was like, that was me once. Ironically, once I started making money, I had the ability to take the time to do research and make better decisions because things weren't done at the last second emergency. I grew up very poor, while my boyfriend is upper middle class. Think, my amazing grandfather not retiring until he was 80 being the only reason we weren't homeless compared to the first time he and his siblings set foot in a public school was in college, which their parents pay for. We drove our car until the shop refused to release it because it was in such bad shape. They regularly buy brand new cars in cash. Not rich, but millionaires compared to my upbringing. Originally, I was a reckless spender, and he was far more guarded. My mom has a lot of mental health issues and didn't teach me any adult skills, especially financially. It wasn't until I left to go to college that I started figuring stuff out. Opened a credit card to build credit, got a small amount saved up, but I still struggle with impulse buying, especially when my depression gets worse. He used to never spend money, but now he makes all the impulse buys, while I worry about getting money saved. I think the big difference is he's still living at home while finishing school, and while he pays for all his education currently, and is getting out loan free, his parents pay for everything else, and the money they'd spend on his education is going into his already very healthy Roth IRA, so he has a lot of extra disposable income to spend on expensive hobbies. Meanwhile, I have my car payment, car insurance, rent, utilities, groceries, student loans, etc. and will have a few slim months coming up where I'll be squeaking by. I'm trying to save up for, but am failing due to an unexpected surgery earlier this year eating at my income point. What it boils down to is I'm trying very hard to get ahead financially and can't, while he's spending everything extra and is already light years ahead and gaining because he has a very large helping hand. Money frustrates me, while he doesn't think twice. Retirement seems like a pipe dream, but he's thinking about an early retirement. It's all crazy talk to me. We are not rich by any means currently. I came from comfortable post-war middle class, and I married into a scary broke family, and oh boy money attitudes are whack. Point my attitudes towards money. Money comes and goes. There are ways to get more of it. Cash is handy to have around. You should have some kind of interest-bearing savings account. Don't have a credit card that's got a higher limit than what you have saved. Keep your credit lines mostly paid off. Automate as much as you can. Clip coupons and shop sales. If it's old and it works, keep using it. Hoarding isn't always a bad thing. Staying at a job with good benefits is better than bailing to an unknown job. A big chunk of land with a trailer on it is better than a condo in the city. Hobbies should either improve your life, or make things you can use, or sell. Point my spouse's attitudes towards money. Money is an absolute necessity. If we don't have money, we are going to starve. If we have money, we should spend it before it evaporates. Coupons are for rich people who can waste time and space plotting stupid toothpaste purchases and storing extra toothpaste. Actual quote. You should know how much money you have at all times. Also a quote. Used cars are about to break. New cars are only good for about 5 years. Cash in the house will get you robbed. Tattoos are a good investment because they can't be stolen easily. Living in the countryside is stupid because there's no libraries or movie theaters or people. You should fantasize daily about how to get rich. Another quote. Scratch-offs are a good hobby because you can fantasize about getting rich. Also a quote. The environments that created these attitudes could not have been more different. I spent a lot of time growing up around people who had lived through the Depression and WWII, and the hoarding was ever present and sometimes thrifty. We had a matched set of country crock leftover containers, etc., and the attitudes about money were fairly relaxed. Everyone had at some point damn near starved. Eating household pets was a funny story to tell the grandkids. Everyone had gotten a good job after a war they survived, and sent their kids off to college with the wages from their good job or their retirement or their pension. There was a ton of unjustified classism. Why doesn't so and so down the road just get a good union job like I did? But they were all fairly comfortable middle class homeowners in their own eyes. The fridge was full. The cars usually ran. Danger was something you had to drive quite a ways to get to. Point my spouse on the other hand bounced around from place to place. Spent his childhood fleeing eviction, poverty, violence, the consequences of his parents' various addictions, personality disorders, PTSD and substance dependencies. There were long periods of food insecurity and scary events. There was some institutionalization. Prized possessions got broken in drunken fits of rage or abusive outbursts, stolen by junkie neighbors, destroyed by angry playmates, or left in trash bags on the curb during another eviction. Credit cards were to be used to start over again, and then defaulted on. Taxes went unpaid and unfiled for years. Jobs were objects of resentment. The spouse's mom luckily found a boyfriend at a bar who had a house in a nice suburb, so the spouse got to go to middle and high school in a quiet, fairly upscale school district. They lived after the inevitable breakup in the cheapest apartments in the school district with a different dude who had a job. The spouse started working for cash at 13, which is younger than the legal working age in this state, so that he could contribute to the rent and pay the electric bill to keep the lights on. Working 80 hours a week instead of doing homework is better in the immediate sense than waking up in the silent stifling dark at noon, late for school with a week's worth of food gone bad in the fridge. Meanwhile I was blissfully bopping along flunking classes and drinking and expecting a free ride to college anyway. Now here we are many years later, and I'm the overly practical one who is pulling the emergency brake every time that unemployed fancy pants starts agitating for a major purchase. Point TLDR, the environment you grew up in teaches you what in your life you can depend on. Money is a tool like a lever, and if you don't have faith in the place you balance it, then all you get is anxiety instead of leverage. Didn't marry her for a variety of reasons, but I had a vacation planned once with my but we ended up breaking up prior to going. I decided I wasn't going to cancel and asked a few different friends if they would like to go with me. Ended up taking a girl I was mildly interested in, but lived across country, that I had known for a few years, but never met in person. Anyway, we were making a trip down the coast of California with a variety of stops along the way. One of them was Monterey Bay Aquarium. So there we are sitting at the oyster bar which has this amazing view of Monterey Bay, and I look over at her, and she says I've never seen the ocean before with the same tone of voice you might say I need to have a root canal. I realized a couple of things in that moment, just how poor she really was, and how different our lives had been, how big a deal this little meaningless trip to me was to her, and how totally messed up she was emotionally. I later found out she had in fact never left her hometown, never been on an airplane until then, never been to a theme park of any kind. We spent a few days at Disneyland, and I just felt absolutely horrible for her. My family had periods of overabundance and extreme poverty, so I had experienced both ways of life, but it struck me that, even though I knew what poverty was, I didn't know what only poverty was. I'd had bad times sure, but I had also had really good times, really great memories. She did not. Everyone in her life had used her and thrown her away, and she was just broken. I cared about her, but I realized I didn't really love her. I wanted to make her life better, but I knew that, while we had a lot of fun, we were just two very different people with almost nothing in common, and a totally different perspective on the world. She had serious emotional problems she needed to work through, and it wasn't something I could fix for her by throwing money around. We parted ways on good terms. I'm glad I got to give her an experience that I like to think gave her a reason to focus on herself and work through things, but I will never know, because once she got back home she totally cut off contact with me. I heard through a friend that, while she acted like she understood and felt the same, she in fact didn't, and was devastated by it not working out between us. It still bothers me today that I couldn't help her more, and I don't know what happened to her. I've tried to find out with no success. It's like she dropped off the face of the planet. Anyway, if she's reading this, I'd really love to just know that you are okay. The concept of significantly poorer seems distorted in this thread point. After I was married, we visited my wife's village, preserving chickens for all but the most formal occasions. Trucks come by the village asking who will sell dogs. Our family doesn't sell, not using cash, instead use scales to barter or exchange quantities, watermelon, seeds, wheat. I participated in this. Invest in a farm vehicle, and it can also be the family car going to market. Don't own cars, don't use electricity or water, dig a well, burn leftover farm things, corn husks, or sticks from trees that grow on commonly owned land etc. Use the patches of land next to common waterways for growing greens. Dump trash anywhere. No concept of garbage collection. Don't gamble in the winter season. Hand make all your clothing, build your house by calling neighbors, and use materials that are surplus from local government or otherwise civil construction projects. Send your kids to school to live away from home from 10 years old. The government will provide a cot and meals. My wife grew up in this way. Her precious memories from childhood are during exams. Her mother traveled several hours to a city and purchased a fruit. I think she describes an orange, or mandarin orange, or some similar fruit my wife heard about in school. Mom waited at the school gates and gave it to her and hopes for the best of luck during exams. Not a video game console or some vacation. Luxury is getting to eat a fruit. She was a tall girl and ate more than the school gave. But her older sister, who now lives in the far north of the country, was there and would manage to get an extra wheat bun for her and could eat it at night. In the cold season, there often wasn't enough materials for heating. I don't know if that is wood, gas, or coal heaters to go around. They could sleep together. Today, my wife is moved at how well her sister cared for her. This is not a long time ago. We are not old. This is still how many parts of the world operate. Knowing that our children will grow up in a different world is a complicated emotion. Not rich really, but I grew up firmly middle class and married an immigrant from a poor family. I was surprised at just how expensive it is to be poor. Planning ahead to limit long-term costs tends to cost more upfront, and his family just didn't have enough money in a given month's budget to do that. For example, his family would go through paper towels like crazy and didn't own any cloth kitchen towels. At first I found this horribly wasteful, but it's because a single roll of paper towels is much cheaper than a couple of kitchen towels. Even though you'll end up paying a lot more for the many rolls of paper towels you'll go through in the time it takes the cloth towels to wear out, you just can't justify the initial expense. And it became habit, so even when they were at my house, they would reach for the paper towels. Normally a roll of paper towels lasts me a month or two because I use cloth for most things. They'd easily go through a roll or two a week. Same with pots and pans, and any other durable household item. They would buy the crappy pans that only last a year or two, while I have ware pans that I inherited from my great grandmother. They also didn't treat these items well, which caused them to wear out even faster. I'm not sure why that was, maybe just because they had every expectation of needing to replace them, so squeezing out an extra couple of months of use wasn't worth the time it takes to be careful. We did have some really tight times while I was growing up, but since my mom already had a middle class mentality going into those hard times, that translated into looking for more ways to save money, like buying second-hand kitchen towels for the cost of maybe 2 rolls of paper towels, and making things last longer by repairing and or treating gently, so you don't have to rebuy as often. People who are generationally poor often never learn this, and wealthier people who are just going through hard times assume they will get out of it. It was probably the way she swooned over the pool I had custom built for her. From my perspective, the noise and the work crews were a bigger sacrifice than the expense. Yet the place finally felt like home to her when the project was complete. Sometimes it seemed like she would spend all day out there soaking and splashing around in the deep end. In her youth her family hardly had any money at all. They mostly got by through fishing one large backwoods lake. Except for pranking the occasional tourist, swimming was her only real pleasure back then. The way she moves in the water is amazing. It's like she was born for it. Though she was politely appreciative about jewels and fine art, I could tell that she was just playing along. With a couple of exceptions, she didn't understand what set these treasures apart from ordinary items. When I first talked about building the pool for her, she was slow to grasp that was even an option. Yet I've never seen her happier than the day we had it filled. Her background came back into the picture when she asked for some money to go buy swimwear to go with the new swimming venue. I called her driver and told her she should go out and buy anything her heart desires. Yet, ever modest in her material ambitions, my Nessie just smiled down at me and said, "I'm gonna need about $350." My fiancé grew up extremely poor. We are getting married this month, so I think that counts anyway. I grew up pretty wealthy, had 2 cars in high school, went to private schools, had anything I could ask for. We snowboarded every winter and went boating every summer. Traveled the world with my family. She grew up without a bed, eating rice every day, sometimes no food, or no home for a long time, couch surfing with different families and stuff. She had no insurance, nobody to watch over her from very early on. She didn't sleep in a bed that was hers until she was 18. It's kind of amazing she survived. But now that we've been together a long time, there are a couple things that really stand out. 1. She's very insecure. It makes sense though, she had zero security her entire life. Now she panics thinking I'm going to leave her over the smallest thing, and it scares her, because this is the steadiest things have ever been for her. 2nd, she's really bad with money. She has the urge to constantly buy things she doesn't need. No idea how to save or plan for the future. She's never had any more than a few dollars at a time before, so that money just disappears as soon as she gets it. So now I handle all the money and planning and stuff. I just tell her to give me X amount of each paycheck and take care of everything else. She can spend the rest. I've taught her as much as I can about how the world of finance works, but some of it doesn't click. I helped her get through college. First in her family to graduate, so that was a big deal. And now we've settled into a nice routine. But she still is reminded every day how poor she was. She still thanks me constantly for giving her a normal life. She's so happy every day that we just have furniture and a car and food in the fridge. It's kind of nice to be able to give her that. It's something I don't think I'll ever really understand. To not have access to food or shelter. My wife comes from a weird place on the rich and poor spectrum. Her great grandfather was an Illinois toll baron. Apparently that's a thing. You know how they say wealth typically lasts 3 generations? Well, my wife's grandmother was raised by a man who started poor and became rich. She was always rich, as far as she was concerned. My wife's mother was raised with the expectation that she would never have to work a day in her life. Now she considers herself poor because she has to work a part-time job to support her expensive hobbies. I on the other hand was raised ketchup sandwich poor. One weird thing that comes from that is I realize how little generosity exists in the lives of people who believe themselves to be poor when they are in fact what normal people consider it. My wife's mother has kept a running tally of every time she spent money on her daughter outside of the food, clothing, shelter realm. She literally called it her tab. If my wife wanted a nice dress, her mother would buy it and put it on her tab. Conversely, if my mother-in-law wanted my wife to wear a dress she didn't love, she'd say, "Oh, if you wear it for me, I'll take it off your tab." They'd go on expensive vacations to Europe, and if she saw a nice purse she wanted, she'd have to put it on her tab. There was money for literally anything she wanted, so long as she promised to pay it back someday. When we started dating, she owed her mom $10K, which included just about anything she had done since she was 8. This is absurd to me. My parents never had money, but when they still somehow always managed to find a fiver if I was going to a friend's house. On rare occasions, when money did flow in, we got gifts and fun sheet, and not a word was said about cost. I have never been asked to pay them back a cent. This year's tax return finally paid off the last of my wife's tab, and I can't believe in the 7 years we've been together I basically paid the cost of a decent car to her rich mother because she had a tab. The other super weird thing about my wife is she is always freaking out about things, like when I buy name brand. Her mom always told her they were poor, and she genuinely believed it. I'm an Aldi shopper mostly, but there are things you just don't skimp on. The wife truly believes we are poor and tells me regularly, "Why did you buy Ben & Jerry's? A gallon of ice cream is like $3. And we don't really even need ice cream. Holy shit woman, we have more money in our emergency fund than I made working 30 hours a week through all of college." The last time I had a birthday party as a kid I was 8 and my gifts were my toys that my mom cleaned up and repainted the details on. I've been poor. This ain't poor. Let me eat my freaking chubby hubby. My girlfriend is not a generous gift giver. I know this is not typical of poor people, who, on average, give a higher percentage of their income to charity than any other group in the US, but she is very stingy. I had to explain to her that she's a doctor in a small town now, so she should tip 20% instead of exactly 15% down to the penny. I showed her how much I was giving to my friend for his wedding. $200, and she was shocked I was giving that much. It was an expensive wedding, and I got to bring a date. One of the best things about being rich/upper middle class is that you can afford to be generous with people, and I think that she had a problem doing that because she worked very hard for everything she ever got, while I see myself as just a fortunate person for being born into a family that helped support me. Sure, I worked hard in dental school too, but my background gave me an advantage point. On the flip side, I do appreciate how frugal she is. We both clip coupons, look for deals, buy in bulk, cook meals at home, rarely treat ourselves. Even at a gas station she would look at a Diet Coke and say $1.79. I can get a 24 pack for $10.99, whereas I would just buy it because I'm thirsty and I'll pay for convenience. Point: she adapted to her higher income well. She didn't start blowing it all on expensive cars and vacations, but I had to teach her to let go of certain hang-ups when it comes to spending money. I tell her it's okay to get a nicer shampoo, buy an extra towel, so she has more than one, and most importantly, it's okay to be a bit more generous, especially with her family. I'm glad they don't expect her to support them, and conversely, also don't get upset at her spending more money. I've heard this happens with frugal families. Her gifts are still practical, she still knows the value of a dollar, but at least now she understands that she doesn't need to get upset with herself for giving more than the absolute minimum. Not married, at least not yet. Point: we of course bonded over shared interests, but the biggest difference between us was the experience for those interests. We both love cooking and food. She read cookbooks and learned on her own, while I went to a part-time culinary school during university. She initially found significant trouble in finding work, non-profit leadership, while I already had connections and offers for 3 different careers, since my family happened to know a senior leader. In addition, like several other comments regarding the trend of cheaper rather than higher quality seems to hold true. I'm hardly extravagant in spending, but I do appreciate well-made clothing, or a car, that I can love and maintain. She often prefers cheaper brands which might cost less, but also have significantly shorter lifespans. For instance, here in America she idolizes Target. It is a great store, but will scoff at spending a few hundred on well-made shoes which last longer and can be resold. The final difference is a level of formality between our families. If a dinner with both of my parents managed to happen, both heavy workers, it was always a formal occasion with little talking and high manners. When I attend a dinner with her family, though, the level of etiquette required is much more comfortable and fashionable to this century. Plus it is acceptable to eat pizza with my hands, rather than a knife and fork, which is honestly much more enjoyable. So I didn't know I was privileged. My wife and I both have what we would call a comfy life: 2 cars, a house in the suburbs, 1 kid. No mansion or anything like that. We live much better than most of our friends do, but we always contributed to us making smarter milestone decisions. We never even thought about the fact that our families have money until, well, my best friend separated from his wife a few months ago, and he came to live with me in our home. They lived in a small 600 square foot apartment in the city. We live in a 2000 plus feet house. He was shocked by everything in my lifestyle and says things like, "You have an eating schedule? And you order food for every meal? You have your groceries delivered? How much are you spending?" Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. "You have a clothes subscription and a movie subscription, AMC A-list. You have really fast internet. You have like all the best snacks. You just buy what you want when you want." It's crazy. It was more crazy to me that those things weren't normal. One of our biggest conversations was about my kitchen. When I was telling him that it wasn't our ideal design and that there were things that we wanted and wished we could do, he had to pick his jaw up from the floor. "This isn't an ideal kitchen. I thought it was rather nice. I'd say it's my ideal kitchen." He went on and on about it. He was also very surprised at our gift giving. My wife and I buy something for each other practically every month. My father bought me some electronic for a gift when my best friend mentioned that his parents would only gift him something practical, like a new calendar/notebook set for work. Never has he received a electronic as a gift from them. I was once again taken back by the idea of someone gifting another person something they should plan and budget to buy on their own. That wasn't a stocking stuffer. He wanted a phone case for his phone and wouldn't buy it. I couldn't wrap my head around it. "Why won't you buy it?" I kept asking him. When he replied, "I don't want to spend money on it. I'll just be careful with my phone." Now it was my turn to be shocked again. It's a $10 phone case. Yeah. I bought it for him. He was so thankful. It just left me shocked that he wouldn't even make plans to save up for it. He didn't even consider it as an option. I buy gadgets, gizmos and all sorts of stuff whenever I think I need it or want to enjoy it with the budget I set for those things. But he says that budgeting for those kind of things isn't an option. One night we sat down to watch a movie in my living room and he says, "Oh, they have Infinity War 4 and for $3.99. I looked at him puzzled. "Just buy it. It's literally $15. Once again he reluctantly said, "Okay." He's always asking how I budget my money and why. How and why I prioritize things. He's consistently shocked at my spending habits and wonders where the money comes from. He works multiple days a week and says he can barely get by. I work maybe 2 or 3 times a month, and so I have to explain to him that budget making is very different for me. I budget for clothes shopping every month. I budget for a grocery and daily eating out habits. I budget for tech and gear that I want outside of work. I budget for trips and vacations. I budget for renovations or things for my home. My bills are my #1 priority and I just pay those monthly if I haven't paid them for the year or another thing that came up. So, I budget to pay for a lawn team." And he was just beside himself. "What? You won't buy a lawnmower and do it yourself. Well, I have medical issues that don't allow me to do hard labor like that. Plus the lawn team does more than just mow the lawn. He said he'd never even thought about hiring a lawn service. He grew up helping mow the lawn and tend to the garden at his parents' house. It's like if something exists to make life better, he would rather do it himself. Where I'd rather invest in things that make my life a little bit easier overall. He couldn't believe that we have bigger goals or that we want a better life than what we currently have. He always tells me, "You're already living the life." I just don't get it. My lifestyle, from my perspective, is just basic and middle class. But in his eyes, the fact that I have the option to make the decisions I make is a high privilege. He understands that I don't live above my means or try to live lavishly, but to him even the small things are grand. I come from a little Midwest blue-collar town and went to a private art school for college, so I'm used to being considered poor, and yeah, I didn't have many of the advantages my friends had growing up. It wasn't until I dated a guy who didn't have running water growing up that I realized how privileged I was. Two things really stuck out to me. He could fix anything. I mean anything. He rewired all of the outlets in our apartment, replaced the radiator on my truck, and repaired dents in the drywall from moving. He was completely self-taught because his family couldn't afford to buy new, and it was an easy way to make a little money doing repairs or fixing up things people threw away and selling them. The look of awe on his face seeing things for the first time. When we were moving him from Illinois to Georgia, he'd fallen asleep in the car, and I woke him as we went through the mountains in Tennessee. Pure wonder and taking so many pictures. Same thing driving through downtown Atlanta. He'd never been to a city bigger than Paducah, which, if you know where that is, I'm so sorry. He was 36 years old and had never seen ocean, so I took him to Tybee Island for his birthday. He was scared to get in because he never learned to swim. It made me realize how much I took for granted all the time, and though we didn't work out, I was so glad I could experience those moments with him. I know this will be buried, so I'm going to use this as a way of getting some emotional shit out of my system, cause I just need to. So bad point. When the lights go out, the internet connection is wonky, there's a problem with the water in our house, I panic and still fight my reluctance to call to report an outage for fear of being told the bill wasn't paid, even though I've set up our bills on automatic draft. I have difficulty in answering the door sometimes because, oh holy fuck, I'm about to cry cause I've never told anyone this. My grandmother, who raised me until I was 14, was embarrassed about where we lived and would hide and not make noise until the person at the door left. I almost have a panic attack to this day. Currently we are building our dream house, and I have no words for how good it feels to give my children what I didn't have materially while growing up. We didn't have money for me to have tennis shoes for pet, and I lost 2 points from my final grade for every class I wasn't dressed out for. All these years later, and I realized my gym teacher knew I didn't have any way to get shoes and found a way to not fail me in her class. Thank you, Ms. Sweat. Yeah, that was her name. Perfect, isn't it? The first time my then boyfriend, husband told me I didn't have to choose between two things I wanted to buy, and I should just get both, my mind was blown. Never in my life was I able to not have to pick one thing, and I don't know how to express how that made me feel when I processed how much my circumstances had changed. When I'm able to pay a whole bill at one time without having to work out a payment plan, it feels absolutely luxurious to me. Depending on which stepfather my mom picked, our fortunes were sometimes more flush with cash, and at others we were rationing a box of Ritz crackers for meals. Fuck it. I'm not writing anymore cause poverty faking sucks, and I don't like feeling like the scared, stressed kid that is still inside me. Everything has to be done as cheap as possible. This makes it take longer and require more effort. For example, when moving, she didn't consider hiring movers when traveling cross country. Taking a plane was out of the question. When accepting a job, it doesn't matter if the hours are 8 p.m. to 4 am. When going out to eat, you get the cheapest thing on the menu. Also a strong suspicion of authority, but also a blind obedience to it. For example, if your boss tells you to do something, you must do it without question. To show how obedient you are. Never correct your boss. They control your income. If they take advantage of you, just be grateful you have a job. If you get sick at work, don't leave early to seek medical attention. Assume all employers have the ability to blacklist you from all jobs forever. All employers are unethical. Therefore, there's no point in moving to a different job because you are being treated poorly or being asked to do bad things. That's just how bosses appoint. Lack of knowledge about how education works. For example, colleges consists of grades 13 to 16. It's no different from high school, except you must have a major. Your major determines your career. You can't get jobs outside your major unless they are that don't require a college degree. An associate's degree from a technical college is basically like a shorter bachelor's degree. College is college, after all. If you don't do very well at college, you should drop out. There's no point seeking help from tutors, professors, counselors, etc. It's okay to call your children's professors and demand information about their academic performance. After all, if you can talk to your children's high school teachers, why not college professors? Lack of knowledge about how hiring works. For example, you must only apply for jobs where you meet all the qualifications listed. If you are hired despite not meeting all the qualifications, you've won the lottery and can never ever leave this job because you won't find another one this good. Lack of understanding of how money works. For example, mutual funds are dangerous because my friend from church lost all their money by putting it a single stock right before the crash. Mutual funds are made of stocks, so they must be dangerous too. It's safest to keep money in cash in the bank, even if the amount is greater than what's insured by the FDIC. Don't worry about retirement. It's too far off. Real estate is the only investment you need. Get lots of life insurance. You need to protect your family in case something happens to you. Also, don't bother with disability/long-term care insurance. If you must plan for retirement, the best way to do so with annuities. It's a good idea to join pyramid schemes. It's a good idea to own a timeshare. Political idea that aren't so much right or wrong as they are, well, characteristic of poor Americans. I'm including some justifications for these beliefs because I'm sure there's an army of Redditors who believe these propositions are objectively untrue. Voting never changes anything. Sadly, if you look at election results and the impact on people's day-to-day lives, the connection is lacking. Especially for national politics. Democrats kill babies. If you accept that a fetus has the same value as an adult, then this isn't too far out. Whether fetus have a moral status, independent of any capacity they have, is a question of value, not fact. It requires an ought, and is therefore not falsifiable. Republicans believe that America is God's holy land. This is generally true. Whether the Republicans are right is another matter. But there's a long history of seeing America as a New Jerusalem. All politicians are corrupt. Probably not true, but still a popular belief. Your best bet is to vote Republican. A matter of opinion. Democrats tend to support social welfare programs, but not any way that implies a connection with white working class voters. For example, Barack Obama was in the middle of a job-killing recession, and his primary focus was healthcare. While healthcare was expensive, most poor white voters were more concerned with job security and keeping their homes. Obama didn't want to piss off Wall Street, so he didn't stop foreclosures and didn't punish companies who let employees go. Republicans offer little in the way of social programs, but it's pretty clear most white working class voters don't want more social programs. Whenever there is a conflict between the opinions of liberal Wall Street executives and working class Americans, Democrats are 100% guaranteed to side with Wall Street. If it seems Democrats are more worried about allowing a gay woman to leave multi-million-dollar inheritance to her wife than allowing a poor married woman to be a housewife, it's because they are ideas about politics that are simply wrong. For example, the legislature passes laws while the executive enforces them and the courts interpret them. This sounds right, but is wrong. Presidential administrations propose and push for legislation. That's why we have Obamacare, not Pelosi care. Congress provides oversight for administrations. Executive agencies interpret statutes and provide guidance in constructing them. Courts are intimately involved in the enforcement and execution of laws. Social security is a broken program. All politicians are the same. Europeans are socialist. If you don't vote in all the elections on the ballot, your vote will be discarded. My husband grew up in a great upper middle class family his whole life. When he was in his early 20s, he decided to hop trains with a street kid friend he met, just for fun. What he saw changed him. He decided to continue doing it, and for more than 2 years he hopped trains with just a backpack and a guitar. I mean jumping onto moving trains, and sleeping scary places, like in rat-infested abandoned houses, sometimes not sleeping at all, just sitting in a park until dawn with other homeless people, if there wasn't any shelter to be found that day. Picking quarters out of wishing wells, and buying a sandwich and a 40 ounces. His parents were freaked out the whole time and constantly offering to fly him home, or send him money. But he was on a mission, to know what it was like, to not have privileges like that. I mean, it's never the same as not having that lifeline as a choice, but he knows that. He only called for help once, when he finally couldn't handle it anymore, and had to stop. He struggled with PTSD a bit after the whole experience, but he regrets nothing, and often misses it. He said the best people he met were on the streets, and some of his best times had with literally not a dime. But seeing how some people's lives were really like was heartbreaking. He learned a lot of lessons, and was shocked at many things he saw, and he was never the same. His parents had financially set him up to be really financially successful in life, but he said no to what they offered him, and instead decided to go to college, to become a social worker, to help people who are in need. Which, I recognize college is still a privilege for many. He makes so little in wages in his career choice, but he pours his heart into it. For a time, he worked at an addiction clinic, a mental health crisis center, was on call as a transporter for sexual assault victims to the hospital, and worked at a children's shelter, all at one time. Like 60 to 80-hour work weeks, and still not making enough money to be completely comfortably getting by. But he loves his work. He's a damn saint, that man. So well-rounded, mentally stable from an upbringing of privilege, yet emotionally and mentally connected to the reality of the underprivileged. I've never had to explain things to him about why I do the things I do when it comes to habits from growing up poor. If anything, he carries some of those habits too now. I love him so much for his compassion and desire to truly understand people and their struggles, and to have love for all of them and promote equality. He's never made me feel less than for the way I grew up. I 100% admire him, and he's an inspiration to me. I know that doesn't really answer the question, but I just wanted to say that he's a person who has taken it upon himself to not have blind spots like that, which I'm grateful for. I've commented on a few things, but this one always sticks out. I grew up pretty privileged, nice house, new cars, good school, while my husband wasn't dirt poor by any means, but divorced parents and his dad is so faking cheap. Aside from stuff that just didn't make sense to me, his dad not buying them new shoes, so he had to go to school with holes in his shoes, because they worked just fine, dad not taking them to the doctor, just using home remedies, etc. The big one was buying cheap stuff that didn't last. My husband now makes a good income, but he still will go out and buy shoes that cost $15 and last 3 months before falling apart, because when he was a kid, that's all they spent on shoes. So I explained to him that if he went out and spent $50 on shoes, they might last 4/5 times longer, that you can get a good quality pair of shoes for less than $100 and they won't fall apart. He had never purchased something while thinking about the long-term cost, just what he was spending now, despite the fact that by the time he replaced the item over and over, he was actually spending more. So now instead of buying the cheapest phone he can get, he buys an iPhone that lasts 4 years. He buys real leather shoes that also 3/4 years. He buys nice jeans that don't wear away or rip if you look at them wrong, and then saves money long term. Not rich, but being with a Peruvian, and having lived in Peru for a while, as someone from the Netherlands, I never knew how much I took for granted. She was used to share a 2-bed/1 bathroom house with her family, including a sister, mom, and grandparents. At some point also an uncle. She never even had her own bed. Internet is not only slow, but often just outright doesn't have service at all. Water and electricity get outages frequently. They tend to cook on bottled gas. Warm water isn't a thing unless you boil it first. Obviously water from the faucets isn't clean, so at the very least you have to boil it, or you just buy bottled water. Things like ovens, fridges and microwaves are a luxury here. You can even make money renting your oven or fridge, or for example near Christmases, by preparing turkey or something in an oven. If you have one. People commonly sell cooked meat to raise some money, for example to buy a prom dress for their kids. Fast food like McDonald's is a luxury here, and a total waste of money because you can get a better hamburger for less money at any local burger shop. Although it seems McDonald's isn't known for their hamburgers here. Also they go to the doctor a lot here, but I don't know if that's cultural or because of money. But if you so much as sneeze, you go to a doctor and get a sheet load of antibiotics. In the Netherlands you have to almost die before they give you antibiotics. Also you rarely even go to the doctor there in the first place. My ex was from a poor family, but I'm upper class. From our time together, and from working at a job that is somewhat socio-economically diverse, I learned these tidbits. They seem to believe that everyone is out to take their money, even when it just sounds like paranoia. It's fine for celebrities to make huge amounts of money, but they feel that anyone else to make a good living, I guess whose work isn't immediately visible to them, is a thief. Especially doctors. They hate pets. Hate when I got laid off back in 2013, my ex's family acted like I was a complete drain on resources, despite the fact that I had a new job almost immediately that paid almost what their son made, plus my dad was helping me out. Meanwhile, the mom went without working for a good 20 years, but because she was looking after my ex, that was okay despite not being able to afford much. They believe in spending an absurd amount of money on tacky large weddings. It is insane. My ex's family managed to sabotage our relationship with this, even though it was honestly doomed, and now I'm with someone who is a perfect match for me in literally every way. Their idea of someone not needing to support their parents someday is completely beyond their realm of understanding. They seem to think landlords are thieves. Yes, in many cases, it makes financial sense to just buy a place, but not always. No wonder my friend whose income primarily comes from renting property only tells people he's a DJ. They accuse people of being cheap. If they don't want to buy something, they talk so openly about personal finances and see no problem with asking me a barrage of personal questions about mine, which I really don't like. It's like they can tell I'm different, despite my simple clothes and the way I'm very careful to downplay aspects of my life, so they're sniffing for a reason to hate me. They have this bizarre hatred on private schools. I come from a poor third world country, where the wealth gap is even starker than in the US or most of the Western world. Growing up, my parents never let me go hungry, and managed to educate us through high school, which was great. But that didn't mean we had things our way. We were pretty poor. To give you an idea, the combined monthly income of my parents in early 90s was about $40 in today's US dollars, which was about a little under $100 at the time. I know that amount is still worth more over there, but not much. They had to struggle every day, and we had to weigh every purchasing decision we made. After graduating high school, I met this really wonderful girl, my first serious relationship, and she, well, her parents, was rich AF. If their wealth was compared to today's USA, they'd be billionaires. I don't think they actually were billionaires, but comparative wealth back there would mean they'd be as rich. Like I said, we are a poor country, and public transportation is super common, and even middle class and rich people use them. But not her. Until she met me, she had never stepped her foot inside of a bus or a train, and was blown away when she did with me. I on the other hand had never eaten at a fancy restaurant at the time, and I was blown away when she took me to one the first time. It was a world of learning new things for both of us, and the great thing was she was totally cool about it. And she understood my insecurities. For me, shopping for clothes was going to a store and buying only one or two items I really needed, and price being the first parameter when picking an item. For her, it was something she just did when she was bored. But when we started dating, and we started going to malls and stuff for shopping, she would take hours and rack up a huge bill. but me being a young and silly 21-year-old, I was insecure and uncomfortable about going shopping like this and letting her pay. I didn't understand at the time that it was fine for women to pay for their shit and men didn't have to be the ones to pay all the time. She figured out this insecurity and actually would pass her credit card to me to pay at the cashier. I know it's dumb from my end, but I think it was incredibly smart and sensitive from her end. There were so many other things like this. I had been on a plane only once in my life at that time, and that too for a school trip. They would on the other hand go on overseas trips for vacation, or even shopping. It just blew my mind at the time. Every member in her family had 2 cars each, when in a country majority lived their entire life without ever owning one. I just can't find enough ways to describe how rich they were and how big the gap was. Wish I had a happy ending to this story, but our differences were pretty big for it to last. Not that she minded, but I was still a 21-year-old kid figuring out life, and they were a world apart. Their parents didn't like a broke as fuck nobody dating her, and I was in no state to be able to marry her, so we parted ways after a while. To be honest, I did. She didn't want to, but break up we did. And we went our separate ways. She married some guy, but it was never a happy world for her. She was clinically depressed at that stage and finally killed herself before sending a final email to me. She insisted that I had nothing to do with it, but I can't help feeling how different things may have been if I wasn't so chicken and stuck with her through it. She was my first true love and I'd never forget her, and I'd live the rest of my life with that deep regret. I basically didn't realize my family wasn't dirt poor because of the way I was raised. Dad is youngest of 7 from trailer park during the good times. Alcoholic family. Here are some things from sort of being on both sides: clothing, Goodwill, sewing holes in clothing and shoes. Duct tape will also do the trick. Cousins hand-me-downs. 5 days of the school week equals 5 shirts and you alternate between 2 pairs of pants/shortsford. Spam. Personally, I never have had it because it was all my dad ate and he swore he'd never make his kids eat it. Another thing I've noticed with food compared to girls I've dated is that no food ever goes to waste. Sometimes my meals look like the assortment of what would be in the trash at my ex-girlfriend's places because, well, that's what they'd throw in the trash. Also, leaving food on your plate. I routinely will eat my friends' ex-girlfriends' leftovers off their plates because it's unnerving to me to let food be wasted, no matter how small. Also meat. My mother will suck on/strip every bone of any meat/fat/cartilage even after my family has eaten the meat off the bone. Point material objects. Everything I own fits in one box plus my backpack. I don't own pictures or other miscellaneous things. My room's in college/my app now is threadbare empty and my exes/friends think it's strange, but if it serves no useful purpose, I don't need it. Point my backpack is always supplied with toothpaste/deodorant/flashlight etc. regardless of where I am or where I'm going. It also accompanies me wherever I'm going, and it's tattered enough that it draws glances from my professional peers. Misc. Coupons. If mom didn't have a coupon for it/you couldn't find a coupon that was deemed reasonable savings by mom and dad, forget even asking to purchase the good food, clothing, whatever it was you wanted. Edit. School. The days that everyone else hated lunch were my favorite days because the rich kids would get a la carte and ditch their regular lunch. Point working. Holidays were/our days to get ahead on work and make a few extra dollars as a family doing side projects from our secondary/tertiary sources of income. The days are still valued family days, but make no mistake, those are still work as a family days. I wouldn't say I was rich, but I was earning way more than I was spending and had about $100k in savings at the time we got married. My wife had significant credit card debt to the point where her monthly payments were 2/3 of her income. Her rent was the other 1/3. So everything she did that cost money was just increased debt on her credit cards. She had a 0% interest car payment that she was paying off with her 20% interest credit card. First thing I did was pay all of those off. She was an actress, and her entire financial plan for years had been to just put everything on the credit card and, when she booked something that paid well, use the money from that to pay off the credit cards. Basically gambling on her future income instead of living within her current one. Aside from that, though, She was actually really good with money. She bought almost exclusively at thrift stores, reused containers, cooked her own food. She was living as cheaply as she could, but she wasn't earning enough on her part-time gig jobs, and she refused to even apply for jobs I would have taken in a heartbeat in her position, like waiting tables or being a barista at Starbucks. She still won't. She says her lack of income is embarrassing to her, but refuses to find new employment. Still, now that my income largely supports the family, it's really nice knowing she considers every purchase and is as frugal as possible with our money. Plus she's a hell of a cook. Pro tips for people with sketchy finances: never buy anything on the credit card you can't pay off that month. If you want to save for something, save before you buy, rather than buying first and paying it down, plus interest, later. Live within your current means, not some imaginary future means you don't have yet. If you think you might get a windfall soon, wait until you actually get it and see how big or small it really is before you buy anything with it. Extra money in your bank account is not a license to spend more than you know is reasonable. Save it for a rainy day. You may need it, and it's better to have more money that you need than need more money than you have. Good luck. We moved to Uruguay about 7 years ago. We were sort of normal middle class, maybe above average in the US. In Uruguay we would be considered wealthy. My daughter married a local who would be considered poor by the locals. He's awesome by the way, and in medical school with my daughter, he tells all kinds of crazy stories, such as, when they were growing up, they had 3 meals: salty, spicy, and sweet. What was in it was whatever they could find. On many occasions they would have lemons for dinner. Pull a lemon off the tree, cut it in half, eat the lemon. One day he was very happy because he found a pair of flip-flops in the mud. He washed them off and put them on. He was still wearing them a few years later. He had never eaten a banana or a pineapple until he met my daughter. They are too expensive. He was 20. One of his chores as a kid was to scoop shower water out of the septic tank, so mixed with sewage, and dump it in a bathtub in the front yard. The bathtub was slightly elevated and had a hose hooked up to the drain to irrigate the family garden where most of their food came from. It took a good year after marrying my daughter for him to stop wearing clothes with holes in them because he was being frugal. The two of them would go into a grocery store. They let my daughter in, then stop him because they didn't realize they were together and thought he was homeless. We would give him money to pick up food at the grocery store. We'd give him a 1,000 peso bill, about $30. The cashiers would hold it up to the light to make sure it wasn't a fake, because how could someone like this have a 1,000 peso bill? He grew up living in the base of a radio tower next to the toilet water garden. One of his chores, since he was 10, was to remember to turn on and off the red light at the top of the tower. You know, the one that stops planes from hitting the tower walking 6 miles into town. Was a normal everyday occurrence. One time he walked 45 minutes through the heat carrying a heavy box because he didn't want to spend the 50c on bus fare. One time he was going to a birthday party back at the radio tower, so he and my daughter brought ingredients to make pizza. I told them to pick up some peppers or mushrooms or whatever they wanted as toppings also. His relatives called it pizza de cheetah, literally, rich people pizza, because they had bell pepper slices on it. Even cheese on your pizza is apparently a luxury. My other daughter also married a local who came from a more middle class family in Uruguay. He measures success by whether he has enough money to have yogurt for breakfast every morning. Boyfriend grew up in a well-off family with parents who made good money, whereas I grew up poor with my single mother raising twins and somehow keeping a full-time job, if not 2 at a time. I have no clue how she did it. Because of our upbringings we both had a very different idea of money. He would spend money on higher priced quality items where I used to shop at Walmart for every single thing, and going back in a month when that stuff broke. He would save every penny he had to make sure that he was set for life by the time that he wanted to retire, because he saw how hard his father worked in his own business. I started making a lot of money waitressing and didn't know what to do with it all, so I would blow it. I'm talking going to Walgreens and dropping $100+ on random shit I didn't need at the end of every shift, because I just liked the feeling of being able to spend my money aimlessly without having to worry about my bills being paid too. It took a very long time for me to realize that, even though I have all of this stuff, that's all it was. Just a bunch of stuff. And before the end of the month most of it would get thrown away, or never used anyway, so I really was just spending money to spend money. It was so bad. It felt like I was taking advantage of the fact that growing up everyone else got to buy whatever they wanted with their parents' money, where I couldn't even go to the mall with my friends because my mom couldn't afford to give me $10 for the food court, and everyone knew if you were cool enough to go to the mall with your friends you had to get lunch at the food court. I also had no sense of direction when it came to a savings account, or building my credit, or doing taxes, or just anything at all that had to do with adulting and money, and I don't blame my mother because she was 20 years old raising 2 kids by herself. I don't think even she was able to learn that stuff by my age, 23 now, due to how much she had on her plate. Point: I'm grateful to have an extremely patient and understanding boyfriend who will sit down and slap me with the cold hard truth of the matter. I wouldn't be waitressing forever, and by now in life I should be saving money and have an emergency fund and all of that adult stuff. I come from a triple income, both parents work, plus partial ownership of several large-scale ranches run by my grandfather, family of 4 that lived in a medium town. We were 5% nationally, but because of the town we lived in rural Missouri, we were solidly upper class. I just graduated college, so I've been on my family's income my whole life, but I'll be going financially independent after we move this summer. My 3-year girlfriend comes from a single income family of 7 that lived in a moderately sized city, so she always struggled. Now, she has over $10,000 saved up, but still lives with her growing up poor lifestyle. Point for me, it's the amount of soap she uses. You know those big bottles of Equate/Suave body wash that cost like $1.88 at Walmart? She literally gags every time I put my hearty dollop on the proof. She places approximately 6 molecules of soap on when she goes to wash and says this thing should last us 6 months. We've used half the bottle in a month. Like spending $1 a month on soap is some alien concept to her. She also got a good laugh when we went back to my home and my mom said to me, "You were always the frugal child. You're very good with our money," because apparently spending $40 a week on fast food lunches is frugal to my mom, but excessive to my girlfriend. She thinks I'm lavish, while my mom thinks I'm thrifty. An interesting juxtaposition that always is. I'm not rich, but I'm pretty middle class with parents that believe in family-oriented meals with home-cooked food and fresh fruit and veg. Point: my boyfriend was very poor and lived with his drug addict mum who barely looked after him. I was so surprised that he hadn't ever tried some of my favorite foods like avocado, sweet potato, kiwis, etc. He was confused when he first visited my house. I was still living with my parents, and we sat down and had a meal together with my parents. He would just have microwave meals in his bedroom when he grew up. Point: he also had a bit of a sugar addiction. When we first met, he had just moved out to university because his mum didn't regulate the amount of sweets and sugary drinks he had. He was surprised that I had never tried some types of soda, and I rarely ate sweets. My parents weren't exactly strict with sugary things, but they just didn't buy them. I had fruit and water instead and only had sweets on special occasions like Easter, Halloween, Christmas, etc. Point: he also was surprised when I bought him a few really nice presents that he actually enjoyed for Christmas/his birthday, etc. Not that much. I spent maybe £60 because his mum would only have money to buy him essentials like underwear and simple clothing. He's so grateful for every little thing I get him and it's adorable. Holy. This is definitely a sub I can relate to. Not so long ago I was poor AF. We grew up eating lots of filling food, but usually ran out before payday. We didn't starve, but we had to get really creative with canned goods, and we were eating ground turkey way back before it was cool, because it was some of the cheapest meat you could get. There wasn't really lunch stuff during high school, so we would have to make our $5 weekly allowances work out somehow, and those dollars were hard earned, not guaranteed. In my 20s I at one point went about 10 days in a row without eating, was homeless for 6 months, though I had a job, just lived in California, and couldn't find a place I could afford to rent. Now I make more than my parents' combined income. I own a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in Austin, TX. I have 2 vehicles. I just bought a brand new refrigerator after spending months trying to get the previous one repaired. I have insurance, money, a 401k. It's freaking crazy. I never thought I would ever have so much in my life. What's even more awesome, most of my siblings are doing just as well, if not significantly better. It's great, and I feel so lucky. I mean, I know I've worked really hard, but a lot of people do, and a lot of people have a lot less for the effort. I'm just excited about having groceries again. Fridge was delivered today. What surprised me the most was how the poor actually lived. It took meeting my wife to realize just how much privilege I actually had, and, looking back, I'm absolutely shocked at how much I had taken for granted. I never understood just how hard it was to live when you don't have money. Whereas I grew up taking summer vacations to Europe, my wife's household had to choose between groceries and keeping the lights on point. Whereas I never had to worry about where my next meal came from. My wife once told me how she and her mother burst into tears after finding a winning $50 scratch-off ticket, since that meant they got to eat. Whereas I would spend money on things and not think twice, my wife's household had to wait months on end and plan around tax returns to fix any damages to their home. I was also not prepared for the sheer resistance to our relationship. My wife freaked out when she found out I came from a rich family because she was so afraid she'd be seen as a gold digger, and it didn't help that people whom she hadn't spoken to in years were suddenly contacting her again just so they could accuse her of being one. And how they couldn't understand what I saw in her. We also had to deal with not one, but 2 nice guys who tried to sabotage our relationship. Her mother also tried to convince her that I was just going to leave her once I got bored. It was crazy. It was like we had fundamentally messed with people's worldview, and they were doing anything they could to rectify it. For the record, my family was very supportive and welcomed her with open arms, even before I proposed to her. I was on the other side. I grew up poor. It was my mom, my 2 sisters and myself. My mom was deaf and only completed 6th grade. She worked as a cleaning lady, so her salary was low. There was always food, at least rice and beans. There were times we didn't have shoes. Every year the beginning of school was stressful as she had to buy the books and pencils and all that stuff for the 3 of us. This comes after Christmas, which I believe was hard for her since she wanted to hide us everything, and as being kids didn't understand the situation. Still, I can say we were happy. She died when I was 16 and my father was never present as he lived on the streets. A lady took care of me and my sisters. I got a scholarship to a private school where I learned English. This is important in my country. To get a better job, I met my girlfriend, now my wife, at the university. She comes from a good family, but they had financial issues, so she grew up what we call rich and then lost everything, and still she supported me and always pushed me to be better. We now live in Dubai thanks to a job that I got. I support the 2 of us with my salary as she just finished her med school. Still, sometimes going out is weird for me as I don't know most of the things on the menus or proper etiquette. I almost always prefer a burger over an expensive meal, as a burger was a great treat growing up, and we could get them only on birthdays as my uncle would take us to Burger King. I'm so thankful for my life and everything that has happened, as I have learned a lot from every situation. I apologize for my grammar. English is not my first language, and I'm on my mobile. I come from a pretty well-off family, 100k plus annual family income, and my soon-to-be wife comes from a family that has had instances where they didn't eat for a week. I can't give an income figure because half the time they don't have one, and the other half it's so far below the poverty line it hardly counts. I lived with her family for a while, and besides the obvious, very little food, eating leftovers for probably far too long, I've noticed the absolutely amazing amount of ingenuity her family has. Fixing things almost MacGyver style with what I would have considered trash, finding ways to feed an entire family on an almost $0 budget, creating entertainment from practically nothing. Sure, it's redneck engineering, but it's quite impressive. Also, their response to a crisis. Day to day they are relatively useless in helping out. I need a ride to X, so I don't want to / have the money to. But if someone is injured, sick, or you're about to lose the house, or a pipe just exploded, the family comes out of the woodwork and fixes the fuck out of the problem. Their connection to family is like nothing I've ever witnessed. I love my mom and dad, and I call them probably once or twice a week, but my girlfriend, her mother, cousins, sister etc. are constantly connected, even when they're having their infamous drama-fueled fights. I don't consider myself rich. However, this one time I was dating a girl who came from an uneducated and broken family and really toxic relationships. She told me one of her boyfriends had actually kidnapped her years ago. She was really cute with olive skin, big faking curly hair, a thin waist and a big butt. She had tattoos all over her arms and chest. She used to be a gang member, but she had left that life years ago. I asked her if she wanted to eat anything, and as usual she said she did, but didn't know what. She actually enjoyed fast food, but I wasn't going to take her to a fast food restaurant. We were near a Mexican restaurant that I knew well, so I decided to take her there so we could get some food. We sit down, start eating and chatting, and along the chat she looks around the restaurant and says, "Wow, you really do like to eat in fancy restaurants." I started laughing without trying to embarrass her. The restaurant we had gone to is called Casa Vallarta & Co. Look it up on Google Maps and you'll see it's in no way fancy at all, and nowhere near a fancy town. If you want fancy restaurant you have to either go in downtown Co. or near the outskirts of the city. It was in that moment when I realized just how broken she really was, and most men had only used her for sex. Unfortunately our relationship didn't last long. She broke up with me a few months later and left me for some loser with no job, no car, no money, no house. I was devastated, but I realized she was used to these toxic relationships, so I had to let her go. I have pride knowing that at least I didn't play with her and didn't use her for sex. I treated her like a lady and hopefully one day she'll remember me. My husband didn't grow up rich, they grew up middle class. But still, he was surprised by a few of my poor survivor's habits. I coupon, and I look at price per unit on almost every item. I stock on canned and dry goods, because sometimes the power would get cut off at my childhood home due to not paying the bill. My father-in-law was definitely surprised when he sent me out to get meat, and I came back with the cheapest $/LB cuts, usually stuff that needed to be cut up before being used. I think he wanted to make steak tacos, and instead of bringing already cut steak, I brought just a background slab of beef that needed to be cut into strips before using it for tacos. I explain, this is cheaper, and I don't mind the extra work. So for my husband and I still routinely get pork shoulder or whole turkeys. They're 99 cents per pound, or whole chickens, and process them myself. The dogs get the extra scraps. The poultry frames get turned into soup stock for any of the other meals I cook. Just the other day the power went out in our area. Someone hit a power line or something, so I freaked out and told him not to open the fridge for cold water because the chill would escape and the milk would spoil, and it could be days before the power came back on. He laughed, and the power was back on in 30 minutes. I also keep a package of water bottles just in case the water ever got turned off. The water would get turned off when I was a kid, so I just learned to always have bottles ready, but never touch the bottles unless it was an emergency. We didn't have that kind of money to be buying water bottles all the damn time. Also that flavor powder for the water, so the kids could still have lemonade or fruit punch, but only if the water got turned off. I was poor as shit, like single mom, 2 kids, living on less than $700/month poor. My fiance comes from a $500,000 or more family. When he first moved in with me, he would actually get annoyed that I would come back with food from Dollar Tree and generic food from Walmart or our local stores. He couldn't understand why I didn't just buy Campbell's soup and Tottenham and name brand Pop-Tarts, or Pop-Tarts at all, and why I didn't just buy the pre-made deli food or just grab Wendy's/McDonald's/whatever for dinner. Eventually we had to sit down and have a talk about money and what I lived on all my life. When my mom died I was 18 and immediately took up running our house and taking care of my younger sister, so I had to know about homeowning. Literally the only reason our house was paid off was because my mom's parents died and left her money, and from selling their house in San Diego, but he just couldn't grasp just not having the money to do something. Sometimes he'll talk about something and assume I've done it. And then I just have this blank look on my face when he starts with, "So you know how," and then he realizes that that was never even a possibility in my life. He was also wildly impressed with my ability to get money / move it around. Short on bills. Okay. Sell this, save this much, use $5 from the sale to buy rice, eat that for the week, move the grocery money to utilities, cancel all subscription services to make sure nothing comes out. Need gas to get to and from work. Can't spare that $15 because it's going towards electric? Cool. Lawnmower gas. Boom. Quarter tank till next Friday. And on the subject of gas, coming from a poor family that also live 30 miles away from the closest town, has amused that I measure prices for things in how many tanks of gas it is, even though Aldi and work is now 2.3 miles from my house and we don't need to think about gas. $15 for Z's. Fact no. That's half a tank of gas right there. $30 for a dinner out. Oh, that's a whole tank of gas we can spend driving around and having fun and talking instead. I've dated 2 different girls from very upper class families. One was disgusted that I went and shopped at Meijers. I normally shop at Aldi, but I was trying to cook fancy food and thought Meijers was a nice store because she had her groceries delivered from Whole Foods and she also wouldn't drink tap water, only bottled or LaCroix. The other one was weird because it seemed like dating me was rebelling against her dad, and she kind of seemed to fetishize my brokenness. Her dad hated me. We would go out to these nice restaurants and he would explain things about fine dining to me like I was 5, and then her dad would invite me on weird hunting trips and make jokes about how he collects guns, and I was a bit concerned he wanted to the most dangerous game me. I gave in and went fishing with him while I was at their lake house and he joked like 4 times about leaving me out in the middle of Lake Michigan to drown. But the weird thing was how many things they bought that I didn't even know existed, like when they had a farrier / blacksmith come into their stable to put corrective shoes on her polo pony, or when they had an argument because the dressage place where they boarded and trained one of their horses wasn't lawn fed. To this day I have no idea what lawn fed means, but apparently it's life or death to them. I grew up in a wealthy family and my fiancé is from a single income household, with his mom being an elementary school teacher. I grew up with a disposable mindset. If something breaks, we will just get a new one. Hell, if I was just bored of my old stuff, clothes, skateboards, Macup, etc., my parents would just give me the newest / best things without me ever having to ask for anything. Did the dog rip up the backseat of your car? That's fine, we will just get you a new car. It's totally bonkers how spoiled I was growing up. My folks are awesome, really good people, and they grew up poor and dreamed of being in a financial position where they could spoil their kids. What surprises and impresses me is the great care my fiancé takes of his things. He values his possessions sentimentally. He tends to them as soon as they begin to show signs of wearing down. As a result of this diligent disposition, his things last a long time and don't break down as soon as mine do. He is also an informed and discerning consumer when he has to buy new things because each purchase is an investment that will last him for years to come. I know his upbringing was a lot financially harder than mine was, but I think this endowed him with invaluable skills I never fostered growing up. I admire the way he values his belongings. I admire how smart he is. He knows how to fix anything. He is incredibly resourceful, and he knows the inner workings of his machines and how to diagnose and fix problems. My husband grew up in China and later came to the US. He told me that he played with rocks as a kid, while I had Barbie's entire world including her horse, sports car, mansion. It didn't really hit me in any way, because by the time we met, he and his family were very well off. His dad is a neurologist and his mom is a comp developer. They live in a $1 million home. My husband is an engineer and we live comfortably as well. He pretty much buys whatever he wants now, so it's actually hard to give him gifts. I say all this to paint the image that on the surface, it seems like playing with rocks is worlds behind him. We are currently expecting a baby girl and recently went to a big baby sale event. Even though it'll be a few years before she can play with it, we bought her a cute set of wooden Vegas. It was kinda a joke, because my husband hates salads and his daughter will be making him pretend eat them. As we were standing in line to pay for it, my husband casually says, "Even though I don't like veggies, this set is pretty cool. I wish I had this instead of rocks." Cue the hormonal trigger lady tears. Even his life is so good now, I wish I could go back in time and change it so he didn't have to play with rocks as a kid. Of course my husband then says it's fine and he's happy that he can give his daughter a better life, and cue more tears. I grew up in a fairly wealthy family, and my girlfriend grew up much differently than me, not dirt poor, but poor enough that it has made a difference in how we see the world. A few things we've discussed/noticed are: I'm terrible with money and saving. My parents definitely tried to teach me to budget, but were/are always there to lend money if I need it. She is able to budget her money down to the dollar and knows where everything is going and always has backup when she needs it. We make relatively the same amount. She's taken over the finances in our house. When we moved into our house she was very excited to have the tin metal dividers under the doorway/when floors are different. She never had them in her house growing up. I never noticed them before. I hold a lot of sentimental value towards objects. Things I've been given by family members or furniture that's been inherited. She values the good memories more because there seem to be so few. I'm astounded at how far she can make $5 go, or how she can spend a whole day not eating. I can barely go 5 minutes without eating. She's an incredibly hardworking and passionate person. Never relies on anyone for anything that she can do herself, and even things she can't. She's much happier being secure in having control and doing everything on her own. I'm fine with all of that. I grew up very poor, drug addicted white trash parents, welfare abusers, the whole shitty capital, but my partner grew up firmly middle class due to his parents' good choices and work ethics. Thing is, his parents are first generation immigrants from Venezuela. They made very good choices in their lives, saving and working their way up in their respective communities, and now they are definitely considered rich. His mom definitely has the same poor kid tendencies as me though. She and I get along very well because we both know what it's like to worry about money all the time, to stretch a meal for several days, to shop with a very strict $30 for 2 weeks grocery budget. We both three use just about everything and strictly budget. Even though I have my degree, a house, and a decent salary, my partner seemed shocked when I explained to him what it was like to be a young woman with no family or backup. Like, there was no safety net for me if I missed a payment somewhere, or went under in my bank account, or got sick and couldn't work. There was no bailout. It was do or die, sometimes literally. You end up not taking risks in investing your time or money into anything because it's not worth the chance of homelessness, starving, or sickness. He also seemed shocked when I was, in his mind, overly grateful for gifts or help from his parents. To him, it was family helping family because that's the right thing to do. His parents are generous to a fault. To me, it was so much more. In my family, there was no effort put into gifts or helping anyone else. It was self-serving only because there was never time or money for anything else. Also shitty drug addict parents, but that's a different story. It's pretty hilarious to me when my partner scoffs at me for my penny pinching ways and his mom backs me up so fiercely. She wanted to make sure her kids never wanted for anything and worked her butt off to make it so before he was old enough to notice, so he doesn't have the same perspective as the two of us. I'm very happy that we have different perspectives though. He's teaching me how to live a little without going overboard. I'm teaching him how to save a lot. I'm the opposite. I had modest upbringing, who divorced and lost even more. I somehow ended up with a man belonging to the richest family in town. I have my own income from a great job, refused to have a joint account, and refused to work for him or his family. I grew up very sheltered, so I didn't know about his upbringing when we met, and it was months before I found it. He thought it was hilarious. He caught me packing my lunch one day, which was the same thing I have packed for 20 years. Butter on soda crackers. So he started making me lunches with sandwiches, fruit, vegetables, and even yogurt. He found me bawling because my car insurance was going to bounce. I was about $0.50 short. He transferred a few $100 to my account and I could not stop crying, and I had him write out a contract for a loan. I paid it off. When we moved in together I requested a cohabitation agreement that would allow me to take my easy chair, the only thing I owned. My cats have destroyed it, but it was the one thing I had left. I was shocked to see, when he wrote out the grocery list, he didn't write down the maximum price he would pay for each item. He would buy things that weren't on sale and just grab the big cart like a big spender car repairs. He owns an auto shop, and I had a loose tie rod end. I spent a few days really upset about it and learning how to do it myself. We weren't together too long, and I'm very independent. He found me under my car trying to fix it myself with YouTube, left me under my car, returned with a service truck, and just did it the dentist. He goes about 6 times a year, and I would save for a year just for a cleaning. Thank goodness I have great teeth. I sew up his shirts all the time. He caught me once and said I can just get another, you know. But I just kept sewing by hand. We didn't throw away holy socks growing up, just donned them. $100 to him is $1,000 to me. So I really struggle with some of his everyday purchases. I still only get a new pair of shoes every 3 years. I only have one pair at a time. He has shoes for all occasions. I don't go to events, so I don't need fancy shoes. I'm still a kid, but there are a couple of times I have seen the difference that money makes in my life. I have grown up with divorced parents, but with my mom we have all kinds of toys to campers, 2 jet skis, a house and a couple cars, one being a new Suburban. And with my dad we have the essentials like a house and truck, but luxuries like guitars and firearms along with an exotic parrot. Point getting to the point I had met someone at school and thought she was cool, so we set up a time to hang out. So I get to her house and ask for a drink and she said, "We have water, some off-brand Coke and sweet tea." I was like, okay, they like to save money. Her house had a couch and a table, but not much that wasn't worn or old looking. Fast forward a couple hours and I asked what they had for food and she said, some bread and bologna with mustard. I was wondering if they had anything else, but didn't ask. I went to the fridge and saw that it was pretty much barren except for some bologna, milk, and condiments with a few non-off-brand Dr. Pepper. So I make a sandwich and go back upstairs. Fast forward again a couple weeks and she asked me if I wanted to go to her grandparents. I said sure and off we were. We got there and it's the same deal except for no house and a trailer. Fridge is barren with nothing but tea, eggs, and milk. Point this just showed me how lucky I really was to have pretty much whatever I want. She still gets on me when I want something and don't accept the answer no, but we are working past that. I can answer this one from a lower class view. My husband comes from a high class family. His parents are divorced, but they collectively make 8 figures a year. They went through the divorce when he was young, and they continuously try to buy the love they never showed him. It's definitely a strain on our marriage that he doesn't understand where I came from. Point when times were hard for me, he just told me to ask my mom for money. She's a single widowed mother on disability and collects my father's pension. It baffled him how my mom wasn't a source of infinite wealth. Point we had the exact same teeth, but were on different care plans. I was a Medicaid kid, and my ortho appointments were 4 months in between each other, when he was going every 3 weeks. His office was 15 minutes from home, mine was 2 hours. When we both had braces, but I got mine 6 months before his, and he got his off a year before mine. I complained, but he told me to schedule my appointments closer together, NBD. The one ortho doctor was appointed for 200 kids in Northern IL, and was in the office one day every other Tuesday. He couldn't wrap his mind around how I couldn't just do it. Why everything was harder for me, because I don't have money. Point now, we live comfortably, but he's trying to understand. It's frustrating for him, I know, but he's trying. I'm still trying to get used to having money. I'm not entirely sure how qualified I'm to answer this question, but I feel like it could be fun. Until I was about 6 or 7, we were poor as fuck. Single mother. She would eat half a TV dinner for lunch and the other half for dinner. I distinctly remember being informed that we had to stay in the basement one day because the police were raiding a crack house down the street and stray rounds were expected. Point. While working one of her jobs, she got asked out to dinner by a very nervous and awky accountant. Best faking stepdad. She married up, big time. He makes good money and he's just an all around fantastic guy. So I have some weird behaviors I learned from my mom that she held on to from being poor, but I also have behaviors from the time we were comfortable. My so has always been poor. By the time she graduated high school it was just her and her 2 brothers living together with no other family. We aren't well off, but we are comfortable and safe. She will not quit her job, no matter how much she hates it, and no matter how many times I tell her that we are fine and she can spend time to find another job, she absolutely will not quit. She is terrifying of being unemployed for any length of time. She is a little clumsy, which I think is cute, but she nearly cries whenever she breaks something. She still doesn't recognize that we can recover from things like that. She is stuck in this weird place between being able to afford things, but not fully recognizing the value of the nicer things we buy ourselves, so she doesn't always care for them how she should. Yes, sweetie, we can buy a new set of kitchen knives every year. We cannot buy this set of kitchen knives every year. When I complained about having to pay car insurance this month, she offered to help and was genuinely concerned that I didn't have enough to cover all of our expenses for the month. The worst by far is that she still seems to think that I'm carrying her financially. She doesn't recognize that she is significantly contributing. She just assumes that what she makes is still an insignificant amount of money. I tell her thank you every time we go grocery shopping. She buys the groceries. I dated a guy who grew up in Mexico and was always moving back and forth from Texas and his hometown, Monterrey. I haven't always been rich, but in high school my mom married my stepdad who is a pretty wealthy business owner. He's an amazing, hardworking man. Not gonna lie, I was spoiled to sheet until I decided to start supporting myself. When we were dating he was living in Texas with his cousins, while the rest of his family was back in Mexico. We were long distance. What really broke my heart and astonished me is his cousins did not give a flying fuck about whether he ate or not. He would go days without eating, and I would order him pizzas and send him care packages so he wouldn't starve. He would go grocery shopping maybe every 2 to 3 weeks and could only afford about 3 to 4 days worth of groceries and mostly ate Eggo waffles. When he came to visit me, he would eat a lot and super fast. We always joked I was a slow eater, but that wasn't the case. He was a 17-year-old kid and they made him pay rent and whatnot, even though they made pretty decent money and he was working a minimum wage job. He never had the nerve to approach them about how he's literally starving until I finally pushed him to do it. It was a heartfelt conversation and things changed a little, but he still wasn't getting nearly enough food. They would just throw him a bone every so often. The lack of compassion and care among these family members was super heartbreaking. He was in so much pain and eating maybe once a day. His family on Mexico would sometimes send him money, but they were but as poor, so it was hard, but his mom was a lot more caring. I'm pretty sure his cousins loved him and still put a roof over his head, but it's crazy how apathetic they were. I started middle class, and after the divorce, my mother, brother and I were treading that line to poverty. I would get $20/week. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for 7 days. Only get fresh food in once a year at tax time. Recall making mac and cheese with only margarine cause we never had milk, and when my brother was old enough to work, he'd buy himself groceries, but beat me if I touched them. I'm 8 years younger. Boyfriend and future ex-husband didn't like that once he noticed I never ate at school and would buy me lunch and make me eat it. But the thing that got me came later. After the marriage, I dated a guy whose family was well off. Even with my job and food stamps at the time, I'd eat the scraps my toddler didn't to make sure she always had all the food she needed. The first time he went grocery shopping for me as a surprise actually caused a fight. He spent too much money. I'm not starving. At the time, I wasn't cause my body was used to it. My kids aren't his. etc. And a simple thing I needed as a D-sized woman was good bras. I made them live as long as I could, but they were the living dead. But he took me to get fitted for the first time and get a few new bras that weren't zombied. Then fought again cause he wanted me to throw out the old ones. You never know when you'll need them, right? Now I'm middle class, with regular raises. My boyfriend is the same. Things are a bit snug at times cause that toddler is at Virginia Tech going for a dual major, but she's working her ass off, so it's worth it. I still have the habit of keeping things until they are undead, but my boyfriend has continued the bra shopping thing my ex started. He makes sure to take me at least once a year, but he prefers twice. I also don't make boxed mac and cheese with milk still, but I'll take it cause it's better than eating toddler slobbered bologna and what's left of her fruit cup. Teenager here, answering from a growing up perspective. I have grown up in a low income household. At around 8 my parents split and my dad got custody of me. He was hit hard by the recession and lost his business when he had been making good money. My dad almost took his pride in the fact that he's been scraping pennies together for 10 years, saying things like I can live well below the poverty line and still live comfortably. It's not comfortable. I've gotten used to it, but it is not comfortable. I have a thick palate for leftovers, sometimes eating the same soup 3 to 5 days in a row. I will be the first to admit I didn't have it as bad as a lot of people, but I knew my dad was just scraping by. I have a fear of asking for stuff. Whenever anyone asks what I want for my birthday or Christmas, I just say I don't know. Not because that's true, but because I don't want to ask for money by proxy. It took me almost 2 years to finally ask for a $1,200 custom PC 2 years ago. I did get it, and that is the most valuable thing I own. To this day I have a fear of asking for stuff. However, my dad got a stable job a few weeks ago and is getting his life together, getting his ducks in a row. I'm proud of him, even if it wasn't what I wanted or expected. He did what he could, and I appreciate it. Apologies for formatting and disorganization. I'm on mobile. I was the poor one. My parents weren't poor, but they grew up poor and kept the mindset that poverty was always right around the corner. I feel like I was more privileged than some others, but my experiences were usually negative due to a lack of funds. Here's my life story if you're interested. Wall of text warning. I got a Gamma Boy Pocket for my birthday. I had to spend the money from my birthday cards to get it. My parents didn't chip in. I only had enough for the Gamma Boy, so I had to wait over a month until Christmas to get a game. I got Kirby's Dream World because it was the cheapest game they could find. I played that one game for an entire year until my next birthday, when I bought Zelda and Pokémon Red with my birthday money. I cherished that Gamma Boy. It was prized possession. My little sister snatched it out of my hand one day and ran with it. It was plugged into the ACK adapter, which broke. From then on out, I could only use AA batteries. My mom bought Dollar Tree batteries. Anyone who has ever been in a battle with a rare Pokémon and had their Gamma Boy batteries die knows my pain. I'm 31 now, and I still have that very same Gamma Boy. It still works, and I still play Pokémon Red whenever the notion strikes me. There was no money for a new Gamma Boy if I broke that one, so I treated it well. Throughout my childhood, I was always just a little bit too poor. It sucked. When I turned 16, I got a summer job. I worked all summer doing manual labor as a plumber's assistant for minimum wage. I saved every penny. I had $2,000 saved up and hidden in various places around my room. I had gotten my driver's license and I wanted a car. My mom's '87 Mustang LX was sitting in our backyard. It had been there for at least 10 years with a bad transmission. My parents wouldn't give me the car. My friends' parents all bought them cars or at least helped them borrow the money to buy a car. Not my parents. I had to buy the car from my parents. A broke down pile of sheet Mustang with a 4-cylinder engine and a bad transmission. It had 4 flat tires and the sunroof leaked, so the interior smelled like mildew. It was covered with birdsheet, tree sap and moss. I had to give them $500 for it. I had to spend the rest of my money on getting it running. I couldn't afford a mechanic. I had no mechanical experience. I learned to be a mechanic. I bought a Craftsman tool set and took the transmission out myself. The only jack I had was the one that came with the car. I jacked it up one cinder block at a time until it was high enough to get the transmission out. To get it out, I had to lay under it, unbolt it, slide it off the shaft, and let it fall on my chest. Once it was on my chest, I rolled it off of me and onto the ground. I thought it broke my breastbone. I paid a shop $700 to rebuild it and reinstalled it myself. 2 of my younger cousins helped me lift it into place. I bought 4 used tires and a radio. I had a ride. You couldn't tell me shit. I was living the dream. I finished high school, and when I was 18, I was still working a minimum wage job and driving the Mustang. I grew up in Bumfuck, Virginia. When you live in the sticks, the teenagers go mudding for entertainment. I rode with a friend, since I had a car, and couldn't make it to the mud hole out in the middle of the woods somewhere. This was around 2007. We arrived at the mud hole around midnight. We were trespassing on a farmer's land. Nobody cared. Around 1 AM, the cops showed up. We were all drinking underage, so we scattered like cockroaches when we saw blue lights. I ran into the woods with a group of people I had never met. I don't think any of us knew each other, to be honest. It was dark. Somebody grabbed my hand and held it. I could see her, but I kept holding it. We held hands until the cops left. We walked out of the woods holding hands. When I saw her in the headlights of the trucks, I fell in love. She was small, only 5 feet tall, about 100 lbs, 17 years old, with blonde hair up in a ponytail, wearing a white tank top, shorts, and cowboy boots. I had never been more nervous in my life. We were both covered head to toe with mud of a questionable origin in a cow pasture, and she was flirting with me. It was a redneck fairy tale. I asked her for her number. Neither of us had enough money to afford a cell phone, so she gave me her parents' house phone number. I called the next day, but they said she wasn't there. I almost gave up. I assumed the worst and figured she was just avoiding me. 2 days later, I tried again. She answered. I didn't have any money for a date, so I asked her if she just wanted to meet somewhere and hang out. To my relief and excitement, she did. I asked my dad to lend me $10. When we met in town, we talked for a while, and then I took her to see a movie. We never saw the movie. We started making out during the previews and she asked me if I wanted to go somewhere. We got up and left. Waste of $8, I guess. I drove to a secluded spot on some abandoned railroad tracks, and we had sex. It was my first time. Fast forward 10 months. I was still working that same minimum wage job. I still had no money whatsoever. I had gotten my own cell phone, and it wasn't much to add a line to my plan, so I got her one too. We used to text all night until the sun came up. I loved her. I decided I wanted to ask her to marry me. I didn't have money for a ring, but I asked her anyway. She said yes. We planned to elope, so we didn't tell anyone. Looking back, I don't know what I was thinking. Young and dumb, I guess. A week later, I went over to her house and spent the morning with her. She had a birthday party to go to that evening, but I wasn't going because I already had plans, so I couldn't make it. Her dad asked her to take a bag of trash to the dump when she left, so she drove his truck. I followed her to the dump and threw the bag out. She leaned out the window and gave me a kiss and said bye. That was the last time I ever saw her. She never made it to the party. She swerved to miss an animal, overcorrected, and flipped the truck. She was ejected and died in a helicopter headed to the closest trauma center 2 hours drive away. 3 days later, I went to the first funeral I had ever been to. Nobody I knew had died before. Her parents didn't have money for a funeral home or a grave. They had her cremated and had the funeral service at home, in their yard. I don't remember a lot from that time. I wasn't living in reality at the time. One thing I do remember was how much I hated not having money. I couldn't afford to give her a ring. We couldn't even afford to give her a proper burial. I had nothing. She only existed in my memories now. There was nothing left of her but a little box full of ashes on a table beside her picture. I hated it. The only girl who had ever loved me was just dust in a little blue cardboard box. I returned to work a month later. I spent the entire month laying in my bedroom staring at her picture and crying. There wasn't a grave to visit, no headstone to talk to. There was just nothing. I called my boss and asked if I still had a job. I went back to work. I had nothing left to do in life except try and make it better. Couldn't get any worse. I worked sun up to sundown. I devoted myself to making money. I found a better job, then another. I worked 3 jobs at one point. A year after she died, I met another girl. We got married, and so far we have lived happily ever after. We have 2 kids. I feel like I've made it in life. I worked my ass off and made something of myself. We aren't rich, but we are doing pretty damn well. I bought a house at 26. We have 2 new cars and I have an older truck. We send our kids to a private preschool. We could afford to go on 3 vacations last year. Looks like we are doing the same this year. We all have health insurance. We can afford to buy them the best toys. My son loves his Nintendo Switch. People who say money can't buy happiness are idiots. Poor idiots. Poverty is a disease, and people affected by it are just used to the symptoms. If my girlfriend hadn't died, I'd probably still be poor. That was my turning point in life, when I made the conscious decision to never be poor again. I would never be too poor to buy a girl a ring. I would never go through the hurt of not being able to have a proper faking funeral for someone I loved. I decided I would either make it in life, or die trying. And I've made it. It wasn't easy by any means, but I made it happen. House, cars, and kids playing in the yard. The American dream. Probably will get buried, but anyways. I'm kind of in the other end point. I always considered my family well off, until I met my now husband. Compared to his family, I lived in misery. One of the things that surprised me the most about how different we were raised, is the way we perceive time in the long term. I was always taught I had to hurry in order to become profitable as fast as possible and to mostly invest in hobbies/activities that could represent money in the future, learn a new language, get a double major, etc. A year before graduating college I was already working a junior position and made sure to get a raise as soon as I graduated. I'm still working with them as they have tremendous growing opportunities. I grew up believing making a profit was more important than enjoying the ride. Was taught about finances since I was a kid. In the end, it gave anxiety disorder about not financially succeeding. Husband on the other side was taught to take his time to enjoy life, as there will always be tons of money to support his dreams. While I did 2 majors, he took a sabbatical course. He always dreamt about living in Ireland before 25. After graduating, he took the longest time deciding what kind of job he wanted and would make him happy, cause making money and starting to build his fee was not in his list of priorities. He's taught me to ease on the race, to have more and more, especially cause I don't have to, and he's learned to make budgets, think about the future, and do things that are not enjoyable because they will pay off later in life. I grew up very poor, no food poor, mother worrying about bills. Another thing that made life difficult was having an alcoholic father. Extra money was gone before my mom saw it. As we grew older my mother got sicker, and I had to take care of her and the bills. Thank God my brother helped, but we would have sleepless nights, me 15 he 18, and work in the early mornings, go to school, take care of our mother and nights pick up our dad from a bar. It was difficult. Thank God I could eat at work lol. My brother went into management and I into medical school, so now we got money, and it is weird. His wife is from an upper class family and my boyfriend is from a diplomat family. They have staff and everything. Funny thing is their maid/chef/major domo, that's what it is called, no, is Hispanic like me, so we talk Spanish and make fun of the daughter cause she's hilarious and quite valley girl like. Good girl, just not from our background. My dad is clean now for a couple of years, and in 3 months the TV, fridge and dryer broke, and we can afford it. Such a strange feeling. New phone without sleepless nights. Just such a different world. Or fresh produce, fish, upscale food. Had to go through therapy to get rid of it. But have to say seeing my in-laws plan things is hilarious. Food bill, we can do 600, no, never seen such a budget. But it is fun to take care of people now and not worry. Not married, but my boyfriend's family is upper middle class, with aunts and uncles even richer, and my family is very much low middle class if not worse. It's been interesting to say the least to see the differences in how we grew up. I come from a poor, single parent household and I get insane guilt whenever I spend money on non-essentials. Even buying food makes me nervous, because I know there are cheaper options that won't make me starve. Last time I tried to go to the dentist I found out my insurance ran out and I couldn't afford to just pay for the visit. My boyfriend's family goes on 2 vacations a year, and they are going to Disney this year. His aunt took us out to dinner at Morton's Steakhouse and I almost cried. My steak was $70 just by itself. He never realized how lucky he was to live his life the way he does, until he saw how the way I grew up was so different. Also, both of my roommates are from very rich families. My one roommate owns a boat and the other is going to Disney for 3 weeks this summer and has season passes every year despite living in New Jersey. One day at Disney would be too expensive for me. They are all getting better at thinking about money for me, but they still will be like, just call off work for a few days and we can go to this music fest, and I'm like, call off work? But money? My boyfriend works as well, but my roommates never had to growing up, and they think it's weird how many hours I work as a college student. I did not grow up rich, but we were decidedly middle class. My so had a slightly different experience. While he was never terribly impoverished, his family did struggle for basic things at times, and I sort of marveled at how, by the time he went to college, his parents had really saved to get him a car and a laptop, knowing how much they struggled. Here are a couple things I noticed, some right away and some over time. He has specific foods that he refuses to eat. Fish sticks, meatloaf, to name a few. They were so frequently on repeat that he became sick of it. Debt collector calls. We once missed a payment on our gas bill. I thought I had set auto pay when I didn't. After we discussed it and fixed it, he had a huge panic attack. Apparently fights over money were so frequent for him growing up that he is terrified of discussing money. He never lets the car run out of gas because he remembers a time where they ran out on the side of the road because they were stretching dimes. I just let it run low because I forget, and he scolds me for it. Rightly so. He is honestly better than me in purchasing things that last. I get caught up in the moment and purchase things that look nice, but he thinks about how long they will last. The furniture I first purchased when we got married is all but gone, and the furniture he had or purchased are still around after 10 years, keeping things in case they ever had a use. This one has really stressed me out because I hate clutter, but he struggles tossing things that may someday have a use for someone. Old silverware, cleaners, tape, screws, containers, just clutter. Insurance was a scam for suckers, especially health insurance. Blew my mind. When I told him that I worked for an insurance company, he was very concerned that his family might look down on my career choice, even though it was an amazingly stable job for a early 20-something in the early zeros. When we were dating, he basically explained to me that his father saw selling even state-required auto insurance was like encouraging someone to take their hard-earned money to a casino. My so does not share that opinion, as insurance claims helped us get through a theft and a car accident when we were newly married and had little savings. I think we have both learned from each other lessons that we would have not learned alone, and that is nice. I grew up in an upper middle class family and my so grew up fairly poor. My so still feels very odd going to the movie theater at night. It was only ever matinees for their family, since it was cheaper. More significant though, I was always weirded out by how much my so would talk about money. My family never really talked about how much money we had, or our daily expenses, especially around children. It actually became a point of contention briefly, and my so explained that it always had to be that way growing up. Every dollar mattered, and talking about what resources they had, how they had allocated it, and where they would allocate it that day mattered. And it was a family matter, discussed openly in front of them as kids. At one point though, we were hanging with their niece, who has also grown up upper middle class, for the day. My so mentioned how much money we had spent on her, in a matter-of-fact way. To my so this is just how he grew up, and I don't think either of us mind. We love her. She visibly got uncomfortable and felt bad for making us spend money. I got upset because, in my childhood, grown-ups didn't make a child feel concerned about money. You might explain that something is too expensive or unnecessary, but I was never made to feel concerned. And also, we are treating her. It was a gift point. After being with my so for years, I have learned there is a balance between the two. It's financially healthy to discuss money openly, but it doesn't have to be expressed in every instance. I'm from a more solid financial background than Maya, though it was lower middle class at best. There'd always be $70 a week for groceries, etc. But if the truck broke down, my father was fixing it himself after my uncle drove him to the parts store and a junkyard with an emergency credit card. Point not so much for Mayo, who was abandoned by one parent with an addiction and raised by the other, and an alcoholic. Point he will literally eat anything. I ask what he likes when I'm making a grocery list or getting ready to make dinner, and he couldn't express a preference until recently because he wasn't used to having options. You figured something out from what came in the box from the pantry at the church. Point I've always got options. Granted, they're often cheap: Spanish tomato rice and beans, mac and cheese, baked pasta marinara, etc. But there's at least 2 things I can make, and usually 2 kinds of frozen vegetables. Now that we've been doing this about a year, he's starting to learn he can ask about things and I can make them happen. Mac and cheese with bratwurst? Sure thing. Frosted animal cookies and just it's your birthday, special purchase. I tend to get a bag a month to toss in the pantry for snacks or to put in his lunch. He gets excited about the cereal aisle. This last trip was honeycomb and cinnamon toast crunch. He spent 10 minutes deciding because we had room in the grocery budget for 2 kinds, not just one. He can't stand Cheerios. Burnt out on them. He still gets a little gooey that someone actually loves him enough and is financially stable enough to pack him a lunch. Sandwich meat isn't a perfect circle of some mostly pink color with supposedly different flavors, and cheese can be orange and square or round and white with hot peppers, or pale cream with holes, not just shiny yellow squares in plastic film that drip oil if they get left in the sun. Deli turkey and chicken seem to throw him off with the consistency, so we still go through more bologna and salami for sandwiches. If I get roast beef, though, he crushes it. Roast beef, pepper jack, creamy horseradish spread on soft whole grain bread, and his eyes light up. He also laughs at me for spoiling his dog with toys. The dog had never had a squeaky toy before I moved in, but the dog is also so attached to him and so protective of food and water that he needed something else to do. This dog goes nuts for something he can throw around in the air and bury in the laundry basket. Oh, doesn't see the point of spending $5 on something that's just going to get destroyed, but it's entertainment for the dog and for us, and with us both working, we don't have to worry about $5 every 2 weeks for 3 of us to have some fun. Hell, we leave and get really crazy and rent a Redbox movie now and then. He's still getting used to that idea that there's a little extra money most weeks for something luxurious like $1 bag of animal cookies and a squeaky cactus dog toy, and he's allowed to pick it, not the controlling selfish adult with the substance abuse problem. So it's a double whammy of no financial responsibility and no ethical or emotional responsibility. Where the kids were concerned to cut through. Point I don't even want to ever be as wealthy as some of the people posting here. I just want us to always be so stable that O becomes used to the idea of having and deserving options. I'm not married to anyone rich. I live typical middle class, but we were poor until I was 11 and my mom got a new job as a PA, and it wasn't just my dad supporting 5 of us and putting my mom through school on a teacher's salary. Point for a really long time, I didn't know that not everyone dips can have absolutely nothing in the bank. I would save any birthday money from my grandparents in a piggy bank, and my mom had to dip into it several times so that she would have money in the bank or be able to pay our water/light bill. Point for a long time, I didn't know that you didn't actually have to go to summer school. My mom enrolled us every summer, so we would get breakfast and lunch. Low income community, so we got free breakfast and lunch at school. Sometimes on the way back from my grandma's house we would stop at the gas station and my parents would buy us those $3/$1 snack cakes, and that was a huge treat. One time our doctor's office chose us as the needy family of the year and gave us tons of food from the Dollar Tree at Christmas, and we were ecstatic. Another time my parents picked us up from school to take us to the dollar movies, and we were so excited to go to the big movies. Even when we were more well off, I never asked for money. I got a job in high school as soon as I could, so I could do things with friends. I think that not having money for things made those things that much more special. Everything beyond basic necessities was a treat, and it also taught us to be really good with our money. Now we are all adults and have jobs, and I still go to clearance rack first. When I need clothes, it wasn't until my now fiancé that I started ordering not the cheapest thing on the menu at restaurants lol. I used to order whatever was under $10 if I went to eat with friends. With him, when he paid, he always told me, if I'm going to eat it, then what's the problem? Definitely a weird thing, but teaches you to value little things and the dollar pretty well. I dated someone who came from the 0.1%. We dated for about 1 year. Let's see, one of the biggest chip on her shoulder was that when she turned 16 she got a hand-me-down car, a 2-year-old Mercedes-Benz convertible from her sister. Once we were watching a TV, and an ad came of a woman going to a dealership to pick up a car, Chevy or something. She, the woman on the ad, was crying and saying, "This is my first brand new car after bad old used cars." So my girlfriend says, "That's unreal. Nobody does that." Me, who have had only old beaten up cars. Oh yes, I can see that she had been married before, and when she got divorced to treat herself, she went for a month-long trip to Europe. Once she landed in Paris, she decided she was going to move there, and bought an apartment there. That's nice. After 2 or 3 years she thought that it would be fun to build a house, so she bought a plot in Reims, and she built a small villa there. A few years later she got fed up of that, and moved back to the US Point back in the US. She was bored, so she bought a business, an art gallery, just for fun. She never worked a day in her life. She was a trust fund baby. Every so often we would go visit her family, and her father, a complete a-hole, would say to me, "Who are you? The driver?" Me, "Well, not really." Him, "Hi, my name is John." Me, "I know we met before 2 months ago." "Oh, you're the same guy as the last time." The family lived in a $3 to $4 million home. Every time a house adjacent would go on the market, the father would buy it because he wanted to build a compound. He had 1 son and 3 daughters, and the other 2 daughters' husbands were doing okay, but could not afford a $3 to $4 million home. So he, the father, would just tell them to move into one of the houses. They just needed to pay for their own utilities. Here's the caveat: at every family gathering he, the father, would jokingly tell the sons-in-laws, "So, when are you going to pay me rent?" Opposite dynamics. Hubby grew up not necessarily filthy rich, but very comfortable. His parents had blue-collar jobs, but owned the businesses in which they did that blue-collar work. His mother, who grew up poor, liked to flaunt money and present herself as well. To do point, hubby had weird mindsets. The first time we went grocery shopping together, I pulled out my coupon book. He was insulted, told me to put it away, and that only poor people did that. We both had very good jobs, but nowhere near rich. I took $1 out of my purse, dropped it on a shelf of canned goods, and walked away. He grabbed it and asked if I was crazy. I explained that not using coupons was like leaving cash on the store shelf. We saved $15 in coupons that day. Point, I had more to teach him. He used to never use store brands, so I had to teach him how to figure out what was name brand in a store brand container. He had number 401k. He missed out on 12 years of saving because he was expecting a nice inheritance from his dad. His dad died years ago, and that nest egg is wrapped up in the trust his stepmother will probably live on for another 20 years. He has regularly made about 30% more than me, but I have 30% more in retirement than him. Point, I remember needing a lemon zester. He bought the $10 one because the most expensive is best. Then he threw it away a week later because I had no immediate need for it again. How much he and his family depended on thrift stores. I always saw them as places you find vintage finds or cutest wear. Have found some nice brands there. That's where all their clothes come from, most often on discount days. My parents bought him 2 nice polo shirts that cost $60 each, and his mom about blew a gasket. She couldn't believe people actually paid money for clothes that expensive. Before we started dating, I sent him ramen care packages when I found out that sometimes he literally wouldn't have anything in the house to eat, mostly because they just hadn't gone to the store, but sometimes because they were waiting for a check or something. Whenever I visit them, I bring his mom as much coffee as I can pack in my bag. The nicer stuff than dollar store brand. Point, my first visit down I was appalled by their show ahead. It was just awful and didn't have consistent pressure. So I borrowed his mom's truck and drove half an hour to the nearest Bed Bath and Beyond and bought a shower head with magnetic attachments, and now my boyfriend can shower without having to crouch, and his mom cried when we installed it. Point dental health. I used to visit the dentist like every 6 months for fluoride as a kid, and then every year. My teeth are pretty healthy, no cavities, and meanwhile his are starting to rot and get infected, and I'm paying for extractions. He understands the importance of it now, but we are going to have to get denture/implants, something I only thought you got if you, say, got in an accident, or were old. Never occurred to me young people might need them simply because they didn't brush their teeth. I've bought them a few small things like an egg maker and a mini griddle, which aren't terribly expensive or fancy, but they've improved their quality of life by so much it's a bit mind-boggling. He's made me reconsider a lot of my own purchases. Do I actually need this? And also made me appreciate my parents a lot. His dad is an asshole, and how generous they really were with me growing up, even if I didn't realize it. Other way around here, and not really an extreme example, but people might find it interesting. My parents grew up blue collar, but are now upper middle class. They developed frugality early on, and it never really left them, which I consider a good trait. My dad is handy, does a lot of home repair stuff, changes his own oil, though I've recently talked him out of that one, because it's a pain, and having it done with an inspection isn't that much more than the cost of the oil. Grow vegetables, not many, but some, and are generally pretty loath to spend a lot on new stuff. Just about everything they buy is discounted or generic. My dad uses the fuel points they get from a grocery store loyalty program and calls my mom to tell her how excited he is when he saves a few cents per gallon of gas again. I like those trays. As a consequence, I'm now pretty handy. I don't like spending money. I drive cars until the repair costs are no longer worthwhile. Literally the only thing I don't feel anxious spending money on is tools. It's always worth investing in a good tool that you're actually going to use. My wife's family's income blows my dad's out of the water. 7-figure range. They never developed the same frugality habits that my parents did, so the stuff they buy boggles my mind. For my first birthday, while dating my wife, they got me an Apple Watch. We had been together less than a year. It was orders of magnitude more than what I was used to or expected. When my wife's sister-in-law, her brother's wife, was having car trouble, my wife's parents just gave her a 5-year-old BMW they had that they weren't using since her dad got a company car. Virtually no discussion, just "Oh, your car is having issues? Take ours." They are incredibly generous. Don't read any of this as a complaint. But my wife's dad has absolutely no handyman skills. They call people to fix anything and everything that breaks, and they buy things with what seems to be, from my perspective, reckless abandon. Though I sincerely doubt that they are living outside their means. When something breaks at their place, I try to volunteer to fix it as quickly as possible before they pay someone else to do it. My wife and I both have good jobs and incomes now, and we have a baby. I could live on much less than what we make. I'm talking put away 75% of our income to savings, but she is used to new stuff and extreme generosity. We have found a decent middle ground. If something breaks that I can fix, she will let me do so. I do most of the manual work around the house, though she insists on having a maid come once a month. I've talked her out of having the maid twice per month. We pick up from restaurants more than I would like, less than she would like. She has let me resist her suggestion that I get a newer car. Mine is fine, just aging a bit. She insists on buying mostly organic stuff at the store, but I've managed to switch her over to generic cleaning products and other non-food items. And yes, the garage is all mine for my tools. I refuse to pay someone to mow our lawn, but I'm going to install a sprinkler system in the yard, so I don't have to worry about the watering. Each side of the coin has its good and bad parts. My parents' frugality is great, to a degree, but there are some things that they could do to make their lives easier if they spent a little more money, or worried about saving just a little less. My wife's family is incredibly generous, but they could probably do with less new stuff and fewer extravagant gifts. The key seems to be identifying the parts that are actually good from each lifestyle and trying to use those to find a compromise that both people can live with. On the flip side, I grew up quite poor on a farm. Moved to a big city to attend university. I was dating a girl who was in the upper middle class territory. I kept my finances to myself for the most part. Most days I survived on 2 for $2 Big Macs, or found meetings on campus where they were giving free pizza trying to draw in new members. After 2 years, I finally moved into a place where I could have a dog, who quickly became my best bud and confidant. He became ill, and I still had no money or credit. We were just barely getting by. My girlfriend wanted to just take him to the vet. With my farming background, I knew something was seriously wrong with him. I took him in, even though I couldn't afford it. Sure enough, he had a serious intestinal issue that needed surgery that would cost a couple $1,000s. Farming also taught me that awful decisions are sometimes necessary to treat an animal with kindness. My horrified girlfriend looked on as I told the vet to put him down as I stood with him and comforted him while he fell asleep. I have never seen that look of disbelief in someone's eyes since. Writing this, I can feel that shame, guilt and grief, like it's happening right now. We didn't last much longer together. If there was a day where I believe I truly became an adult, it was then. Like others, I have the opposite perspective of coming from less financial means. There were times growing up when my mom would ask me how much money I had in my piggy bank. It was always small pocket change my dad had given me. That small change was used to buy bread and basics. As a teenager, my parents struggled to advance the family financially and did their best to make ends meet. By then I was working part-time after school in a grocery store. I had a joint bank account my parents had set up for me. My parents would use my savings to buy groceries and get us by. I never said anything to my parents when my money would leave my account because I knew how hard it must have been on them. In university, I paid my way through schooling, working full-time and going to school part-time. It took me a while to complete my degree, but I did it on my own. While most students at my school were driving new cars from their parents and not paying their way through school, I watched my friends graduate before me as I always made up fake excuses as to why I couldn't go to school full time and graduate with my friends. It was in university I had fallen for and met a doctor. We came from different worldviews. He would stay over at my apartment and tell me to stop living like I was in a frat house with cheap furniture. He didn't realize all I could afford were my thrift store finds. He traveled the world a lot for work and would ask me to join him. I always made up an excuse to not go, hoping I didn't need to spell out that I couldn't afford it. One day he surprised me and booked a trip for us to Mexico. I kept asking him to cancel it because I couldn't afford it, but in the end we went. It was my first vacation. I was so excited about the trip on the way to the airport, and he kept laughing at me because he had been many times before, not to mention traveled the world. For him, Mexico wasn't a thrilling vacation. For me, I soaked up every minute of it. We moved in together into what I would call a palace. Larger than life with expensive finishings. Our financial differences is what drove us apart, and I quickly was left literally homeless on the streets and having to rebuild myself. It turned out the man I fell in love with, who appeared so stoic and stable, was actually taking advantage of his lot in life and using drugs and taking his anger out on me. What I thought was comfort and safety was actually a prison. When I fled literally in the night with nothing but a few bags and my dog, I was leaving behind financial security I had never known before. I'm graduated now and adulting through life. I have worked my way up to a director position with a steady income that provides me comfort and security. Though not needing to, I worry about bills, savings, expenses, my parents. I have dreams of vacations and seeing the world, and despite the financial ability, my mental block prevents me from spending on things that aren't of necessity. I worry about going back to those struggling times each time I spend selfishly on myself. I never use my paid vacation time and work year round from a fear of not working. For me, the glimpse into an affluent world of financial excess turned out to be a nightmare worse than one of poor means. Growing up with limited money, I was still loved and valued. Someone of financial wealth didn't love or value me. There is something there in that. Money doesn't buy happiness. The last 2 generations of my family have been like this. My father grew up on a Caribbean island and had servants, while my mother grew up in a trailer park in Canada. My father is an executive at a bank and makes a lot of money. Definitely upper class, so I've grown up in the upper class Canadian environment as well. I never had servants, though. My family moved and traveled a lot, so I've lived in 3 Canadian provinces and 3 US states, 9 cities between them. I've traveled in the Caribbean and Europe and never had to worry about food or bills. By contrast, my partner grew up poor and had never seen anywhere but the province we currently live in and the neighboring one. She's never left the country either, but we've planned a vacation and are going to visit my parents on the other side of the continent next month. Neither of us make a huge amount of money at this point in our lives, but with both of us working just one job each, we are not ever at risk of not being able to afford rent or food and have enough savings for emergencies and to travel and spend on luxuries every once in a while. We've kinda met in the middle of where we grew up. A big expense, like the $5K of maintenance work I had to put into my car a few months ago, hurts our bank accounts quite a lot, but not to the point where we have to cut back on food in order to make rent. Most of the differences are in food. I grew up eating things like barbecued, ribeye and sirloin steaks regularly, while for her, a fancy meal was some pork chops cooked in a roasting pan filled with canned mushroom soup and a pack of powdered onion soup stirred in for flavor. She made this for me a while back. It's much tastier than it sounds. Even though we live in a part of Canada where it's snowing for the majority of the year, it's still weird to me to not have air conditioning. The other day, my parents sent me a text, just one text, offering to take us both on a trip to Paris next year. She was like, Paris, 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 France, Paris. I wasn't particularly surprised, as suddenly deciding to visit a random place in Europe is not out of character for my parents, but for my partner, it was a huge shock. My humble brag time to shine. Now, I will mention that I'm 16, so I have not married anyone, and do not plan to for the foreseeable future. But, I feel like I have some information to share. My parents are very wealthy. I'm taking multi-million-dollar salaries, private boarding schools, multiple houses, etc. They made their money in pharmaceuticals, which if you know anything about, it's so lucrative. Here are some things I noticed from friends who aren't so well off. I have deadly allergic reactions to food dye. My friend has deadly allergic reactions to peanuts. I have 5 EpiPens in case of emergency in varying places. She has none. My parents are from 2 long lines of Ashkenazi Jews. We have thousands of family heirlooms with yellowed cards describing their history. Apparently that's not common. Normal though, I'll just go here and here for vacations. I got plastic surgery as a kid to remove a very prominent bump on my nose. Also not normal, I had bad acne as a preteen. My mother took me to several dermatologists and put me on prescriptions for it. Some of my wealthier friends have done the same. On the flip side, my friend was quite surprised that I used a bunch of rewards programs. I spent 5 minutes complaining about how I missed my free bagel from Einstein Bagels, and she was wondering why I don't just go buy one. But that was my free bagel. God damn it, I love Goodwill because it's organized by size and not individual item, making finding clothes better. Wall of text inbound, no easy TLDR. Sorry. I had kind of the opposite situation with an ex-girlfriend. I grew up in a blue-collar house. The ex-girlfriend grew up with 6-figure income. Some of the points of friction: she couldn't believe I watched TV with an antenna. She'd always had cable. I said I thought it was a waste of money. She insisted she couldn't live without it, and if we were ever married, she would pay for it. More on that in a second. Dress codes. In my family, standard attire for family gathering is jeans and a t-shirt. She was used to polo or buttoned shirts for men. As I later found out, she'd grown increasingly embarrassed to have me wearing regular shirts to her family stuff. She eventually brought it up, and that was the beginning of the end. I wasn't going to have a girlfriend dictating how I dress, because from my standpoint I only had a few nice shirts which I reserved for important events. Cars. Her family had nice cars. I was driving a car that was 1 year newer than me. 85 Limited Crown Vic. She hated my car and refused to ride in it. But she was a horrible driver and nearly got us killed more than once. So the eventual situation was me driving her car when we went anywhere, which I hated because it was a sheetbox Subaru so small I could nearly park it on the roof of my car. Plus one to the last thing, she'd give me good-natured crap when I unlocked her car doors with the key instead of the remote key fob. I'd never owned a car with remote keyless and didn't want to fuck with it one again. They went to mechanics. I did my own car work. She and her mother seemed skeptical that I knew what I was doing because they had an attitude that regular people tinker, but mechanics are professionals. I think I turned them, though. I noticed her brakes were badly worn, squeal on light pressure, visually verified. I told her, and her parents took it to a dealership, which I knew, and knew the people were morons. They said the brakes were fine, probably thought I was an idiot. A month later, they got tires put on it, and the tire shop warned them that the pads almost so worn as to become a problem. My advice was sought on car issues after that. Also, the casual approach to spending. They got the carpet replaced, didn't like the new stuff, and got it replaced again. Replaced the electric stove, even though it still worked, because they wanted gas. The only time something got replaced at my parents' house was when something broke. They had hard water and didn't like the softened water, so they'd get huge multi-packs of bottled water. They also gave bottled water to the cats. I couldn't and still can't fathom spending so much on something that comes free from the faucet. They replaced their end tables simply because they were old. But it worked out because they gave me the old ones, which went with the rest of my curbside acquired furniture. They had season baseball tickets. They liked to buy buttloads of stuff at the team shop at the stadium. To save money, they had a system of spending grocery store award points to buy team shop gift cards at said store, and always got gas at that store for that reason. But I thought the whole idea was crazy. I hardly ever buy merchandise like that, especially not often enough to have a system in place. The biggest thing, to which I alluded, there's a very different attitude regarding money and possession. I'm also comparing other friends and girlfriends who were poor like me with other poor people. There was kind of a sharing feel. If a group was hanging out and we wanted pizza, a couple of people might split the cost for everyone because they had the money. If we wanted to go someplace with admission and someone couldn't afford it, now I'll get yours. No real concerns or expectations. When I was a kid and asked for something, it was usually no, or if it were a souvenir at some place special, okay, you can each get one thing and the $10 and mom and dad would pay for it. With the ex-girlfriend, very different. Now, her parents were super generous with me. I can't stress that enough. They were wonderful people, some of the nicest people I've ever known. But the parent-child dynamic was very much a mine and yours mentality. Once the ex was an adolescent or so, she was expected to buy everything herself. She didn't have a job. It was money that had been given because she got way more birthday card money as a kid than me. Similarly with me, she always wanted to go Dutch. I'm of the man always pays mindset. She insisted that, when we were married, we'd keep separate accounts and my stuff would be mine, and her stuff would be hers. I hated that idea. Very glad I didn't end up with her. I'm not poor, but I don't have a lot of money and I don't manage what I have well. My dad took care of 4 kids and a wife with a substance abuse issue and a spending problem. She came from a well-off family, and my dad was out on the street at 15 with nothing but the clothes he was wearing, and came up from there to own his own business, and did well with it. He wasn't rich, but he worked hard and what he had was his. I didn't get a whole lot more than what I needed as a child, so that's why I go out and buy what I want now. I'm 32 with no savings, but I have assets in the way of vehicles. I bought a nice truck, the same exact one my dad bought brand new in 2005, and I liked it then and always dreamed of wanting one and being able to afford it, so I bought it, and I buy everything else I want within reason. My girlfriend is from wealth and still lives at home with her parents and makes almost 3 times the amount I do, and she has a massive savings account, student loans and a car payment, but she is essentially a sugar mama to me. She spends very carelessly compared to me. Prices do not bother her. She actually comments on how I complain about the price of literally everything. She gladly pays $40 to $60 for 2 people to have dinner, and that just isn't right to me. That cold fed 4 of our friends as well. I cannot level with her on the spending, but she has nothing to worry about if she runs out of money. Her and I come from different beginnings, so our spending habits are different. Not rich but middle class. Ash, what does that mean anymore? And rich compared to her old life? There are definitely things that took a while for her to shake, like the idea of buying new furniture instead of grabbing some from a dumpster confounded her, or the fact that I bought full coverage insurance on my car, or any at all. Her reaction to going on vacation with my family for the first time was equal parts wonderful and heartbreaking. She was amazed that we went to the lake and didn't have to stay in a tent or camper. Super uncomfortable with my family paying for lunch/dinner out every day. Didn't understand why we didn't just pack sandwiches. And I think that was one of the first vacations in her life. As some other people have said, the food scarcity thing was there at first. A little, but I'm a hungry person. And she shook the no snacks habit quick. But to actually answer the question, the fact that she had to take care of 5 siblings and figure out a way to get them fed at the age of 16 hits hard. Taking a bike to a Goodwill, or what have you, and hauling back cans, because your parents couldn't afford to not be at work. I'm glad she's not living like that anymore. Edit. I remembered another one. She hated going to places like Olive Garden, because they were too fancy, and she felt out of place. I'm not rich, but I'm upper middle class from Southeast Asia. I'm more Chinese though, think crazy rich Asians, but not filthy rich. Whatever behavior you see in the movie is typical in my circle, but 1,000 levels below their grandness. I married an American who grew up in the suburbs. His dad works at a steel factory, refinery, or something. I'm sorry I forgot the exact nature of the job, but it's manual work. My husband earns good money, and is one of the few people who got a degree from his circle of friends. He is considered a success story. It wasn't until I met his friends and family that I realized how far he has succeeded. I'm proud of him. Anyway, I never knew any carpenters, construction workers, welders, and basically any person working in manual labor until I met his friends and family. Of course, I have interacted with people with such jobs when I hire them or as my patients in the hospital, but to actually know them as friends? Nope. To clarify, I find nothing wrong with manual labor jobs. I didn't know that people rent bridal gowns and suits, and a big wedding was around 200 people. A typical wedding in my circle of friends will cost $60,000 with at least 500 people, and that's already modest. Gowns are made from scratch by couturiers especially for you. He had to pay for his own college education. To do that in our circle means that you failed as a parent. It would also mean you are dirt poor and a failure to humankind. Obviously I don't agree with this, but that's the consensus. Buying second-hand cars is normal for his family. His parents never went beyond the Americas until my husband got them tickets to Western Europe. No maids, no live-in nannies, no drivers, no washer lady, but I knew that from the start, as my parents warned me living in the US would be sad and difficult. I had to learn how to use a washing machine and a dryer. I have been washing my own dishes for 3 years. Also, fuck ironing. Anyway, I enjoy the chill, less judgmental attitude within his family and friends. I grew up with a deep freezer full of food. Things weren't always great, but we were middle class. My fiance was adopted by a wonderful couple who fostered all sorts of age ranges and situations. The first time he saw inside the deep freezer he said, "Oh my gosh, this would have fed us for a whole winter," and got really excited. I think we as a culture take things for granted and just expect everyone has the same access to things we do. This was one of many things, but that was the really big one. My fiance said many of the kids that came to them, he was one of only 2 they ever adopted, were starving and would try to hide food, not realizing they would always be fed. Also, clothes. His adopted parents both passed away, and he wasn't in a good place when I met him. The few clothes he had literally had holes in them, but he would never ever throw anything away until we moved in together, and I really realized how little he had. Sometimes it's hard to picture when they have roommates, but I mean he had nothing, and it broke my heart. I'm actually currently wearing one of the 4 shirts he had to bed. He still won't get rid of them. He ended up homeless at 19 and has spent a majority of his adulthood struggling on his own. We have been together 4 years now and have a 1.5-year-old together, but every once in a while things still come up when he talks about his young adulthood point. If your parents have ever cosiged a loan, fed you, put a roof over your head, clothed you, or your children, after you turn 18, you better thank them every damn day and remember it as they grow old, because there are some people out there that would give anything to get nothing more than advice again from parents no longer with us. Growing up poor teaches you lots of things as kids that you shouldn't really have to know until much older. I remember there was a winter where they cut off our electricity for December cause we couldn't afford to pay. It was just my older sister, myself, my younger brother, and my mom. I remember that, if not for the kindness of neighbors, we wouldn't have a meal either. They let us stay in their apartment and gave us money, so our mother bought us Maruchan cup noodles and a loaf of bread. That was our Christmas dinner. I remember we found a top piece of a Christmas tree by the dumpster outside, and we brought it in and put random decorations on it and placed it in a flower pot, and that was our Christmas tree. We didn't have beds for a long time as well. Hell, I'm 26 now, and I didn't get a proper bed until last year Mayo. I just kinda got used to the floor after years of not having one, so that my younger brothers could share. I haven't celebrated a birthday since I was 11. One of my younger brothers was born a few days after my birthday, and I remember the last time I got a party, my mom got me a DBZ cake and she let me pick a slice and I chose one with piccolo on it. Probably my fondest childhood memory. I realized pretty quick that if my folks were to celebrate both of our birthdays, they'd do a joint event type of thing, and I wanted him to have his day, and what money would be spent for me could all go to making his day better. I'll never forget that cake though. I'm a rich kid. It's true, and I never understood it so profoundly until reading these stories. My wife was not pauperesy, but her parents were very frugal and did not spend frivolously. They never went on big family vacations. In fact, my wife was shocked the first time we went on one with my family. What I realized very quickly is her connection to her family and her importance on time with them. My family seems to exchange love with experiences, gifts, and food. Her family exchanges love simply with time together. This required some adjustment for me and my family. All her family truly cares about is quality time. My parents are very social, but they still didn't quite understand this for some time. All they have to do is show up and be present, and that is the gift. I also feel compelled to share my story growing up. Perhaps my story may offer some perspective, especially about how we relate to money. As a child I had everything. Money was no object. Although my parents never wanted us to think we were wealthy, so we wouldn't take it for granted. We never talked about money, where it came from, or how it works. It was just simply their. This backfired big time. As an adult I have a very skewed relationship to money. Frankly, I'm terrible with finances. I never look at my bank account. I've racked up credit card debt traveling around the world and eating out all the time. I regret nothing, but it's objectively irresponsible how I spend money. As far as earning it, I have low self-worth when it comes to asking to be paid fairly. I'm constantly underpricing myself. I'm uncomfortable asking for money from people. It has hurt me financially. I recently discovered my primary money block is related to a feeling of guilt. Why should I have money when others don't? I don't feel like I deserve any more since I've had such a blessed life. I guess my compulsion to share this is for perspective. We all have our sheet, no matter our financial position in life. Money truly is not the answer to inner peace, but it certainly does help. Thanks to all that shared their story. My husband grew up with a single mother of 3 who could not manage her money at all and was usually doing odd jobs. When I met him at age 19, they were a little better off, so I did not notice at first that they used to be pretty poor. I found it odd though that she would spend so much money on groceries every week/day until he started telling me, very casually, that they usually didn't buy fruits, but mostly canned fruits, or never brand stuff, just cheap stuff, and that she would sometimes not eat, so that he could. That he had the bare necessities for school supplies. I was baffled, and I still am whenever he makes these causal comments about his upbringing. My parents are not rich, but we always had food. The same apartment for years and years, unlike him who moved 20 plus time, until he was 17. We went on vacation once a year, whereas he had never flown anywhere outside of Germany when we met. The biggest difference? Well, we hit a rough spot a few years ago and had to empty our savings and have been trying to save up again for emergencies. I'm going crazy about the fact that we do not have financial backup, and I get really upset about this. He doesn't care about this. He would be happy having some money saved up, but it doesn't bother him that we don't. He just shrugs and says that as long as we can pay everything he's happy, and if we can't there are always a few dunning letters until shit hits the fan. Weird. I haven't married her yet, but her family is much wealthier than mine. Anyways, I remember the first time I was invited to her house by her father, who was running for president in my country at that time. When we sat at the dining table, the amount of space I had was astonishing. Not having to fight for food with my twin brother was just so satisfying. Also, here is how the conversation went. When I was asked what drink would I like to have, girlfriend, hey, would you like to drink something maybe? Me, sure. Default is water, since we never had any juice or anything like that. Girlfriend, well, what would you like then? Me, oh, tap water. Girlfriend, are you sure? We have juices, all kinds of natural and healthy drinks. Me, okay, do you have orange juice? Girlfriend, yes, what kind of orange juice would you like? Me, what? They have like red orange, pulpy, no pulp, mixed, squeezed, tea type or something. That was the moment when I thought how much more choice people have when they are wealthy. Disclaimer, of course, I was just making faces when I entered the mansion and saw like 5 to 6 people taking care of the garden and pool for starters. I had no idea how rich she actually was. I realized how humble my girlfriend is, not showing to any of our friends what her reality really is, but being amazed by my silly decorations of a doormat or something. Point at it. Thank you very much for the gold. It made my day by knowing someone read this. I've noticed that, even though my wife now has access to almost anything she wants, she has no real desire to splurge. She isn't a miser, and knows what is mine is hers. I don't control her spending, but she won't just go get the sneakers she likes. I have to force her to, or buy them as a surprise. She isn't ashamed of being well off. She is just programmed to buy only what she needs, and not necessarily the best or fanciest version. Point when buying a car this year, to replace her 10-year-old Lexus, it was crazy. First off, she wanted to keep the Lexus until it had a major needed repair. After finally convincing her that Lexus hold decent value and we should sell it while it still has some, she agreed. She was dead set on a Kia Soul, a definitely decent car, but I was pushing for a new Lexus crossover or something a little more plush. She flat out refused, so I got her the Lexus. Our money is not at all connected to her identity. Because of this, she's taught me not to define myself by my worth either. I'd like to think I didn't, but I was wrong. The only thing I won't budge on is traveling first class on long flights. She has threatened to sit in coach, but then she experienced first and agreed. Only 4 flights longer than 5 hours though. So we are still coach lax JFK, and it's just fine. She's taught me so much, and I'm a better man for it. My husband and I went out on our first date some years back. Up until that point, I had never considered myself to be any sort of well off. I knew the value of $1 thanks to my stepfather. I worked at a job that at 19 I was making $36,000 a year starting salary, which for me was awesome. My husband and I went out on our first date. I was very dressed up, and we were going to the country club to eat dinner there. He picked me up, and I thought he was joking when he said, "These are the only clothes I have." He worked at a gas station and he smelled of sandwich meat. It was gross. Determined to have a date with this man, after he had had a shower, I pretty woman style took him on a shopping spree. I bought him new jeans, new shirts, and new shoes. When the lady asked what his shoe size was, he had told her an 11. My husband wears size 12.5 W shoes. He had gone years in these shoes. I felt like, since I had the money, that this was something that was necessary for him. I didn't do this to impress him. I did it because at one point after my mother and stepfather split, my mother and I were destitute, so I knew what that was like. After all of this, we went to the country club and ate dinner. It was fantastic, and we had a great night. I love this man, because even now that we are better off, he is still humble and an amazing person. My family and I are well off. I also received an inheritance fairly young. I was gifted a cabin as a present once. Point is, we are not the top 1%, but we do well. Point, my fiance's family was not well off. Barely had enough to get by, only ever had hand-me-downs. Fiance didn't have a license, since none of them could afford a car, etc. You get the picture. Point. Until he met me, he had never been to a restaurant, besides fast food, been to an amusement park or any rides, ever left the 2 provinces we lived in, let alone on trips just because. Been on a plane, owned a car, his graduation gift from me, owned a laptop/computer, still does not spend money frivolously, and his mind short circuits when I insist on buying things we need in a quality not quantity manner. For example, he needed new jeans early on in our relationship, and I offered to buy him some for his birthday. I took him to a place that jeans are typically $70+ because they are higher quality and last longer. He was noticeably uncomfortable, and we left without jeans that day. It took a few years of coaxing, but he now has a solid wardrobe of quality clothes and some that are a bit cheaper. Not designer by any means, but just well made, high quality clothes. What probably surprised me most is how he didn't finish high school out of necessity. He had to help out with bills and take care of his fairly large family. He's since gone back and finished, but I couldn't wrap my brain around it. Point anyways, it was a bit of a shock for both of us to see the other's world. I'm from a middle-class German family and now have an income that is slightly above the median. My fiancée grew up with her single dad caring for her and her sister in a former Soviet country. Point, contrary to most other stories here, she's not into impulse purchases, but she really ingrained the low currency lifestyle. When I give her a gift, her joy actually increases when I tell her that the item was at least 30% off. She won't buy meat or fruit if it's not on sale. She has massive doubts if she doesn't buy the cheapest option available, even if it is obviously inferior. It's not like I piss away my money. When I need to fill up my car, I'll look at the MTSK, which of the stations on my route is cheapest. I don't do impulse purchases. If I don't really care about what to eat, I'll simply buy what's on sale. But if I'd rather eat bananas instead of apples, I'll buy bananas, even if the apples are on sale. And these days most of her bras were bought by me. She simply refuses to buy bras over €10, but with her large breasts, a good quality bra actually increases her comfort level significantly, so I'll buy her a bra in the still sensible €30 to €50 range once or twice a year, because I like to see her happy and in cute underwear. I'll also never forget the joy in her eyes when I made roasted chicken for dinner early in our dating. Like the whole bird, not just the thighs, because those are like €1/kg cheaper. Or the first time she had steak, beef, ribeye, ever, at 24 years old. Because who would buy meat, any meat, at €25/kg? I have a great one for this. This is a mother-son relationship. My mother makes more money than I'm comfortable saying. She retired at 35ish before she met my stepdad, and her hobby makes her all of the money I'm talking about. My stepdad was a CFO of a Fortune 500 and also, to my knowledge, made a ton of money. My mother convinced him to retire at 55 because he made enough money, and she is still making money with hobbies. Anyway, food habits. When she's at home in the country, 60% of the year, she never moves from bed. She almost never eats a real meal. She says she grazes throughout the day. She doesn't go to the grocery store other than for milk, bread, and eggs because she needs those so frequently. The rest of her food shopping comes from massive pallet auctions, where the food is 95% expired. All of the food is random and you've probably never heard of most of it. I'm not opposed to eating expired food, but a lot of it is actually bad. When she doesn't get those massive pallets, she goes to a thrift store like grocery store and only buys meats and produce if they mark down by around 40%. Entertainment habits. She spends quite literally $0 on entertainment, and whenever I'm at the house and suggest something fun it's a no-go. It costs too much. I'm wealthy because I don't do those kinds of things. No, mother, going to a movie once every 6 months does not make you poor. She used to love cooking, now she never does it. It doesn't interest her anymore. All she ever does is lay in bed, literally naked, and work her hobby. As a side note, I'm 22 and my sister is 23, and we've both been moved out for 5+ years. Her entertainment 40% of the year she spends her time out of the country, and she's an actual human being, kind of. She eats real meals, probably because they're cooked for her. She travels the world by cruise ship. She's a wildly successful travel agent by hobby. She leaves her room and wears clothes. I mean, ya kinda have to in public, lol. She goes out and spends money on excursions. She's two totally different people. If you meet her on vacation you'll never guess she's a totally different person when she's not on vacation. If she was a normal person at home, she'd never have a money issue, but I guess she just likes seeing the bank account go up. It's whatever, I guess. Her idea of a financial plan was knowing which credit cards had a payment that was coming due and which ones she could put off until next payday. I think the mentality comes from a lifetime spent so behind on debt that the only way to get ahead financially would be to spend years doing nothing but eating, sleeping, and working, and that's hardly a way to live. She spent so long underwater that she'd sprouted gills and just resigned herself to a lifetime of constant indebtedness, using whatever money minimum payments didn't suck away to enjoy little luxuries to make her temporarily forget how crushingly poor she was. Not only that, but her concept of fair payment for a day's work was ridiculously skewed. She accepted a job after getting her master's degree that paid less than I made landscaping in high school. Her next job only paid slightly better than that, and it wasn't until her third job that I intervened and practically forced her to demand a significantly higher salary, based on several employment reports showing how ridiculously low she was aiming for her qualifications and experience level in the field. They gave her exactly what I made her ask for without question, which is a comfortable middle-class wage. We are both quite successful now, making well into 6 figures together, but she's always both worried about not having money for things and worried that the money will somehow disappear if she doesn't spend it. She's totally aware how absurd that statement is too. She's amazingly frugal when it comes to necessities like groceries, but would absolutely blow a paycheck on a garage sale to get stuff she doesn't need instead of, God forbid, putting it in savings or making extra payments to her debts. I had to practically hold her mouth shut when we were house hunting and found a place that was within our budget on paper, but was in a trashy neighborhood and would probably never appreciate in value over time because of the location. She's constantly getting better, but still struggles sometimes with thinking about long term as being 15 to 30 years from now instead of just the paycheck after next. My wife came from a home that was, well, 2 kids, 2 parents both working, upper middle class. I was raised below the poverty line with 4 children and my parents are missionaries. So we lived off of sponsors basically. Churches and families would contribute to my parents' outreach programs. But the mission always came first before the family. So we grew up poorer than dirt. I'm not that old, but I remember playing with rocks alongside other kids who had tanker trucks. We had clothes, but they were second, third, fourth hand, passed down from cousins or neighbors, or churches. Christmas was a big deal for us, because it meant the possibility that some church cleaning out their nursery for kids during services, they might have older toys that nobody used. And instead of tossing them out or donating them to Goodwill, they sometimes wrapped them and sent them for us as Christmas presents. It didn't seem like a bad life to me. I grew up traveling. But other kids spent their summers swimming, biking and doing kid stuff, while we chipped in and helped out the parents run summer camps. Not as much fun when you have chores and responsibilities instead of being a kid. I met my wife and it was an adjustment for both of us. I had to learn money could be spent. She had to come to the acceptance that I didn't want to spend it. Like pulling teeth. When we started dating, the idea of spending my paycheck on anything but food was madness. I was scared of credit cards because my parents were and still are. She had to put serious work into me to get me comfortable with most of life's little spending things. I remember when she was still my girlfriend. She bought a sweater that said pink on it, but wasn't pink, it was blue, which drove me insane. But also it cost $120 and I couldn't comprehend the idea of spending an entire week's worth of food on clothing. I still have issues with buying new clothing and spending money on anything. I make good money, but that mental block is still there for me. I do however have a way around it. If I splurge and buy her things, I don't feel at all guilty. So that credit card she insisted I get has bought more ridiculous sweaters from Amazon than you can imagine. Also, the first thing I bought on that credit card was a sweater for her, a proper actually pink sweater. Added pre-wife trauma. When I moved as a poor college student coming from a lower income background, my then boyfriend's mom, who was making six figures, stepped into our new apartment, didn't even come in, and said it looked drabby. I cannot put into words how wrong she was about that. I was super proud of getting matching furniture between Walmart and Value Village. She had said something along the lines of people your age should be going out and traveling instead of living in such conditions. I spent the majority of my money in school, rent, and food and barely had time to travel or drink because I was working and studying. She seemed oblivious to the concept of being poor. Her son didn't have a job, mind you, and she was telling my sister and I that our furniture, that required the combined effort of mine and my family's funds, were drabby. Another example was telling me my purse looked old and that I needed a new one, which again I didn't, because it was in perfectly good condition, no holes, no nothing, and it was also given to me by my great grandmother. I would tell her these points and she'd just nod me off. That, coupled with the fact that she never really made me feel like I was part of the family by purposefully excluding me from events. She never did that to her other son's girlfriend, who was white. I always felt embarrassed and never wanted to introduce her to my family because it would have been an invitation to that sort of humiliation. It really ran a number on me. I wonder if it was because I was Hispanic or because I was a poor, or both. My ex to this day still doesn't have a job and doesn't see the necessity of one, yet I'm the drabby one. I kind of roller coasters, and my wife was very poor. Went like this, raised by a single mom, but she was a lawyer, so we did okay. Then she got cancer while I was still a kid and couldn't work as much, and she had to file for bankruptcy. That I had to fend for myself, and I ended up dropping out of high school and working dead-end jobs. Any unexpected expense was a disaster. Sometimes I'd be late with car payments or couldn't afford necessary maintenance. I never bought new clothes, etc. Then I met my now wife and we started dating while we were both dirt poor. She is a first-generation immigrant and she grew up with a single mom and two siblings living in 2-bedroom apartments. She was poorer than I had ever been. Then I decided to stop dicking around at life, went to community college, transferred to a 4-year university, and then to law school, and now I make quite a bit more money than most people. We bought a house and got new, affordable and fuel-efficient cars to replace the ancient beaters we were driving. What has surprised me is how my wife has adapted more quickly to having money than I have readapted. I sometimes wonder if this is because I know how you can lose your financial security. I save like it's my second job, constantly researching investments, etc. I maximum out my 401k and save extra on the side. I do this to the point where it still feels like we are living paycheck to paycheck because I squirrel away so much. I freak out over any unexpected expense, even though technically we can afford it. My wife doesn't. She sometimes gets annoyed at how tight I'm with money. I won't buy anything on credit unless I can finance it at 0% interest and I can afford the payments to pay it off before the 0% interest period ends. I still don't buy myself clothes. My wife just buys me clothes when she thinks I need them. I scrutinize every expense. To me, it's strange that I feel like the one with the poverty mentality instead of her, despite our circumstances. I loved a comfortably middle-class life, but my husband is from a third world country, and his family was poor by their standards. He grew up in a place and time where between working the well and boiling the water to make it safe, just getting a cup of water was a chore. He talks about hunger and malnutrition like they are just so ordinary. He thinks his stories of having to eat nothing but rice and cauliflower for literal months on end are merely amusing. All the times he went barefoot in the winter because they couldn't afford shoes? Just a boring fact of life. Then he brings up the Civil War there and just shrugs it off. He tells the story of him running through the streets, pulling his mom by the hand so she wouldn't show down, while people shot randomly at those firing, as he tried to ignore the people just falling over around him, like it's just a bad day point. When he came to the US, he had pretty much no money, but was only allowed to work campus jobs, student visa. I remember going to his place, and it was just so sparse. He and his brother shared a tiny apartment, and he slept on a thin mattress from a dumpster that just laid on the ground in the dining area, not like they had a table or chairs. There was a pear tree near on his way to campus, and he would get everyone he could, even if they were a little rotten at the time. I tried to invite him over to cook and eat as much as I could. He's a great cook, mostly because when you have to figure out what to do with whatever you can get, you get creative. He has some awesome ramen and veggie dishes. Dried beans and rice can become a delicacy point. We are in the lower income bracket, but we have plenty enough food, can afford rent in a nice townhome, and we have a bed with sheets, pillows and everything. We still eat a lot of beans and rice, though, just in an instant pot instead of that screaming pressure cooker he used to have. My situation isn't as big as some of the others. I grew up lower class with my parents living paycheck to paycheck, though now I'm 19 and we've been better off for about 4 years. She grew up with the family having plenty in the account at all times. But the thing that sticks out between me and my S/O is our pain/work tolerance. I can do pretty easy work for 8 to 10 hours a day. She can only do it for about an hour or two before being dead. I'm not talking chopping wood or fixing a car, but mowing the lawn, cleaning the house, easy stuff like that. I look at housework like we have a day free, let's get it done so it's done, and I don't have to stress about it while working. She thinks of it as I'll get to it when I get to it. Another thing that sticks out is when I cut myself or get a nice bruise or something along those lines, she freaks out and is rushing to the hospital. With me, I say something like that hurts, but I'm still breathing. Back to work. Great example is I had gotten a nice cut across my arm the other day. I'd say 1/4 inches deep, and it was bleeding pretty good. I wrapped it in gauze and went on with the day, and it healed in about 3 weeks. She got a bruise that swelled up pretty good and rushed to the hospital to be sent home saying she's fine. When I was growing up, a hospital visit was a last resort because it was just so damn expensive. There's my experience in this matter anyway. I grew up middle class, family of 6. Parents made a combined $40K or something like that. Basically everything we got was used and abused. Girlfriend grew up in a family of 2, herself and her mother. Her mother couldn't work because she gets violent with anyone with authority over her, and she couldn't get medical help, partly because it's too expensive, and partly because of the aforementioned issue. So her household income was on the order of gifts from her grandparents for rent, and whatever SNAP provided for food. I ended up going to uni, getting a degree, and getting a nice engineering job making $60K a year. Girlfriend has trauma issues making it hard for her to work. The thing that shocked me was the food situation. I grew up on dry storage food such as beans and rice, discount veggies, and slightly past expiration meat that had been frozen. We'd cook meals in large batches and eat that every day until we ran out. Breakfast, lunch and dinner. Girlfriend had a similar experience, though because her mother didn't cook, she often had the same foods from food boxes. The surprising thing to me was how we separately internalized a similar scenario, eating repetitive meals. I loved eating the same thing every day with a few alterations. Girlfriend cannot stand leftovers or having the same meal on even a bi-weekly basis. For a while, after we moved in together, I carried over a tradition of Taco Tuesdays from my house. By the end of the first month, she would get physically sick from smell of cum. I also like to food prep. It's cheap. Even if we prep 5 different meals, such that each day of the week has a separate meal, a pattern can be identified, and it begins to make her sick. Shoes was another thing. I always made sure to spend a solid $20 to $30 on a pair of shoes that would last a while. and once the hole wore through in about a year I would replace them. They would just wear the shoes until the fabric fell apart. I've seen soles from one shoe sewn into another. Buying furniture was an odd experience. I wanted to get a slightly cheaper set for $1,000 that was made of a harder material that would last longer. She wanted to get the expensive $1,600 set with softer fabric because it was more comfortable. We both suck at using our healthcare, but now that we have insurance we remind each other to use it. My parents had a pretty significant upswing from lower middle to upper middle during my high school years. My fiancé grew up in rural Appalachia and was straddling the line between lower middle and lower intermittently. The biggest thing is the attitude towards liquidity versus savings. When we started having money, I was taught to put away 100% towards a 401k if offered, and then put as much as possible into a Roth IRA, and then if there is anything left after living expenses, invested in some basic ETFs or a few select funds. The only cash on hand besides budgeted expenses was a safety net with 3 to 5 months expenses. My fiancé was completely skeptical towards any savings plan that didn't give her 100% liquidity to pull out money anytime. She makes good, top 10% in our city, money now and only just started putting money into a 401k after keeping everything in cash for years. I found out that this is because I was always told, save for your retirement first. If you run out of money, you will have people, family, friends, neighbors, etc. who can help you through the storm and you will pay them back as soon as you can. She was always taught to have as much cash as possible on hand because her family was always helping the genuinely lower class / in poverty families in her area from falling deeper into poverty. They were considered one of the most stable families in the area, no drug issues, violence, mental issues, so everyone relied on them to weather their own storms. I grew up poor. When my family immigrated to the US, I was under 5. My parents had no choice but to start some small business and ended up making maybe $40k together, but they did a good job of taking care of my brother and I and never letting us really understand our situation. As per our culture, sacrificing everything for your kids was a huge thing. They even took out awful loans to help pay for our education. Fast forward a few decades, and I've built a pretty successful business that would put me in the rich category by pretty much any metric. I didn't really understand that other people with similar finances as my parents lived very different lives. I had seversos, including my current one, that grew up pretty poor. What surprised me was less so a matter of money, but more so a matter of how money was spent. For example, I never got toys. Not that my parents didn't get them, but more so they focused on buying me education-based things, like a microscope set. We also never really ate out. It was always home cooked. When speaking with my I learned that they saved up for 2 to 3 years to go on trips like Disney World, ate fast food daily, and would get Christmas toys. But when it came to education, there was no money for tutors or school. I guess my surprise was less about money and more about a culture of how to spend money. I did have one, so I met through a friend's friend whose mother was an alcoholic, dad was absent, and an older brother was a drug dealer. As I said, the real surprise for me was how there could be such a vast difference in life even within the same income bracket. I think that is a very important topic that is often left out when discussing economic mobility and so forth. I try to volunteer when I can at inner city schools and organizations like Big Brothers Big Sisters and Boys and Girls Club of America. There are plenty of kids out there that just need a good model to show them how to get out of a cycle of economic hardship. I wish there was even 1% of the fanfare around things like this as there are around sports/entertainment. It's fear that makes poor people spend. Fear of not eating, fear of missing out, fear of looking like a failure, fear that life will be the same cycle of joyless depressing work, sleep for the rest of your life. I got a small pay rise recently, but because of some dodgy math and wishful thinking, I had anticipated it working out more than it actually was. I felt stupid for believing I might be better off, stupid for believing my situation might change. I felt pathetic for not earning more, and like I wasn't worth the person I'm dating. I felt like a failure. Thing is, I don't earn loads, but I earn enough and my job's easy. I even have my own startup business in development and things are going okay, but this is what the fear does. It's why you order a round of drinks for your mates when you can't really afford it. It's why you do the math and reckon it'll get those nice shoes. They're on sale and I can scrape by. We all know it's a mistake, but whoever acted logically when they were scared? The immediate fear of not being able to have the essentials is what makes you act up. You can get this from reading almost every post in this thread. It's easy to save money when you can save up and still not miss out on a cheeky pint down the pub once a month. When it becomes the choice between saving and enjoying life at least a little, saving goes by the wayside. He does exemplify r/poverty finance in many ways. Fortunately he is open to learning. It shocked him that I, for example, would pay car insurance annually instead of monthly and buy big ticket items cash, credit card for rewards, and avoid running balances. For a long time he thought I was struggling to do that, and he kept trying to explain pay over time concepts. He didn't realize it was cheaper and more stress-free. Life is easier to manage if you have 6 bills per month rather than 12, and a lot cheaper if you have 0% interest and only carry debt that you can make money off. We are from different ethnic groups, and out country his is usually considered much more well-to-do than mine. He assumed he was doing better and kept saying no need for a prenup. I trust you when I'd ask. My family is very modest and we don't spend a lot on stuff. It is easy to assume we are downtrodden. It didn't start to click for him until he realized I didn't have student loans for advanced degrees. It did not truly click at all until he saw where I grew up and where my friends grew up. It is tough sometimes to tell when he is being generous. I love inexpensive dates. I love the beach. I'm so touched by a single plucked flower, even if it is a weed. However, some of his gifts have been item I was in the market for that he made a down payment on. That is really tough to identify as a gift, and has taken me a long to realize was actually a gift instead of a bill that I wasn't planning to receive that month. I'm all about budgets because r/fire. He usually picks something not quite right. He'll get a neutral or masculine color rather than what I'd have selected. So it is confusing. He just doesn't get that I like to only buy things when I have 100% of the money. It gives me a lot of leverage if I ever should decide to finance it and get a kickback. He assumes a lot of cash will guarantee a nice retirement. Nope. I'm trying to secure at least 2 more income streams before I retire. He doesn't get it. Since he's still learning, I really need to build all of that to accommodate him as well. He is working hard to understand tax planning now, but it isn't going too fast. He grew up kind of like Oliver Twist, so he's happy with a roof over his head. He can hang in rough neighborhoods and be totally comfortable. I cannot, and he tries to take me into those areas thinking it is normal or it will be fun. That is innocent, but it has taken him a while to get that I cannot relax there. I'm the opposite. Grew up poor, married well off, not quite rich. We met shortly after I graduated. Despite being poor, I was fortunate enough to go to university. I live in Ontario, Canada, and had access to student loans, grants, and university co-op jobs, and still barely squeaked by on Canadian potatoes. When my wife, girlfriend at the time, found out about my student loan, she said, "Why don't you just pay it off?" She still finds it amusing/shocking when I bring up things from my childhood, such as having our only car repossessed, single slice bologna sandwiches, head cheese on toast for dinner, cutting out coupons to pay for groceries, having multiple jobs from grade 5 on, never being on an airplane until I was 19 for a co-op work trip, and then again at 25 for our honeymoon. I've rubbed off on her as she no longer wastes like she used to. She squeezes all of the toothpaste out of the tube before throwing it out. She sees something on the curb that we could use, and we pick it up. We boil the turkey bones to make soup instead of simply throwing it out. We do all of our own decorating, painting, etc. Yet we don't need for anything. We recently sold our consulting business. I can honestly say that Ontario's investment, grants, and loans to put me through school has more than paid off for them. My boyfriend was telling me a story the other day of how he broke his arm when he was younger and how him and his father went to the doctor to get his cast off a couple months later. I guess they didn't have insurance, or it wasn't very good and the cost of removing the cast was going to be extremely high. So instead of getting it removed at the doctor's office, his dad took him home and used some sort of machine to remove the cast himself. When he told me this story with complete normalcy and then said he has a lot of other stories like that, I sat there in utter disbelief for a good 5 minutes thinking about it. I had never given much thought to how I was raised in comparison to him until he started talking about his home life, and I realized I have never had to worry about being able to afford a visit to the doctor/dentist or even the cost of snacks at the grocery store. He grew up on honey buns and zebra cakes because they are like 50 cents at the gas station, whereas I would go to the grocery store with my mom and she wouldn't ever tell me anything about putting a certain kind of snack in the cart. I never thought my family was rich because it seemed like all the other families wherever we were living at the time were in relatively the same situation. But looking at it now and talking to my boyfriend about his upbringing, I can definitely see I was afforded a certain level of luxury he never really allowed himself to ever think of. I'm married to someone who is rich. Something that took us forever to get used to when we moved in together was bathroom time. I grew up with one bathroom for 5 people. I also worked a ton of call center and retail jobs where you have very limited amounts of time to use the bathroom. Some of my call center jobs literally timed bathroom breaks. I can pee in less than a minute. My husband had his own bathroom growing up, and his jobs have either been internships where they didn't care how long it takes him to pee, or jobs where he sat at a desk and looks at spreadsheets and eyes documents. He's an accounting lawyer for the finance industry, which also never required him to tone down his half hour that he spends every time he pees. Usually he brings in his phone. He never had to share his bathroom until we lived together. Also bathroom related, because there were 5 people and one bathroom, the bathroom door was never closed. If you were peeing, the least you could do was allow someone else to use the sink or shower. Like, my parents always had their deep conversations as my mom was in the shower and my dad was taking his morning dump before they woke us up for school. I still use the bathroom with the door open. My husband finds this barbaric and won't even be on the same floor when I use the bathroom. Not the exact scenario. My wife's parents were wealthy in that they owned rental property and her father was partner in a business, which is weird because he's functionally illiterate, so they had much more income than my parents did. My parents were what used to be called working class, but they are boomers, and so those salaries were much better than what we get today. They were also fastidious savers. Both grew up during the Depression, so they didn't spend money like crazy. This has paid off for them in their retirement years because they both have a lot of health problems and they are in a very nice assisted living home now. Nothing like hearing my dad complaining about writing checks for $100,000 for mom's medical bills from the previous month. So, my wife was not significantly poorer, but because her parents like to spend money, vacations for me are camping, backpacking. I'd like to get a trailer. Vacations for her are, let's go to this nice tropical vacation spot and spend $500 a night at a fancy hotel and come home $5,000 in debt. Won't that be relaxing? I need a vacation. She used to agitate for having a housekeeper come in and clean the house, but I just had her do the bills, and that didn't last very long. I invest in tools so I can DIY just about every repair job in the house, including taking appliances apart to fix them, and I do all the work on my own car, not just oil changes. Everything. She always calls a service. I try to buy groceries and cook when I have the time. Not much. She used to want to eat out every night. She has moderated some and now doesn't mind calling for delivery when she doesn't feel like going out. I think that with her doing the bills, if I didn't have my retirement savings withheld from my check, she would absolutely be spending every penny of that. Both my ex and I came up together, but we were both working class and became affluent in our early 20s. Technically the highest tax bracket. The biggest distinctions that were so obvious between poor and not being poor. Dental work. When I was able to fix my teeth, it became the first thing I noticed when meeting anyone eating out. Through most of my 20s we ate out all the time. Like multiple nights a week. Tabs were several $100s a meal. I learned to ask about the number of ounces in a steak and whether I wanted it butterflied or not. Well-fitting clothes. I used to pull things off the rack. Eventually I was able to have made to measure things and I learned about tailoring my jeans and shirts. Things like design and art skew heavily towards the privileged classes. Most people in those fields have had the luxury to study abroad. They know art movements, can reference works of art. This is when education stood out more than anything, because it can literally shape your point of view. Car models and the difference between entry-level and flagship models. Rich people know all the models of a car brand and will avoid anything entry-level like a BMW 3 Series or Mercedes C-Class, unless it's an AMG or the Beamer equivalent. This is LA specific, which surprised me as a born and raised native. Rich people in LA who have a house in the city, Santa Monica, Bel Air, Hollywood Hills, who also have beach houses in Malibu. I grew up lower class and have gotten a lot of grief from my family for being a spoiled brat, for wanting to better myself. They think by not being comfortable wallowing in poverty I'm trying to say I'm better than them or something. I was the first female on my mother's side to graduate high school and not get pregnant out of wedlock as a teenager or young adult. I saw the struggle and absolutely refused to continue the chain of poverty. I'm currently 30, no kids yet, and happy married. I also full-heartedly believe in buy cheap, buy twice. By that I mean, don't buy low quality items, because they don't last. I absolutely hated the cheap, Kool-Aid stained plastic tumblers I had to use as a child. My parents always bought by what was cheapest on the shelf, not realizing they actually paid more overall. I refuse to buy any plastic now, if I can avoid doing so. I love wooden things in particular, but also get things in metal, stone, and strong glass. Once you start looking for higher quality items, you realize how many are garbage. So many things are even fake to look like they are higher quality, i.e. cement embossed to look like bricks or particle board with contact paper to look like solid wood. As an adult, I use a Life Factory borosilicate glass water bottle. I bought one bottle, but it's lasted for several years. My family thinks I'm a show off or something when I have items of high quality, i.e. not from Walmart or a dollar store. What they don't realize is that I usually buy things second hand or wait until I find a great deal. I actually spend less than they do. This will sound weird. I grew up extremely poor and come from a split family. My father raised us kids and did well for what little money we had. I'm 27 now and I make 6 figures working in the union on my own. Before I had any financial success I was stationed in California. The first time I saw the chow hall I was amazed at all the food. While others complained, I felt extremely content and MREs were amazing. One of the things I remember explaining to my girlfriend I meet while stationed there, now wife, was hunting and how the meat in California tastes different from the cow we would get gifted to us by a local farmer, being raised on vegetables that we grew in our own garden and a lot of wild caught fish and mushrooms. She had never experienced these things. I took her home to Indiana to meet my family after about 2 years and took her hunting for the first time. We got a good sized doe. She cried, make no mistake, I love all animals, and I explained to her how this meat is precious to people like me and my family, because without the ability to harvest wild game and grow his own veggies my father probably would have had to give up as kids. Hunting has become something sacred to me, and until she saw how poor my family was and how we treated the animal after it was harvested, she just saw it as some kind of cruel sport. The tendency to eat one proverbial marshmallow now instead of waiting a minute to eat 3 marshmallows. Like buying everything from a dollar store by default, even when it means spending more money and even when alternatives are available and affordable. Now obsessing over getting a deal, even when it means spending more money. Read the dollar store. 9 times out of 10 it's garbage quality products, and you end up having to buy a new thing or replace it constantly. Like you could buy a pair of socks from Target for $6 and have them last a few years, or you could buy a $2 pair of socks from the dollar store and have to purchase new ones every month because they fall apart quickly. In a year's time, you've spent $22 on socks instead of $6. Point re the deal 1. Stuff like spending $80 for a Gruppen to get $100 worth of something they were never going to buy anyway, just because of the thrill of getting $20 off something is too tempting to pass up. I had an ex whose parents had garages full of absolute bullshit, because they'd go to a garage sale and see, like, a single motorcycle tire on sale for $6 that they had to have, because it's totally really worth like $65 brand new, so $6 is such a deal, oh my god. Okay, but 1, it's not brand new, so it's not worth $65 anymore. 2, you don't have a motorcycle or anything you could use this wheel on, and 3, you do not, and have never had plans to actually resell this at any price anyway. So you didn't save $59 at all, you just wasted $6. I'm the poor one. Boyfriend's mom is middle class and her parents are so rich they pay her rent every month and get new furniture twice a year and replaced boyfriend's car, no sweat, when it broke down. They're probably not that rich, but those things are basically unattainable to me, so here we are. Since I've moved out with my own money, I've gotten deep into fresh veg. When I was growing up, vegetables were exclusively corn, peas or green beans from a can, microwaved. So now that I choose my own meals, I've been eating all the veg I missed out on. I'd never eaten an avocado or asparagus, and I can count on one hand the amount of times I had broccoli before that, and all those times were frozen and boiled. I pointy the worst way emo to eat them. My boyfriend was poking fun at me for basically having a meal of exclusively roast veg sometimes, just piling all the veg I can buy in tin foil with butter and spices, boiling some corn in the cob. Good sheet, and I explained that I'd never had a lot of these things, and I'd found out love them, so I'm making up for lost time. He was surprised, and apparently has never had canned green beans ever. Slimy fakers, I tell ya, especially the French style. The other one that was more recent, we went to a semi-good hotel, cheap but sheet was clean, and had the continental breakfast. The food in it was basic, but well made and still hot. There was a waffle machine, 2 kinds of juice and real half and half not powdered creamer. So I'm telling him what a great breakfast that was. The few times I stayed in a hotel with my aunt were often very hit or miss with the breakfasts. His response was basically, really, I thought that was pretty rough, there weren't even Danishes. I was like, that's a thing. Apparently that sure is a thing. So I explained a few of the breakfasts I went to. The eggs were from a powder and were cold, and the selection was sometimes a bitty point. He is a great guy and immediately was like, no, you're right, that's a weird standard to have here, but it was strange. This is different, but I think it offers a unique experience. My parents divorced when I was 5, and I mostly lived with my mom growing up. We were always pretty poor because my mom worked for $9/HR to feed 2 kids on her own. By contrast, my dad was always pretty well off, making around $150-200K per year. When I was 12, I lived with my dad for a few years, and so I saw both sides of the coin pretty clearly. I found it interesting that living with my mom, everything was about family, playing games together, going to each other's sporting events, doing homework, being grateful and polite, and not taking things for granted. I was always taught to never judge people, because you don't know what their life is like. Living with my dad, on the other hand, everything was about stuff, and ours was never good enough. Someone else had a nicer car or a bigger house or a fatter salary. We never did anything as a family, and usually ate our meals either at a restaurant or in front of the TV, and did my homework alone because nobody wanted to do it with me. My dad was very judgy of other people, particularly poor people, and just generally had a greedy, materialistic attitude. By no means am I saying rich people are snobs, but in my experience of seeing both sides, the more money you have, the more you care about what things you have and how you appear to other people, as opposed to the poor people I was around cared more about family and helping people who need it, even if you can barely give enough to help. I guess the moral of this is that no matter how much money you have, just remember that everyone is a person with a life and everyone needs help sometimes. Don't judge someone on face value, because you never know how hard their life has been. Oh, I have a good one. My so's family went through some tough times when he was in college. He told me that it sucked when the keyboard of his laptop broke, because when he wrote papers in Word, he'd have to go to data insert for specific characters instead of just typing them, or use copy/paste. My instinctive response was, why didn't you just buy a new laptop or at least a new keyboard? Well, I had $3 left in my account and I wanted to eat. I had to collect cans to even make rent that month, even though I had a job too, and then his budgeting habits started making way more sense. My so checks his finances every day multiple times a day, for hours, and keeps track of every single expense and purchase in a massive, linked spreadsheet. He spent years categorizing all expenses to track at a more granular level with this insane charts and graphs. It's an obsession, knowing where every single dollar has been, and where they are now. Compared to my habits, I also have a budget spreadsheet, but I check it maybe once a month, usually after I get paid. I'm never worried about having money in the bank, because I've always had it. That was like a, wow, I'm so lucky. That scenario is something I've never had to deal with / is something can even relate to moment for me. I feel very grateful. I'm not rich, but I'm not poor either. My wife and I are actually comfortable. I'm looking to get certified to teach, and if I do get in, our combined incomes will be upper middle class. Right now I work at a bank and she just got promoted at her company. We both grew up in hard lives. My mom was a single mom with 4 kids, 1 in college, 3 at home, and we couldn't even go to McDonald's. We were never without, and I remember growing up there was always food on the table somehow. I remember going out to eat was only for your birthday and that would not always happen. For Christmas one year we got stuff from other people who gave my mom money and told her to not give them credit so that she could have the joy of being able to give us presents. So when I got older and got through college and got married, my wife and were strict with our money, but I also remember before that I would just buy things for myself because I could and had never been able to experience that. My wife grew up in the same kind of setting, but she had both of her parents, but they were in massive debt and lived in a double wide trailer. They clawed their way out and gave their daughters the best education they could by putting them through early college. My wife actually got in on Chapel Hill on a free ride, so she has no student loans. Even though we have money, she is so cautious and feels bad when she buys stuff. Because before it was difficult. You never knew where the money or the food or the clothes were gonna come from. You never knew if you'd be okay if your car didn't start one morning. We learned a lot about the good and bad of money just from not having it, and when we did have it, at least when I did, I had to learn self-control. Not married but almost. My major so in my 20s came from a family of more limited means than I did, and this manifested in a lot of interesting, and sometimes difficult, ways that were almost like culture clashes between our families. The one that sticks out in my mind years later is around how guests are expected to behave around a home-cooked meal. In my family, it was customary that our parents would cook and the kids, that is me and my sister, would prep the table or do anything else needed to get ready for the meal, and then afterwards we would clean up, and when we had guests this obligation would tend to extend to the guests. So-sos would help clean up a meal and whatnot, to help and as a sign of respect/gratitude/whatever. By contrast, for my ex's family it was incredibly important that they be able to act as good hosts, and so guests were all but forbidden to help prepare/clean up a meal. I remember the first time I learned this, I was trying to help my ex's mom set the table and get everything ready, and she basically shooed me away. Then after dinner, when I stood up to help clear, it was like I had offended them. I was forced to sit and enjoy a glass of wine and chat with my ex while her parents cleaned up, which was, like, enjoyable but awkward. I felt like I was lazy and taking advantage of them. The crux was that for my family, assisting around the meal was a sign of gratitude and respect. For my ex's family, their being able to host without needing assistance was a point of pride. I suspect there are a lot of reasons for this difference of perspective, but I think that financial means was a big one. I had a hell of a time, and frankly I don't think I succeeded explaining this to my family. It was a source of tension in the whole dynamic, when my ex's instinct was to let herself be hosted by my family, and they saw that as ingratitude/laziness. Once she understood it wasn't an issue, but I don't know that my family ever fully appreciated the different way of looking at things, or forgot it. My so grew up upper middle class and my family very much did not dirt poor, but definitely spread very thin. I'll preface this by saying that they are lovely people who treat me like I'm one of their kids at this point. So her parents say a lot of things that basically amount to if you're poor, it's your fault, and it's beyond infuriating. They never outright say things that direct, but just the language they use very much suggests it. They also complain about taxes all the time, and of course they blame social safety net programs as the reason to why they pay such high taxes, ignoring defense spending, but that's another story, and it always pretty upsetting, because they have never been in that type of situation to rely on those programs. When I told them my family and extended family have used those programs at times throughout our lives, they were shocked. So's mother actually said, "But your family seemed like such good people." Didn't even cross her mind at how bad that sounded. They also live in a bubble, a small wealthy town with a great school district, little crime etc point, and they think that's normal for everyone. Every time they come visit us in the city, we live in the neighborhood I grew up in, they say stuff like make sure the doors and windows are locked, you never know what could happen in the city, and similar stuff like that. Basically just a total ignorance that others people's lives are in fact very different, and that plenty of people work their ass off for a lifetime and barely get by. Again, they're lovely people, but this is such an infuriating aspect of my relationship. There are two things that persist to this day. Point the first is watering down beverages to make them stretch. I'll reach into the fridge to get some orange juice, only to find he's split it into two carafes. Both are watered down. Point the other is cars. He and his family had what can only be described as imaginatively fixed cars. Cars without hoods. Cars with jerry-rigged cooling systems. Cars that leaked any number of fluids, only to be stopped with a variety of things, duct tape, even a diaper wrapped around it. Oh lord, and how can I forget about the car with the coat hanger for an antenna? Then there was the brother's car that had to be entered in from the passenger door because the driver's door on the two-door coupe had ceased to work. What was worse was that at one time, it was the only car that was working, and the whole family, mother and all his siblings, would file in and out of that car as though it were the circus. My spouse is extremely smart, capable and professionally successful, to the point where literally he could walk into any dealer and buy 4 cars with cash. But for a long time he'd buy something used that always had a long backstory and literally drive it until it was ignominiously towed away. This went on even though the houses got nicer, bigger, and in better neighborhoods. It wasn't until last year that I gently coaxed him into going to the Lexus dealer and leasing a vehicle so he'd never have to fix another car. I know, leasing is not a good financial arrangement, but I really got tired of this assortment of questionable cars coming in and out of the picture. At a couple points in my adult life I have been dirt poor / living out of my car. The first time I was living out of my car I was making just over minimum wage working part-time, but it wasn't enough to keep a roof over my head and my bills paid, so chose my car as my home in the winter of Northern AS. Lived there for 6 months and no one ever knew. Occasionally I'd couch surf at a friend's, or if I was visiting my then girlfriend I'd eat and drink just a bit too much, so her parents would let me crash in the spare room. I'm sure they had a somewhat bad view about it, but it was cold, and I couldn't afford to run my car all night. Second time I had lost my job was supporting my then fiancée while she was in school and trying to keep my share of the bills going so not to burden my roommates. Ended up stealing food at times from stores because I couldn't afford to eat, and anytime someone said there was a BBQ or something I was there. Felt like a total moocher, and I was fast forward to 8 years ago, and I have a decent job, a wife, not either of the two mentioned before, and I'm doing pretty good. We had just joined bank accounts, and I had never had a savings account with any money on it, and one day I looked at my balance and freaked out because half my money missing. I had just got paid, and it was gone. No rent or car payment due at the time, so it should have been there. I panicked until my wife pulled our accounts up and showed that it had just been moved to savings. She had grown up middle class and her mom had taught her about saving. I calmed down and she couldn't figure out why I freaked out so much. I had to tell her, when you live paycheck to paycheck and it still isn't enough, you try to track everything you spend as closely as possible. We make great money now, and I still don't buy a lot of things for myself, or I take forever to make a decision, because I want the best bang for my buck, while she will get pretty much whatever she wants under a $100. Usually anything more we talk about beforehand. Honestly, for me, it was a discovery I made myself. I grew up in a middle class family. We were well off enough that we never had to worry about the bare necessities. Then I moved out of state. It was against my parents' wishes, so my dad gave me a "don't come crawling back to me for help" speech. He didn't mean it and regretted it later on, but I took it to heart point, so I went from no worries to nothing but. I lived in a state where rent was low, but so was my pay. I made $250, $270 a week, when lucky, and my rent was $550, along with utilities and gas, plus other bills like insurance and a cheap cell phone. I had to cut down on food drastically. It was spoonfuls of peanut butter for dinner, or ramen, which I can't stand anymore. Even the smell of it makes me gag. The rare occasions when I had McDonald's, it tasted like the best thing in the world. I didn't have internet or cable, so I really got into podcasts on my phone for entertainment. Taking fast food napkins for TP, or filling up a water bottle at work, so I had something to drink at home. Hell, it got so bad I even took a loan from a payday loan place, which I paid back quickly. I rapidly learned when I could overdraft my account and avoid a fee, and had to start paying some bills on some months while letting others get a little late. Now I'm better off, and God, it feels good not to be dreading the end of the month anymore, or the sinking feeling of expecting an overdraft email. I honestly never realized till then just how money can make your life such hell. I'm not rich, or close to it, but I'm very much in the upper middle class, both on my own as an adult, and growing up as a kid with my parents. I've always had everything I needed and some of the stuff I wanted, but not so much I didn't understand what it took to get that, and be grateful for it. Most of the kids like me that I grew up with turned out pretty well as self-sufficient adults. We had a lot of wealthy kids who got anything they wanted, and a lot of them are the screw-ups now. My wife grew up in the Soviet Union, and later in a former Soviet state, while it was still poor, and left for the US, before it became Western in its standard of living. They spent every bit of income they had each month and reused/kept everything, and grew a lot of their own food. I thought my wife would be tight with money as a result, but she is a complete spendthrift instead. She has absolutely no idea how to manage money, save, plan for the future, etc., as she never had any need to when she didn't have anything left over to do that. She wants to give our kids everything she didn't have. She still retains her keep everything mentally, which has made our house a mess. She insists on stocking up at the grocery store so that we never run out, instead of just enough to get by until next weekend when we go again, because you bought everything you could in the Soviet Union as it might not be available the next time. It's a huge problem, probably the biggest of our marriage, and change hasn't come easy. I think it would have been a lot easier to have just married someone from the same background instead. My mom is a Filipino immigrant who grew up indentured to a sugar/rice plantation. My dad was a sailor who grew up in a middle-class family in Ohio. After dad got out of the Navy, our family struggled with finances, both parents working in day labor or minimum wage jobs, and they handled it much suddenly because of their upbringing. Dad was a mess and was really stressed by his loss of socio-economic status, let alone the psychological hurdles of transitioning out of the military. His parents and siblings were really well off, but he was struggling to provide for his 3 kids and wife. He would get depressed and angry until we made rent. Then he'd blow it all on beer and BBQ, hot dogs, ribs, and soda. This inevitably led to more financial instability because he stopped being frugal when we had money. He used to tell me he spent money like it burned a hole in his pocket. Mom was much better. Being poor in America was better than being poor in the Philippines. Sure, we didn't have cable, something dad always complained about, but at least we had a TV. Sure, we didn't have money for vacation, but at least we had enough to drive around and do free stuff. Thanks to her upbringing, mom was also hella good, and throwing a creative meal together vinegar and soy sauce can make almost anything a delicious Filipino dish. Mom and dad ended up getting divorced when I was a teenager. I lived with my dad, thanks to divorce judges who favored white dads over brown moms, and he continued to struggle with money. He ended up getting remarried to a woman who was even worse with money, and most of my financial trauma stems from the fact that she used to steal stuff from me to give to her kids or spend on her shitty Mary Kay business. I eventually left home and joined the army when I was 17. The army was a luxurious cakewalk compared to life in that house. Dad and my stepmom now have more disposable income, largely due to the fact that none of their kids live at home. They spend it on dumb shit like Costco saunas and stuff off Amazon. Mom married up and was pretty well off when I was growing up. I loved visiting her because she's bought me new clothes and toys, which my stepmom would seize and give to her kids. She actually got worse with money once she had it, and it seemed like every con man with a laser that regrows hair or antique Chinese vase could bilk her. Bad money decisions eventually caused her second divorce. Luckily, she's a charmer and white retirees love her because she has no shortage of wealthy sweeties who will spend money on her. To her, money is a luxury, not a means to survival. She's survived enough to live without it. Oh my god, this is something I have new realizations of my husband, of 10 plus years, behavior. Monthly point gifts. He doesn't get them. I do so for children's birthday / Christmas / anything, and my own present shopping, if I want them. He enjoys the excitement of watching people open them, and logically understands they are special, but he really doesn't comprehend them. It has taken him all these years to sometimes enjoy a gift too. He always wants to return them for gift cards, and then gives me the gift card anyway. He is gracious about getting them now, but at first, not really. Found out he started stealing his and his siblings' presents from Yellow Front when he was 8. Other than that, he maybe got an angel tree present. He only puts $5 of gas in the car at a time. Never realized he did this until our oldest asked me why he did it. He will buy cheap nasty generic food. Think $1 bologna. He insists on eating it too. Eating out is fast food in his mind. The first time we went to a 5-star restaurant he loved it and cried. Bills. If it wasn't for me, he would always pay them late, but within the free grace period, because I really don't know. Registration and insurance. Never had it until we were married. Even though they had Medicaid, the doctor was not an option because his single mom of 9 would have to take time off from her grocery store job. If they did get super sick, it was a hospital visitor. He never had a relationship with a medical provider, and our kids having the same doctor for 10 years blows his mind. Also, prescriptions never got filled unless the doctor gave them the medicine in our mom's hand. He always is coming home from appointments asking which prescriptions he should fill, if any. To me the answer is always whatever the doctor wrote. Constant fear of being fired. He is scared to take vacation time or sick leave because that gets you fired. So many things about living in abject poverty messed him up big time. But I still love him. Now I'm not saying we are rich, we have okay jobs, but my family had money I inherited a couple years after marrying him. It's not like never have to work again, but we both were out of work at one point for about 2 years and wanted for nothing. We in no way have to check the bank before we buy stuff, which I guess was a way of life for him for 35 years before me. I'm the reverse in this situation. My dad was forcibly retired in his 40s after he developed Meniere's disease following a motorcycle accident. Surgeon snipped the wrong auditory nerve and immediately retired to Florida. So my mom was responsible for raising 6 kids and my aging grandparents that lived next door, since his employer didn't want to risk any vertigo-like attacks on the assembly line. We never went hungry, but every purchase was tracked down to the cent, and our basement became a well-organized episode of hoarders. I was never allowed to do laundry myself and was often lead away from cooking because those would be extra expenses on the utilities. My life after my first retail job was spent playing catch up now that I could buy my own food and pay for my own expenses. My partner grew up lower middle class but immediately got a 6-figure job fresh out of college. He believes that anyone has the ability to do exactly what he did. I didn't realize the impact until the philosophy of Robin Hood came up. I said I supported Robin Hood, but my partner, who is generally pretty calm, became visibly angry. He said his concept of stealing from the rich is immoral, regardless of what is done with the money afterward. As someone that depended on my dad's disability checks, poor folks, us, needed money taken from others to survive. My parents are in their late 60s and mid 70s now, and going back to become a mechanical engineer is sure as hell not feasible for them. I made sure to indicate that between our income levels, Robin Hood would be stealing from him and giving to my family, and I think he got the message. After growing up well off, it's family interaction and food variety that shocked me the most. Within my family, every personal interaction felt almost like a transaction. There are strings attached to everything, and you don't ask for help at any cost. I had a really hard break initially with my family, moved in with my then girlfriend of 2 years I met in college halfway across the country. I had been taught good work ethic, so I was able to survive the transition fine, but I panicked a ton about money and fears about living on the street that my parents used to keep me in line. I still have huge guilt and anxiety, feeling like I'm unable to provide my wife the security I grew up with, but I'm stable and that's important. Anyways, it took a lot to let my wife convince me it was okay to ask her parents for help with bills when we were just starting out, and the feeling of extended family supporting me is a huge relief. The other side is the lack of food diversity. When I first moved in and took over the cooking, I grew up with Hispanic and Asian cuisine, which emphasizes fresh but cost-efficient ingredients. I introduced her to all the different dishes I sampled traveling with my family, like lox, Korean BBQ, and sushi. Now we go to county fairs looking for foreign food, but the bland meatloaf and overcooked steak still bothers me. TLDR, able to ask your family for help, and lack of seasoning to make poor food way better. My husband's family is what I'd call upper middle, while I'm clearly from lower middle. He buys books a lot, unafraid to drop $30 on a hardback whenever. Like, do you really need to own that? His parents do the same. He broke my glasses once on accident. I bawled. Not because I couldn't see, but because glasses are expensive. He just didn't get it. Not caring when he regularly loses something, like a hoodie or a hat. That costs money. Take care of your things, not understanding the concept or sensitivity around students receiving free/reduced lunches at school. Or the humiliation my parents felt when I tell stories of them not being able to contribute a few bucks to share a pizza after an event. Adding up the cost of items while you shop at the grocery store. Edit. Only buying clothes from thrift shops. When I got a decent job, could buy a new $20 shirt if I felt like it. What luxury. He never understand that really. I never did that growing up. Edit 2. Travel. We can afford this now. I often can't really bring myself to reserve plane tickets or a hotel though. It's too much. Way too much. Unbelievably too much. But he doesn't care. Knows we have it. And this issue just never occurred to him. He has to plan trips without always telling me the cost, or I'd never let us go anywhere. I'm from the poor side perspective. My wife wasn't rich, but way better off than my childhood. Growing up I had one toy, Mecha Rocksteady, which was still better than my sister's. 3. They had used socks my dad drew faces on, and filled with sand. Voila. Instant babble. Lol. When I got with my wife I was actually 2 years homeless at the time. I was 18, and it blew my mind to find out that not only do people go to the movies more than a few times a year, I only went twice up to that point, and one of those times a friend paid for it. She went multiple times a month. And restaurants. The only restaurant food I'd ever had other than cheap Chinese food once a month with a friend was when I ate from their dumpster as a teen. Just last month we stayed at the Gaylord Opryland Hotel in Nashville and I literally couldn't speak for a while. I walked around it until 11 p.m. Called my mom and sent her pictures, then cried when I thought of the fact that my children get to experience these things regularly, even though we aren't great financially. I still tell her stories about having to poop in a hole that we dug in the backyard because we didn't have indoor plumbing. When my kids tell me they're starving and it's only been 2 hours since lunch, I don't know whether to laugh that they think that's starvation or wonder at their naivety. I just have to remember to wipe that 1,000-yard stare off my face from all the times I was so hungry that the pangs became normal, and reassure them that they are fine and there are snacks in the fridge. I put on so much weight when we started dated. Woohoo. Food every night. 3 times a day even. And warm water to shower with. I actually have to remind myself even after 14 years that I can aspire to have more things. I don't just have to survive. I'm so thankfully chinned every day that she and my kids never have to experience anything close to what my family did. Sorry this post is a little long. Didn't know where to start nor end. I grew up probably never realizing we were as poor as we were, and he grew up never realizing he was as well off as he was. It's strange. It definitely shows in our spending habits. However, I'm so overly concerned with wanting some sort of cushion and he's ready to spend money to the last penny. Point. He grew up being the poorest kid at his private school, but he still played every sport and got a Camaro as his first car, even if it was over 10 years old at the time. And his family frequently went on trips together, and he never had to worry about something to eat or a home that wasn't falling apart. His parents always bought new cars, even if they kept them for a long time. Point. I remember our dryer destroying my winter coat and still having to wear it because my mom couldn't afford a new one. My mom was a single mother. My mom paid for many meals with WIC/food stamps, and our house regularly had major issues: no central air and poor heat. We got everything as cheap as possible. I never went without food, but I went with lots of hot dishes of random types. My mom always bought used cars and drove them into the ground. Point. Somehow my mother did a great job hiding that we were spending the last of our pennies, but I learned to appreciate the value of things and struggle to spend money on fancy things, even if they are useful. And somehow his parents budgeted so well that they could do fun things as not rich people. He always got the things he wanted. Point. So how did that affect us? He decided to buy a 30k truck, a Trans Am, a 4-wheeler, and rebuild the motor in the Trans Am, and tune and delete the truck. And he would do all this while living at home. When we started dating, he quickly learned that all this debt he put himself into for stuff kept us from getting a place to live, as I couldn't afford it on my own, and he was paying his bills with credit cards. I meticulously budgeted out his bills to pull him out of debt. He followed it pretty well and got everything paid off within a month of the original budgeted date. Then the truck started having some issues. We have 2 goals, a wedding and then a house. But he couldn't settle for a used truck or even a new family car. Nope. He went out and bought a 60k truck. Said and done. The loan is about 67k. I got my car for free. It looks like a toaster and runs on the power of hamsters, but it's free and runs well. Now I'm having to, again, meticulously budget out the bills so that we can afford rent. And hopefully when school kicks back up again, his second job, hopefully we can save for the wedding. Side point. We have a backup plan. And I'm glad we went through this before the wedding. He's learned to sometimes head my opinion on financial sheet now and realize that stuff isn't everything. The process of home buying is going a lot smoother. I told him it isn't realistic until a certain date, and this time he isn't jumping on it without thought. Put a pretty big dent in our relationship though, the purchase of that truck. I have a story that is a bit different. Nobody married a rich person. It is just my parents went from a low class, living in the village, to a middle class, living in a city. There are a few things that I noticed about them that are probably connected with that. My mom hates dirt and goes crazy about cleaning the whole flat to the smallest details. When I visited our relatives from a village, I noticed that they indeed have a lot harder way of dealing with dirt and microbes. They don't wash plates that well, have dirt under their nails, might have straight up rat holes in a house. And that probably was a lot worse back when my mom lived there. My parents got to upper middle class one day when I was a kid, and it didn't last long because they were spending money really carelessly. They bought one apartment in Spain. I live in Russia. After like a week of thinking, and then it turned out nobody liked it. So they bought another one thinking they are rich now and can manage it. It was when the crisis of our country started, so they faked up a huge lot and never learned from it. After they got rid of those Spanish apartments they lost a lot of money on, they bought a flat in Russia. Of course they had to take a credit and now they can't pay it. I was living in a really financially comfortable family for my childhood, but then it slowly went down to a pretty critical situation. I noticed that, even though we are not that poor, I still have weird tendencies. I don't buy clothes for half a year. If a t-shirt is ripped, I wear it at home. I'm afraid to go to the doctor too much times a month/year, even though I have a chronic disease problems that need regular help. A lot of times it takes me a week minimum to get myself together to get an appointment. I know that this is dumb, but I'm really afraid of how lower the budget of our family got, so I can't deal with the anxiety. Hope someday I'll get over my fears and also marry a super rich Reddit user like we all want to. I'm on the other side. I was raised by a single mom and have two brothers. So when I was growing up we had just enough money to get by. We always had what we needed. We never went hungry or anything, but there just wasn't much left after buying the necessities. Our big vacation was once a year. We would drive 2 hours to the beach for a weekend. My ex-wife was also raised by a single mom, but her mom had a much better paying job, so they would go on big trips to all over the every year or two. Before she was 18 she had been to Europe, Vegas, Mexico, Jamaica, and on a couple cruises. Her mom made the down payment for her house and contributed a couple $100 a month to her payment. My mom couldn't afford to do those kinds of things for me, and she just couldn't comprehend that point. Because we both worked, our house payment was low, less than $600 a month for like 8 years, no car payment, and we didn't have kids. We had a lot of extra money. For most things we could just buy whatever we wanted without any issue. She always gave me crap about how she was better with money than I was. She eventually quit her job to go back to school full time and I took over paying all the bills. So now our income dropped by about $50,000 a year, and she kept trying to spend money like she used to. I quickly learned that she wasn't better at managing money than I was, she just had more of it. It was almost impossible for her to adjust to a life where we had to be conscientious about our spending. I was the poor one, and we didn't marry, but I was surprised at how wastefully unwasteful she was. I was poor and in a lot of debt, which was because of being massively irresponsible in my youth. So I was still poor, but I knew what was right, and she, although she never realized it, and her parents did a good job hiding it, had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth. She was the poor kid, cause she was one of the families that didn't use the private helicopter pad at her school. But she always chose the cheapest option. Shoes, clothes, appliances. If something was even $1 less, she would buy it, because it meant she was saving money. And me going you should pay $10 more for the more reliable one was met with you're so wasteful. This is why you're in debt. She didn't care about integrity of the company. As long as it was cheaper, she'd buy it. Work boots with literal cardboard for insoles? She'd buy it, cause they were $25 at Payless Shoes. Actually happened. Which meant that, as soon as she wore them and walked in them, they disintegrated. And she'd buy another pair, and then another, and then another. I finally got her to research companies and more or less adopt the buy once, cry once mentality, which works as long as you research and make sure that the reputable company is still reputable and makes good products. My mom's side of the family was, or maybe is still, rich, since my grandma, is one of the heirs to a carton maker company, an export-import company and sometimes a seer/fortune teller/psychic on the side, and my grandpa, used to work as an architect for the Dutch colonies. My dad's side of the family came from a military family from a poor village in a deep rural area, and he grew up cooking his food with burning wood and used banana leaves as plates. My grandma still cooks with wood till this day on special occasions. When my parents met, my dad's self-esteem was basically non-existent, and he was this scrawny, clueless, naive kid with country bumpkin written all over him who came to the capital city to make a better living for himself. When he met my opa, my mom told me he basically got on his knees, did a deep bow to the floor by their feet, and asked my grandparents for permission to date their daughter, which is a very traditional way of showing sign of respect towards someone significantly older/have more authoritative power than you. Over the years, my dad became more confident in himself because of the constant support and pep talk my mom always gives him, more fatter/bulkier, and more socially savvy. He's doing awesome now and is about to retire from being a director in a shipping company and plans to do an expedition to a large rainforest in my country to help the government rectify a bill to protect the species that are living there. I gave up on dating when I realized I could probably not marry someone my financial equal and actually work an honest job for a living. Where I live now in Broward County, you have to make it 3x the minimum wage to live like a human, or marry someone who makes 2x the minimum just to share expenses with. I have known people who were dirt poor or lied about family status just so they could afford to have children at state expense. I'm a baby boomer born in a Catholic charity hospital because my parents couldn't afford a regular hospital and got free kindergarten from the same parish, but none of the family is a C. My father joined the Air Force so he could afford to marry my mother. He always went to any free educational seminars he could find, even if that meant spending a Saturday away from home. He also sat down with mom once a month and together they went over income and expenses. She knew where every dime came from and where it went. He made her his equal in a day when that was not common. He worked hard and saved enough so when he died my mom could live off SS and investment income for a long time. Her mom lived to be 95, so dad made sure she wouldn't die poor. His brother was a captain for Delta and has more money, land and literally cattle than the rest of the family put together, but he still rides a tractor to mow his own lawn. He's 88. My father and his brother grew up in rural Alabama during the Depression and ate pork brains for breakfast. My mother was from Atlanta and ate mush, cornmeal and milk for breakfast and wore dresses made from flour sacks. The couple next door had a son and daughter I grew up with. Frank worked as an engine mechanic for Easton AL and had to go back to work assembling bicycles after Easton went broke. He got his contribution to the pension plan out 2 weeks before EL went broke. Both his kids had major money insecurities. Ken responded by going for top dog in any company that would hire him and in the end started his own towing business which he is selling to a trusted employee. Linda married an accountant who gambled away their money and cheated on her. She went back to school and teaches disabled children and has done well. At that point I could have stayed at a government engineering job I got after college, but decided I would rather earn money by hard manual labor than live off people's taxes. I drive older cars and live in the hood. I never had credit cards and refuse to ever apply for any. The first dollar goes to rent, gas, car maintenance and insurance. The rest is for food and savings, but I'm resigned to working until I die. SS isn't even enough to pay rent anymore. Read a lot of comments and made 2 conclusions. People from poor families, it's just close to my situation, behaves cardinally different. When they get decent amount of money in their pocket, they became spenders or misers. I think it's somehow psychology related, like PTSD. It's about comfort zone in your head. Whenever you want to get rid of feeling yourself as poor person, even by getting more debt comparing to poverty times, or be prepared for hard times in future, which won't happen if you saved a lot and always bought only what is necessary. And I think both models describes deviation. My 2 cents on the topic. I was raised in poor ex-US senior country. War came here when Soviet Empire collapsed, so poverty was actual problem among lots of families. There was no tragedy in our situation, since my family never was like middle class, even lower one in USSR times. There is another problem which I've not seen somebody mentioning. After you finally grown up and got proper education, you start to earn and move up from poverty to some kind of middle class. We don't use such definitions here. People start to look at you differently. Some of them even start treating you like a stranger. Not married on my society, but still living within it. There is proverb in Russian language to describe such situation. Don't know how to translate correctly, but will try to pass meaning. If you weren't rich, you should never start getting richer. Sorry if off topic. Not married, but long-term dating. I'm the opposite end of my girlfriend. She's upper middle class. Dad's a VP of a company that makes electronics that are put into satellites. I mean, this guy is smart as hell financially and is probably a millionaire in assets. My family on the other hand, we were very poor. Immigrated into the US during the 1980s and my mom was a teenage parent. We were on food stamps when I was a kid, just showing the difference between us. Anyways, her house is gigantic for just 4 people. Her showing me around, I was genuinely confused how much stuff they had for just 4 people. They could technically have a 7-bedroom house, but the other 3 rooms are used for other stuff. Meanwhile 7 to 8 people could pack into a small trailer/apartment just with 4 bedrooms/1 bedroom. She's also never had ramen and recently has gotten into it. I can't stand regularly ramen anyone, unless my mom cooks it. She makes it really good. Adds fresh vegetables, meatballs, beef, etc. I'll only eat the Asian ramen from the Asian supermarket, because when my parents worked I ate ramen and microwaved foods a lot. My girlfriend's family also has a tradition of having steak every Sunday. Every Sunday, she was so used to eating meat that's literally all they ate. American foods and American Mexican. I'm Asian, and when we got together about almost 2 years ago, she had rice for the first time in her life. I've never been so confused, never really ate vegetables, fish, ramen, rice. Yes, I was poor and still am, but the diversity of food I eat is compelling. I absolutely love being Asian because of that, lol. This is going to be completely lost, but hey, this is cathartic. I'm the one who grew up from a poor background. My mother was a single mother, and before she left my dad we lived in a trailer with 2 bedrooms and 7 kids. After she left my dad we struggled, and we homeless, until a HUD apartment opened up. My mom still lives in that apartment. I'm my mother's only biological child. My boyfriend comes from a farming family who make about $400,000 a year, have investments, and pretty much the whole family has money. When we first started dating I nearly kicked him out of my house because he came into my house and opened up my fridge. He didn't even ask if he wanted something, just straight to the fridge. I saw that as being extremely rude because I was taught that you ask for a drink and then you wait for them to bring it to you. This is so your neighbors won't steal your food when they come over to visit. He was very confused. I later found out that their fridge was open to anybody. I'm still to this day very careful what I take because I don't want to be accused of stealing. He had never washed dishes by hand and I had never used a dishwasher. Once I learned I still preferred to wash dishes by hand because I was always afraid of breaking the dishwasher and I didn't have the money to fix it. I was always terrified of taking the last of something. When something goes wrong he wants to run to his family while I cannot because I would be putting them in a bind. He is only starting to understand that. He has always lived in a house. I have been homeless, in a trailer, and in an apartment. I know about all the government benefits, while they are a foreign language to him. Equally, learning how the real world works was crazy for me. I have always been on Medicaid, so to learn that people had to meet a deductible, pay premiums, and then get care, and that the care has to be approved, was mind-boggling. Borrowing everything from friends and neighbors, community bowls, anyone. I have bought cars in cash and I have not taken a loan out on one until very recently. He has nearly always had a loan and considers $10,000 to be ideal. I almost gagged. I also didn't know how car dealerships would try to get you into a larger car to make payments long term. I got into a verbal altercation with the guy at the dealership who wanted me to buy a $15,000 car at this rate. I told him at that rate I could save up the same amount and put a down payment on a house. The whole time my boyfriend is telling me how it's such a good deal. Never went back to that dealership. The car economy is real. I get stressed out about finances very easily. For me money is life. If there is even a chance of something being late I look around at all alternatives and look at all the horrible scenarios. It can get me to tears in seconds. I have a tent that I keep in my room at all times for emergencies like being homeless. He doesn't stress at all and considers stressing to be a waste of time. He likes to hide from debt and pretend it doesn't exist. Debt is always on my mind until it is paid off. He takes a broad stroke to issues like yeah, it's all taken care of, while I cannot trust this. I want details of how it is being taken care of, when we will see results, how much does it gain/cost us, etc. Too many things could happen, and trusting someone to take care of something normally does not end well. He has always had a safety net, and as a result he didn't make anything count, since it was given to him. College, car, housing. I always had to know what I was giving up in order to get what I wanted. Going to fancy restaurants and ordering an appetizer because my mom knew that I really wanted to see the inside and say I went to eat there, but we didn't have enough to order a main course, or ordering a main course and splitting it. Thinking Denner's was a fancy restaurant. I love their pancakes. I save a lot more than he does, and he makes more money than me. He doesn't see savings as something to strive for. He prefers short-term rewards to long-term rewards, but I will say that he is coming out of that recently. His parents never had to borrow money from him. His parents are taken care of, while I know that I will be financially supporting my mother until one of us passes away. He has a lot less stress because of this. For instance, we were talking about his grandfather and how his mom had to support him, and I was like, that must have put a dent in. And he was like, oh no, that's my grandfather's money from his farm years back. Kinda hard not to be jealous. My mother went a good chunk of my childhood not having a car. His family always had cars. I always wanted to join 4-H. We didn't have car or money. Let me also say, fuck you 4-H. You know that a good chunk of those kids will never be able to do those programs. Yet you talk about how cool they are. Send them home with a little pamphlet, which they know they probably won't be able to go to, but they hope, and then they are told it costs money. Fuck you. By comparison, he got to do any sport he wanted. The thought that you have to keep using broken items. Teapot no longer whistles well, it still boils water. Learning that cars need to be maintained. I always just lived with whatever happened. Even today, while I can justify an oil change, I cannot justify fixing the windshield cleaning dispenser, the windows, can't roll one up all the way, or ack. He checks his car for everything. I can handle a crisis, because we have had so many of them in my childhood. He shuts down. I'm not sure if this is a poverty issue or not, but the drama-filled environment which causes constant suspicion. You don't trust anyone, even if they are friendly. This is especially true for family, and you learn to sum people up very quickly. His family environment and mine were like day and night. I recently found out his whole family was allowed to discipline the children, and that was a hard no from me immediately, because in my family it would be used as an eventual manipulation. I'll learn that I can go without if need be. I don't know if he has learned this yet. I love bargain stores. They are my bread and butter. Lived on second-hand clothing and food banks, learning why some people look like they are models and makeup has different quality levels. The reason nails look great is because they get gels at the salon. There is 24-hour no sweat makeup. I would have never learned this if I hadn't became comfortable with my money. I do not live in trailers unless an emergency. I have too many bad memories there. I remember that place was always covered in bugs, and sometimes raccoons would come through the floor. I also have a pretty big chunk of my memory blocked out from my time as a child. Using grocery store bags as trash bags, dumpster diving, using toilet paper as paper towels, surviving on ramen, making the tough decision between coffee or meat. Coffee wins. No vacations. Never went to Disney. He went on vacation every year. I think that's about it. Very long but super therapeutic. I love my boyfriend. We went to being comfortable when I was working. Then my mom got cancer and I had to quit until her surgeries are done. He is stepping up and I'm so grateful. He really is a man. Things that are wildly normal to me, including convenience, ease of transport, traveling on a whim and the like, are wildly startling to him. I also care much more about appearances, and while I don't care what he scrubs around the house/gym in, he showed up at my office earlier in workout gear and I nearly kicked him out myself. I don't give a second thought to spending $ on shoes or spa services as a reward. He can barely convince himself that he deserves things he's even budgeted for. He's helped me to become much better about credit card debt. Who cares about credit scores if the money is just going to keep coming? And he is someone who I would happily trust with managing my finances in the future. But at the same time, I'm always thinking about Horace van der Gilder in Hello, Dolly, when he's being stingy about buying something nice that costs 10% more than its crappier self. Hopefully we are not corrupting one another's spending habits too much. It took him 2 years to tell me he thought I was wasting money on my apartment in New York because he doesn't see the value of it. Meanwhile I'm all about location 3, convenience and having a doorman manage my life while I travel for work and fun. It's a different way of being and it's been startling to both of us to learn about the other's normal. Most of this stuff I thought was cute, but it was also awesome to find a woman who had thrifty values. After spending an hour shopping on Forever 21's website, she would cancel her entire online shopping order if she found out that the free shipping coupon happened to not be valid, and she now needs to pay $4.99 on top of her $100 order. For 13 items she writes down stuff that she wants to buy from Costco and waits until we can make it there on the weekend and modifies her entire week of cooking based on that. Because she doesn't want to buy it at the grocery store midweek because it costs so much more in smaller quantities when she has clothes she doesn't want anymore. She is adamant about donating them vs throwing them away. When I throw something out, I want it gone ASAP to reduce clutter. She said she's sorry to be a burden, but asked me once if we could donate $50/year to a non-profit of her choice. I already donate $10K every year to various non-profits, so it was cute that she asked so nicely. When we go shopping, the first thing she does in every store is walk over to the clearance area and see if there's any amazing deals. I don't think I've ever looked at the clearance sections assuming nothing good will be there. We drove about 45 minutes each way one day to Lululemon once to get her yoga gear on Black Friday. She'll never go on a regular day because she knows the prices. Almost nothing was on sale, so she said she doesn't want anything and would rather buy from Old Navy or The Gap to get her stuff. We just left the store without purchasing anything. When she has nothing to cook in the fridge, she makes rice and fries 2 eggs and eats it with ketchup. My first thought is who's gonna deliver. She complains about taking Uber Pool to meet me places because it's too expensive. I mean, $7 to go 15 miles to dinner? Doesn't seem very high to me. She couldn't decide between 4 or 5 dresses one day on a website. I told her to buy them all and return the ones you don't want. She looked at me like I was insane. I took her once to a political fundraiser event for a local politician at a mansion in our area. Blew her fucking mind. My boyfriend and I have a very different way of looking at money. My family used to be relatively wealthy, although my father was very cheap. I barely had anything of value, but we were still living well, and I went to a very good school. Now, my parents divorced, they both left their job, and we've been pretty poor for a while. My father spends all his money on houses. So as a college student, I have a €50 budget per month, buy my own stuff. I've never been that rich in my entire life though. And yet, I save money. My boyfriend comes from a lower class. He had a lesser education, is from a small village, and is a bastard, a real one. His father cheated on his wife with the local hairdresser, and thus he was born. Needless to say, his mother isn't very rich and his father doesn't help much. Yet, he was spoiled. Now, he only buys from big brands, has at least €5,000 worth of electronics in his room alone, wants to go to expensive restaurants only. He doesn't work yet and still lives with his mother. He walks a bit as a student, then spends it off to buy me stuff I never asked for, and that I could never repay him. I'm thankful, but this goes against everything I've been taught about equality and generosity as general. He wants to get an internship in France, but has no money for renting. He wants to move to Canada, but has nowhere close the budget needed for such a thing. I can't even list all the SSS expensive things he wants, some which cost millions. He doesn't know the value of money. It's fine most of the times, since there are no such things as paying rent or food, but still, it's horrifying sometimes. How about a split down the family instead of a split down significant others? Raised poor, not completely devoid of money, but it was still so rough, especially living in an upper class area, so that my parents could give me something close to what the American dream might have been. 9 years ago I was 10 days away from being homeless. That New Year's, I literally did not have 25 cents. Believe me, I looked and tried, but had used literally every penny on necessities, and it hit me hard because one of the local bars was doing 25-cent champagne glasses for that night, and I desperately wanted to go because I just wanted to be able to have some fun and celebrate something. Anything. Point what our Christmas is like now. I made a habit of taking the whole family, 7+ people, to the latest big release film at the theater and still get them all a little something. I don't do it anymore. 3 years ago I dropped an extra $400 on my sister's truck for repairs and didn't blink twice. 2 years ago I threw an extra $200 at my sister for some therapy for her daughter after spending $300 on Christmas decorations. I didn't have any, and another $300 on gifts for everyone. My mother gets me something she found around the house. My sister saves food up all year to give me as a gift. It hadn't really hit me just how much my financial situation had changed until I took the family to a Christmas movie and dropped around $400 in tickets and snacks and little theater prizes gifts, and they acted like they didn't deserve it. They literally could not comprehend the idea that someone would spend that much money on someone else all at once. After that realization, what really hurts is that I don't make enough money to get them out of their living situations. I can only help them out here and there or splurge on them occasionally. From opposite side. Dated someone with lots of money for 3+ years. I'm not poor, but certainly not anything like she was. Weirdest parts to me. We went to school in a smaller sized college town, and I was expected to be chivalrous, which I had no problems with and would always be. I wasn't expecting to freeload, and I had a job and parents and whatever. But sometimes she would just be craving food that was top 3 or 4 restaurants in the area and certainly not cheap. And she didn't want to go, so she wanted takeout $100+ meals. And I would just say, I'm sorry, I can't afford that right now, let's just get Jimmy John's or whatever. And she was always like, oh don't worry about it, I'll pay. It was certainly delightful to have duck orange sundae at noon after waking up hungover, but sheet man, never would I ever do that. Then on the opposite side, I had a place to stay and lived there throughout college. She had her own place to stay. After 2 years she got tired of have 2 separate places and asked me to move in. I told her I had a place and I still had to pay my keep, so I can't split rent and utilities etc. For 2 places. Well, that wouldn't work either. Eventually I got roped into paying a good amount for her place as well as keeping mine, even though she got her place paid by parents along with like $3k a month spending money and a CC for emergencies. So that sucked. I guess the duck orange I didn't need made up for it. I wouldn't say I'm uber rich, but my family lives very well, and my dad made sure that me and my siblings work because we want to, not because we have to. I do not have unlimited access to family money, but my retirement has been set since before my age was in the double digits, and if I wasn't able to work I could still live comfortably. Essentially my dad made sure him, my mom, and my siblings would all be taken care of if shit ever hit the fan, but we are still expected to be working/contributing members of society. My husband was a military brat. His family is doing well for themselves thanks to my father-in-law doing 22 years in service and medically retired. My husband is also medically retired from his own service. I'm always surprised how there is never enough money for them. Everything is something they could charge for. That is, my guava tree is doing really well. I could sell them to people for 75% what the grocery store does. I just fought with my Phil because he wanted me to amend his tax returns to get a few extra $1,000, but it was based off of poor advice he got from a friend and would result in an audit and penalties/interest. Not matter telling him through the whole day this is not correct. He kept sending me articles he didn't read that agreed with what I was saying, hoping to convince me. It's heartbreaking. You need money to survive and live, but you should not live for money, and sometimes that's what they seem to do, even though they are at a point in their life where they really don't have to, but enough just isn't enough for them. That being said, it gave me a new perspective on my parents, as they often don't do routine maintenance of things because they can just buy a new one. I like to think I'm a bit more balanced than both sides. I'm not rich, but I dated someone who was, for 7 years, background on the wealth. To provide my point, she was the child of a world-renowned neurologist slash neurosurgeon, mother, and one of the most elite and highest in demand psychologists in the northeast of USA. Dad, her mom had textbooks piled up in her living room waiting to be reviewed and endorsed. She is so good that she makes over $1 million a year from work and side hustles like textbook reviewing, interviews, seminars, lectures, etc. Her dad was constantly called by clients through a special service where his real phone number was never known, literally standing on the edge of buildings ready to jump. I remember all the talks he'd have with them. Marcus, can you do me a favor? Please breathe. Do it with me, etc. It was stressful as hell listening to him point her aunt, father, sister, and uncle-in-law have no children. She was a headmaster of a prestigious private school that was featured in a blockbuster movie. I won't say it because you could find out who I am. No joke, it's easy point. These people all together own 5 houses, 2 on the mainland and 2 on Martha's Vineyard, 1 down in Connecticut. Point altogether the property values are over $10 million. The kicker? She is the sole heir of all this money. All the assets, investments, and cash in all 4 of these people's banks were going to go to this woman I dated. Over $40 million if liquidated. Just by existing, it is hers now to answer the question, what surprised her about me? A poor schlub. How much I didn't worry about the little things. I was constantly worried about money and saving up to replace car tires and cheat. Point she would rage and rage if people said the wrong thing to her or served her the wrong food. Whatever was wrong, she'd be pissed. She wouldn't make it a public spectacle, but I'd have to handle it, and I was pretty faking good at it, if I may say so. Why are you not upset that they made a joke about you? Because it was a joke. I don't take it personal. I got more important shit on my mind to worry about. I don't give a horse's ass about these people. She gave me the look. I want to take my sword. She had a samurai sword collection and decapitate her. What look was it like? She knew my clothes were from Express, H&M. My parents were middle class and always knew what we needed and didn't let my sister and I go without. We had a huge Christmas every year, presents galore, a feast on Christmas Eve with our family and friends, and we were spoiled. I married my college sweetheart who grew up on a farm. His dad worked 2 or 3 jobs and they scraped by. When we first got together, it was night and day for the both of us. His first Christmas with us, he felt very out of place. When I went to his house, I was wondering where the tree was. He would see how my parents would always provide for us without batting an eye. Any food that I couldn't eat, I would throw away, but he made sure to finish everything. He still does this. Even though he and I are in well-respected careers and are financially stable, he has carried over with him how he grew up. We have leftovers, which is something I'm getting used to. He still makes sure to finish everything, even if it is nasty. He says it is money and shouldn't be wasted. He buys shoes from Walmart and wears them until they fall apart, and only then will he get new ones. He wears his clothes until they get holes that cannot be fixed. He is constantly worried about money, even if we have enough in the bank. We have been together 12 years, and it has been a lesson on how to approach things with him. The biggest lesson was when we were paying for our own wedding and our honeymoon. I was able to find deals and services to cut the cost down a lot, and we didn't marry in debt. It was hard, but we did it. He and I do balance each other out, and my perspective on certain things have changed drastically since before I met him. A friend of mine dated the daughter of the super rich elite, as in the father was worth over $1 billion. He is pretty broke, but other than that there is nothing wrong with him in terms of being dateable. He grew up in a trailer park poor. Although he was doing much better at the time, she slept on my shitty 1-bedroom apartment couch with him while visiting, and to her credit, was actually a very nice guest. She didn't say a thing about my lumpy couch or gross coffee, despite that couch deserving it. She was a bit eccentric and definitely was cagey about her life, and we all, including my friend, suspected they were only dating because she was trying to piss her father off. She was eccentric in that it was very apparent she didn't think about money as something you need, but rather something you had. She was surprised about not having certain things around the house, but was never rude or mean about it, just naive. It didn't work out between them, in case you are curious. This may not be exactly what you're looking for, but I have a related story. I grew up mid to upper middle class. In high school my senior year, I dated a girl who grew up poor. She was one of 2 daughters to a single mom who worked as a manager at a local gas station. At this same time, my mother had been seeing a man who made good money. They're still together. More than I grew up with, but not rich, you know? Well, on several occasions, he would take us, meaning my mom, me, and my girlfriend, out to dinner to some nice restaurants. This is in Dallas, so there are some classy places. Much more extravagant than any place I'd ever been before. My idea of going out for dinner was Red Lobster. His idea was a place where you valeted your car on the street, then took an elevator that went below street level, and the menu was practically devoid of actual numerical prices. So anyway, we went to this restaurant, and it was insane. I was blown away. The food was amazing. The service was fantastic. The place was beautiful. I felt extremely out of place though. The waiter was naming food that I'd never fucking heard of, and I felt extremely awkward. But unfortunately, though by no one's fault but my own, it didn't even occur to me how it felt to my girlfriend. She seemed pretty comfortable, and was generally a very sociable person, so nothing really seemed off. So we all ate, and things went well, and the food was great. At the end, the bill came out to a bit over $500. Talking to her about it later though, I found out the girl had never even had steak before. Like just a normal steak. At this place, I got the filet mignon as it was the recommended thing, and this girl had never even had steak before. Prior to this, it wasn't like I was unfamiliar with how she grew up, but that really drove it home for me, that we had very different life experiences, and it's something I still try to remember in my interactions with other people. I grew up not exactly poor, but definitely not middle class for Canada, and my situation now living alone is worse. So when I met my boyfriend's family and saw that they constantly had steak dinners, spent upwards of $50 on skip the dishes several times a week nonchalantly, and went on international vacations several times a year, I was really dizzied. Not to mention their massive house filled with all manner of tech, like a security system hooked up to every door, with cameras outside. I knew this kind of wealth existed, but I'd never really seen it, and just wow. Specifically the difference in like the quality of education and health I had compared to my boyfriend really got me, and it still kinda ticks me off. But I wouldn't necessarily want to grow up with parents like his, as they spent a considerable amount of money structuring their kids' days, making sure they always knew where they were, and worst of all making sure they were constantly presentable to their large extended family, who are also rich and extremely judgmental. There's this prevailing idea within the culture of wealth that, if you just try hard enough you can succeed, that your will prevails over the randomness of the universe, which they conveniently don't acknowledge helped bring them to their position. It's super unhealthy, especially for the many kids in the family, who have these huge expectations put upon them, and when they aren't met the rest of the family reflexively shames them, because they just don't understand what it is to try your hardest and fail anyways. They don't understand the way failure paves the way for further success. And ironically it makes things harder for the kids in the long run. Not my but a good friend in university. I'm from Brazil, a 4th generation Japanese born abroad. I had gone to Quebec to study. The dorm was inhabited mostly by international students. One day we were talking about work, and my French friend was commenting how she worried about getting a job once she finished her master's degree. I mentioned I was looking forward to getting a job because I had never worked in my life. Her jaw dropped, and her beautiful blue eyes were as wide as possible, in shock. You never worked? I shrugged. No. My father is an engineer. Even though my mother was a homemaker for most of her life, before I was born she worked at a bank and saved up a lot. Her family had land, and as those were sold she invested her inheritance. My only obligation was to study. My other Asian friends nodded, since their stories were similar. My French friend was shocked to know that she was surrounded by people with such privileged lives. We didn't flaunt it, we lived simply and budgeted, focusing on studies and limiting our outing. To us, it was not a necessity, but a matter of principle, because that opportunity was another one of the many gifts our parents gave us. We were not going to squander it. She said, I have been working since I was 12 because I needed to. I remember many days opening the fridge and finding it empty. I remember going to bed hungry. She then told us about how she worked hard and saved up to come to Canada, where opportunities were better. We were amazed at her story. Not married, but LTR. Her mother was a nurse, but her father made the big bucks. He owned and operated an electrical supply company. Would take daily airline trips for business for weeks on end. He would also comment on big electrical infrastructure, like the lights on stadiums or the blinking red towers at the top of buildings. He loved that kind of stuff. Anyway, his daughter and I were engaged for a while, but it took getting used to being around money. Literally anything she wanted she would just ask daddy, who was, for the most part, a quiet, generous old softie who carried a big stick. She knew I liked Japanese culture, so she arranged a trip on a whim to go to Japan. Literally said pack a bag and we took a cab to the airport. She just went to the biggest airline and whipped out her dad's credit card and said 2 tickets to Japan, please. I came from humble beginnings, where we couldn't even afford to eat out more than once a month. Things like Chuck E. Cheese were rare birthday treats for every other year. She would tell me to stop thinking poor when I would protest about a needless expense. Mind you, she did not work and was 23, dropped out of high school, and had no prospects at all. She was an only child and was born when her parents were in their mid-40s, so you can see exactly what her future financial plans were. Growing up, I only wore shoes from Payless Show Source, Eagles mainly. The kids I grew up with had both working parents who were able to afford name brand shoes and clothing. It was only me and my mother. I had no idea I was poor. I liked my shoes, especially when they were brand new. I wore every pair until the bottoms fell off. I started working at the Berryessa flea market when I was 12 selling produce, although my first paid gig was distributing flyers for a local mechanic, placing flyers on car windows until I ran out for $5. I was 6 years old. The flea market was fun. I was the kid yelling fresh mangoes. Come and get your fresh mangoes. Only 4 for $1. I got paid $30 a day. I worked from 8 AM until about 5 or 6 PM Saturday and Sunday. For lunch I ate fried rice or french fries. I was on a budget, lol. I bought my first generation Jordans from San Jose Blue Jeans. I remember taking the bus there to buy them. It was a huge purchase for me. I continued to work at the flea market until I was about 15, selling music cassettes and whatever my grandfather bought at wholesale, bikes, cowboy boots and hats, car parts, etc. But always the latest Spanish music. My top pay then was $80 for a weekend. That's of course when my grandfather remembered to pay me. I never owned a suit, cufflinks, fancy jeans, or fancy shoes. It wasn't until I met my ex-wife. My ex wondered why I had so many old t-shirts, tons of underwear, socks, and many pairs of shorts. I would tell her it was because I didn't have any underwear, socks, shirts, and I always wore shorts growing up. I would literally wake up before school and hand wash my socks and underwear. We didn't have a washer or dryer, so I used our stove. I would close the metal stove cover and turn on all the burners. The metal cover would become hot, and I would just place my clothes on the stove and watch the steam come up as my clothes dried. This is how I would dry my clothes when I was in a pinch. I once burned some old 501 jeans on it, lol. My mom never knew, and still doesn't know. I'm 43 now. I own my own beer bar. I have 3 kids, one a freshman at Oregon State, a 7-year-old, and newborn, 3 days old today, and we love to bargain shop. Drip Payless Show Source. I grew up in a pretty wealthy family, not never need to work wealthy, but more like multiple vacation homes wealthy. I've managed to make good money into my 30s, surely attributable in part to the head start I received by just being born. I've always been acutely aware of this privilege. Been dating a guy for about 2 years now who's from a small town in Thailand. When I came to visit his family, about an hour outside Bangkok, I found out some things that blew my mind. The whole extended family lives together in a big one-room house. All the adult men slash fathers in the family are gone, either got involved with drugs, ran off, or passed away early. There are 4 aunts that raise all of the 6 children in the house. These women are between 65 to 85 years old taking care of a bunch of kids. And from what I saw, doing a damn good job at it. Every day they make traditional Thai food from scratch to feed everyone, getting most of the ingredients from plants they've grown just outside the house. One day I bought them some small seasonal fish called platu from the floating market, and it was a big faking deal. They decided to use it in tom yum soup and asked me to help. When we were cooking together, they kept calling me a slow Falun foreigner. Ha. They are pretty incredible women and the soup was so damn good. When I was there, my boyfriend started discussing his childhood with the family, something he had never spoken about with me. Apparently his mother could not afford to raise him. Father passed away when he was young, so she dropped him off with the aunts, just continued her life while occasionally visiting. For most of his childhood, he had to work in a food stall making Thai crepes on the street from right after school until late into the evening every single day. He said he earned about 10 to 30 baht per day, less than $1. When he got a bit older, mid/late teens, had to beg the woman he worked for to let him work less, so he could focus on school. He's now a helicopter engineer making a good salary, and is the only person in the family to have left his hometown. After my visit with his family, I couldn't help but feel like a lucky dickhead who just had most things handed to me in life. I've worked hard, but Lord knows I was teed up for success my whole life. That feeling is far outweighed by my admiration and respect for my boyfriend and aunts though. For my next visit, we are planning to take the aunts to Jaffe, very famous street food chef, so they can taste her tom yum crab omelette. We have to be careful not to let them see the menu though. My boyfriend said they will slap him if they find out the price. Hi, I have something somewhat relatable. Though I grew up still am poor, and my friends partners are the well-off ones, I often get invited to do nice things that are very outside of my budget from my peers. I almost always decline, because even a single night at a bar, buying just a few beers and maybe a shot for me and a friend, can mean that I will be eating less at the end of the week. They often offer to pay to include me, but a combination of pride and inferiority complex compels me to opt out and sit on my couch and read Reddit instead, so not to be a burden on others. Sometimes during conversations I will mention something that is wildly out of the norm for my friends, like memories of my mom heating water on a stove for my bath in a rundown camper, or how my mother paid for her $450 to become a truck driver and raised me on a small town stripper's wage so that we could go from poverty to lower class and move out of said camper, or explaining the circumstances on why I didn't go to college and instead went straight to the workforce. These things always seem surprising to them, but normal for me. I'm just as surprised when they say that they are buying a brand new car because their 4-year-old car just isn't what they want to drive anymore and then buy it. Lol. It is hard to get out of the mindset that I'm poor and a burden. I must not have fun because I deserve this for being poor. But anytime I have allowed myself to take a trip with a rich friend or something, I always have a good time. Anyways, that is my take, being surprising. Although I'm not rich, my parents' financial were much better than the average thanks to my dad's job. 42 years in same company, we had someone for cleaning the house since I remember, and have had a car, a cheap one, since I was 6. When I was in my 20s my parents got a better house. I went to the best university in town, had a car on my own. It was my mom's car, but for real it was mine, and since around 12 my father was giving me an allowance which by 18 was around a minimum monthly wage. When I met my current wife at 26 she was extremely surprised to know that my allowance was higher than her minimum wage job. I considered my allowance low, but it was high enough to pay for going out with friends a lot. My wife instead had to pay her university by herself as her father said all he could do was high school, so she's been working since around 14. She studied her masters at night while working in a bank during the day. I had traveled by then to many places, Paris, London, Miami, New York City, LA, but don't believe I was rich. My brother worked for AA, and we got those crazy 95% discount tickets. It was cheaper going to Miami than traveling in town. I had never traveled by bus. My wife instead had never traveled by plane and always by bus. Imagine her surprise and stress when traveling the first time to another country, when receiving an American visa, and when we moved to another country for living in another language. Nowadays, she's more used to spending $100/$200 randomly, but still she wants to give our kids a $2 monthly allowance. I insist on it being closer to $20. To make it worth point, living with her also exposed me to a different world, going to areas of the home city to visit relatives while usually I would never go nearby for safety reasons. Celebrations with relatives are cheaper, you just need Chinese food to celebrate, and also we got used to going to cheaper hostels, places, etc. It also exposed me to cases when our fridge went broke. We just had bought a large bag of chicken thighs, around 20, and they all got lost when we arrived. She cried a lot for throwing away the food. I just got a bit mad, but whatever, losing $20 was no big deal. But for her was very disappointing. Interestingly enough, because I got money, since so young I learned a lot to save. Also because she had very few, she's also used to save. So we have many savings which, although don't provide yet financial independence, it provides us a safety cushion. My family is upper middle class, bordering on just straight upper class. As an adult I've been comfortably and happily lower middle class. My ex-wife grew up dirt poor. She was constantly worrying and fretting about money, and would get super pissed at me for things like ordering a second beer after dinner, or buying quality ingredients for cooking. Minor shit like that. But she also had zero concept of saving money. We made more than necessary to live comfortably, but her mentality was that income equals budget. So while I would put away 10-15% of each paycheck, and for much of our relationship she made slightly more than me, she never saved a dime. Eventually she understood that I was financially responsible and didn't spend on things I couldn't afford, but she never learned to not spend her entire paycheck by the time her next one came in. It was like she had convinced herself that doing better than paycheck to paycheck wasn't an option. If she had more than needed for the weekend on Friday night and was getting paid on Monday, well, that surplus was going to some kind of spending spree over the weekend, be it bars/clothes/CDs/books or whatever. It never actually bothered me, wasn't a factor in the divorce at all, but I never got over how financially irresponsible she was despite being stressed 24/7 about money. I didn't really come from a rich family. In fact, my family was fairly poor. However, I lived a fairly privileged lifestyle because I have grandparents that took us all on trips quite a bit. I'm talking like they took me and my cousin to Tanzania for 2 weeks as a high school graduation gift, took us on cruises, etc. And I never wanted for food. I don't remember ever having to eat boxed dinners like Hamburger Helper. I was always comfortable during the hottest and coldest times of year. Never had to wear clothes with holes in them. Or I should say, I had the privilege of wearing hardly clothes if I wanted to, the works. My wife, on the other hand, had never actually chopped a fresh vegetable until a couple months ago while I was cooking with my family and wanted to get her involved. She said she doesn't even remember either of her parents cutting vegetables either. It was basically junk food all the time. She lived in a trailer and they sometimes didn't know if they would be able to pay rent, etc. I mean, she wasn't dirt poor or anything, but her dad had cancer and was on disability, plus a VAT check. So while they mostly had what they needed, they really had to prioritize what was most important. Thankfully, that has made her an excellent financial planner and cautious about making unnecessary purchases. Combined with the fact that I have excellent credit, meaning upper 700s, solely from making steady payments on a student loan, and that we both work, we've already been able to buy a modest house and make much more than the minimum payments on it. The biggest surprise, and it was a big surprise, is both how similar our lives turned out and how much better quality his life was in many ways growing up than mine was. I came from quite a different background from my husband. I grew up in the US and my parents were both professionals, a college professor and physician/scientist. I went to private schools all my life and special summer camps that were really just like expensive private schools, but for art rather than academics. I was an only child and quite focused on by my parents. My husband is from a big family South America. His parents didn't have an education beyond high school and they did whatever they needed to do to get by. At different points his father owned a hot dog stand, something like a dollar store, an import-export business, just to name a few different ventures. However, we both ended up getting our PhDs across the street from each other. While my parents had, and made way more money than his, still we never owned a car, or went on many vacations. They always had cars, and went away every weekend, to the beach in the summer, and the hiking/camping in the woods in the winter, and for at least a month-long trip in the summer. I always wanted things that my parents wouldn't or couldn't get me. Going to these fancy schools gave me a different perspective on what I needed, and it certainly cost me, at least socially, not to have a lot of these things. He recalls having everything he ever wanted, even a computer, when he was about 10, and taught himself to program. My parents clearly loved their jobs, but always seemed exhausted and drained. He has stories of how his mother always had a full-time job, usually a bank teller, but had plenty of energy to do all the cooking and cleaning and keep their house spotless, and everything was organized. Our house was a mess despite my parents' best efforts, and often went to school with dirty clothes because there just wasn't enough time or energy to do it all. My girlfriend throughout most of university was super rich, but she never showed it. I didn't even know until we had been seeing each other for 8 months. I lived in the same city as the university we went to, but she was going home for the summer. We had talked about me going to visit her for a few weeks, but I really wasn't sure how I would manage that. My parents are solidly middle class, so I had my tuition paid for by them, but there was no way they would pay for a plane ticket for me, and I didn't have that kind of cash. We left it kind of up in the air about if I would be visiting or not. She called me after she had been home for 2 weeks. This was before texting or smartphones existed, and asked what I would be doing for the next few weeks. The answer was nothing lol. So she said that I should come visit and her parents would pay for the plane. Just go to the airport for 9 AM the next morning. She was at the airport to greet me, and instead of a few plane tickets we walked outside and got into a private jet. I think I lost my ability to speak for a few minutes. I spent the next couple of weeks living in a few different mansions in different parts of the country. Turns out her family are legitimately billionaires. She doesn't like to brag about it and lives a pretty simple life herself, which is easy to do when you get an allowance of $30,000 a week from your parents. Haha. She's a high school chemistry teacher now. The last I heard both her parents had died and their personal accounts were split between her and her brother who runs the business now. So there's a high school chemistry class out there being taught by a teacher with billions in the bank. Makes me chuckle when I think of that. I'm the poorer of the two in my marriage. I wasn't super poor or anything like that. I was lucky to have grandparents who basically owned the houses my parents raised me in, and if I ever needed anything for school I got it. I never got all the toys I wanted, but luckily for me, I was a bookworm, and my grandparents absolutely spoiled me with books. However, my parents still lived paycheck to paycheck, and paid for utilities and bills and food etc. My grandparents had their limits. My husband was adopted into an upper middle class family, where his father was a huge housing contractor, who even bought and built multiple housing developments. Here are the things my husband is shocked that I do. I can't count on one hand how many vacations I've had, which has recently changed as his parents have retired to Florida and we tend to go down there a lot. I do not buy myself any of my wants, needs only. When we go to stores I go straight for the sale aisle and racks. If I see something I fancy that's not on sale I'll think about it for a while, hoard money here and there, and wait until it goes on sale. It's nothing crazy, but we are in a financially somewhat sound spot. I work for a big company, I'm still a little fish, and he has a significant amount of time in the military. I still cut corners on our spending where I can, and I panic over money all the time. Having parents that lived paycheck to paycheck, you kinda get this anxiety when it comes to having money if something goes awry. Not me, but my mom was definitely worse off than my dad when they married, and in hindsight there's things she does that I can attribute to her lesser lifestyle before marriage. For one, I think she overbuys groceries. Maybe partly because she grew up with several siblings, and even though she had less children herself, she might have thought we weren't going to eat. That is, she overcompensated for what she didn't have. She also ended up throwing out a lot because she bought too much. Also, she made sure we had whatever we wanted, within reason, because we had the money. I remember when I started my period she told me I could use as many pads as I needed and not to stuff them with TP like she did. Things like that, or treating us when she could. Also snacks. She told me she'd eat bread with butter and sugar as a treat. We always had better snacks. For herself she also buys nice things and spends money now that she has it. Not gonna be specific, because she buys weird things I don't agree with that aren't scientifically backed or safe for your wallet. I'll let you guess. But she yells at me if I tell her it's a waste and she says it's her money and she can do whatever she wants. Yes, mother. I guess that's nothing shocking from my dad's perspective. His family was worth 2 mil. But in hindsight it's definitely a money thing for her. She's not stingy or afraid to spend money or treat herself like others I've read about here. I think it's cause she wasn't dirt poor, just poor. Immigrant parents doing jobs like cleaning and gardening, but doing what they could for her. She was one of the youngest too, so I'm sure by the time she was in HS they had more for her. And her older brother got a good job and spoiled her by then. I can answer this one too. Not married but committed relationship, because there's not ... My so grew up in Greece and his family was significantly affected by recession. He talks about how he remembers a distinct before and after, even though he can't remember when exactly it was. He said there was a time when his family was doing okay. And then there was a time when all of a sudden it was pretty hard to make ends meet. Things that I learned from him. It's pretty hard for him to make a big financial purchase, like a car. He tries to explain to me that, even though he makes good money now as a computer guy, he still feels like he did before. He hates the idea of debt, so he pays off everything as immediately as possible. He had a $2,000 hospital bill that he paid all at once. He bought a phone all at once. He bought his car all at once, although as a foreign worker, he didn't have a choice for that. They won't let you finance a car. He is always worried about money too. He thinks about it all the time. And this makes him amazing at budgeting. He's the hardest worker too. Holy crap, I'm nothing compared to him. 2 things that really surprised me and really opened my eyes to how privileged I have been is finding out that his family never went on vacation. For me, we took a family trip somewhere every year, and every 3 years or so, we went somewhere far away and special, and that's just not a thing for other families. Second thing is I used to get a new outfit every school year, like something new and nice to wear. And when I talked about this, he had no idea what I was talking about. He has the same clothes now that he had in middle school, plus work clothes. I'm so grateful to be with him too. There are so many things I just assume are so, and therefore devalue the struggle for people who don't come from where I come from. And being friends with him, and then being in a relationship with him has completely changed how I look at most things now. Also, he's teaching me budgeting. Hell yeah. I'm not rich, but when I got married I was earning about 11 times my wife's monthly wages. Her family was very poor. There were times she went hungry, just so the single egg they had would go to her brother, who, being a boy, was considered more in need of nourishment. Her family sent her to school, but sometimes she ran short of money. One time she had to eat out of a garbage can. Yes, she ate discarded food, because she had no money left, and it was still 2 weeks before she got her next month's money from her parents. At first, I couldn't convince her to spend money. Not even to go to Starbucks. She would sit there quietly and refuse a drink or food while I ate and drank, and then explain to me it was too expensive. Even though I was paying. I liked the fact that she liked to save money. It was a good habit she kept all through our marriage. But I explained that if we do go out I would like to spend money, and on her too. She cried when I bought 2 flat screen TVs, one for the lounge, one for our bedroom, because we hadn't finished paying off the apartment yet. She was worried if I lost my job or something else happened, even though we had savings in the bank. When she was young she rarely got toys and never had a new bicycle in her life. One time her uncle gave her an old second-hand bicycle. Years later she found out he had actually given her a new one, but her parents sold it, kept the money, and bought her an old one because they needed the money. The first new bicycle she got in her life was when she was 30, and I bought her one. I remember seeing her wobbling down the street on it, and then she flashed me a smile like a kid at Christmas time. She was very happy. She still likes to save and doesn't like spending money on herself, but these days she will spend money on the kids. Oh my gosh. One I can answer. So I grew up relatively low middle class. Never really wanted for too much, but there were definitely times it was clear we struggled. Getting assistance from our church, having to return Christmas presents because we needed the money, my mom never getting new clothes for herself, only for me. My ex however grew up solidly middle class, never wanted for anything. When his parents divorced they both tried to buy his love. He was a spoiled brat. Now by the time I met him, both of his parents had fallen from the good middle class life. Neither of his parents coped well with the fall from that, while my ex continued to expect the same level of support from them, while he chose not to go to school and worked a crappy minimum wage job because he didn't feel like doing anything else. As a result he never learned how to live poor. He refused to pay rent when we lived with each of his parents and was shocked when that pissed them off. He bought the newest and best electronics, regardless of whether or not he could actually afford it. He was a heavy gamer and bought the collector's edition of most big games when they came out at GameStop, so games that were regularly priced $40-60 were now $100+ because they came with collector's crap and exclusive DCs. When we got our place he had to have the best appliances, the best furniture, the fastest internet. Our entire relationship he never paid a dime of rent anywhere until we broke up and had no one to mooch off of anymore. He put me in debt or financial struggles, bought me a phone with new service on the most expensive network, knowing full well I could barely afford my cheap budget prepaid service, had me put my name on the furniture bill with the excuse of building my credit, and then stopped paying the bill when we broke up, but kept all the furniture. He threw a complete fit when he had to pay anything towards our daughter if I asked him to pick up a pack of diapers or a can of formula. Last I heard he was still struggling along, still living beyond his means, because he doesn't seem to know how to do anything else. My partner and their parents are not extremely poor, nor is my family actually rich upper middle class, but the biggest difference is how much I've always been able to rely on my parents for money in case anything were to happen. This also includes most of the big furniture I have. I've never had to buy my own. My dad bought me a couch once and had later on passed down his $3,000 leather sectional to me because he bought a new one and didn't need it. My dining table is a hand-me-down from them, and so was my old mattress. My family also put away a large amount of money for me to use for university and for a down payment on a property, all of which I essentially gambled away by dropping out and buying a garbage apartment that I will likely never make back the down payment on. My partner has always had to find a way to scrape by without anyone to fall back on. There were no savings passed on to them, no hand-me-down furniture, and no financial help of any kind. Whatever they own is from their own efforts. There have been a number of times where the two of us would be met with an emergency, needed urgent surgery for my dog, alternator on the car went, etc. And my partner would always freak out and worry about how we'd get out of a bind. But I would just call my dad and he would send me money or just arrive to pay up front for whatever needed. I've always been extremely grateful for my parents and I've made sure to never take advantage of their generosity, but my ability to rely on them took away all opportunities to learn how to manage totally on my own. Never learned how to save properly, never learned how to budget, none of that. Finally at 25 I'm starting to rely on my dad a whole lot less, which means living with broken appliances, damaged car, and no bed for our mattress, but I prefer it this way because it gives me the chance to be as independent as I can possibly be. Still a work in progress. I'm not particularly rich, and he's not particularly poor, but we had a huge gap when we met. It's a bit of a weird situation. I was living in Morocco when we first met. He was a Moroccan who was studying in Italy. At the time, I was an American living abroad making $25k year, a lot where I was living. He was living off of about $3-4 day, but had some meals housing, paid for at school. He stole bus rides because he couldn't afford the monthly pass for 2 zones. He paid for one, but hopped on the bus elsewhere and sat in the back ready to get off if the controller came on. It felt so wrong to me, his unwillingness to save for retirement, buy a house with a mortgage, or go into any kind of student debt, not being a foodie at all, literally seeing food as fuel, enjoying a good meal, but never feeling the need to branch out or try anything new, to express joy over any type of food. Think about the food's components, balance, texture, etc. Not caring about organic/humane meat or eggs, or understanding why I might choose to eat vegetarian/flexitarian, not knowing how to grocery shop in the country where he was at the time, because he only bought food at open air markets where it was cheaper, so not being able to know how to weigh fruits/veggies and get the sticker for them, etc. He had only lived there 8 months or so, but didn't really know how the grocery stores near him worked, since there was a cheaper option, even though it meant walking, and public transport with lots of grocery bags. The thought about money is communal with the family. He got a €2,000 scholarship for a year while he was in school. Gave half of it to his aunt/uncle without thinking about it, even though it meant he had to subsist on €25 a week. Even when things were rough for him, he knew he could always find family to scrape enough money together to get him a plane ticket home. So even though it was hard, it was never dire not being able to afford emergency dental care, getting teeth pulled instead of root canals. Things are different now. He has a great job with more room for growth in the future than I have, and I have a master's degree. He has an associate's. We have a townhouse and are thinking of buying something bigger in the next year, maybe even using the townhouse as rental income. He is less of a foodie than I am, but willing to try new things. He coupons and is a master at grocery store sales. Used to be, at least. Less now. Over years, we have finally gotten all of the dental work done he needs. Still nothing cosmetic, but at least they are healthy. I'm also not willing to go into student debt and did a crappier master's degree than I wanted and spaced it out over 3 years so we could pay as we went. We are saving money in general and saving for retirement. Not rich, but comfortable. Poor as dirt growing up, though. Mid-40s now. My wife, who is Nigerian, has been in the States for about 5 years. When we first started talking, it used to make me feel sorry for her when she told me that all they had to eat was noodles. I'm thinking college days ramen with just the seasoning packets. When she got here, we hunted all the Middle Eastern and multi-ethnic groceries looking for these Indomie noodles as well as other native cooking staples for her. When she finally made noodles for me, I was shocked. Firstly, Indomie, as well as other good quality noodles, are on another level. Not top ramen. I'll never go back to those. Secondly, with all the veggies she puts in them, onions, bell peppers, hab pepper and whatever meat or stew, if on hand, made these things a delicious and full meal. Oh, and she always poached an egg on top to finish. Excellent point, but the most surprising thing is how close her family is to each other. No matter how poor they are/were, they are always happy, and they still talk multiple times a day. As long as they have a roof and a meal, nothing else matters. There's kids, parents and grandchildren living under one roof and they couldn't be happier. Every day, out there hustling for the whole. It's a cultural thing, I'm sure. Even the few Nigerians that she has met here always come together for each other. I threw her a party for her 30th birthday and was totally shocked by the amount of people that showed up to come together for her. People she had just met or chatted with showed up for her special day. Now some of our closest friends are people that we just happened to meet in passing, and she noticed the dialect and sparked a conversation point. Ramble off. I need to cut some veggies so she can make us some noodles later. They are that good. My wife and I are pretty middle of the road when it comes to income disparity relationships, but sometimes the differences still surprise me. I came from what was maybe a slightly upper middle class family in my rural town, and she came from a solidly upper middle class family in a suburb of a major East Coast city. My parents used to make a lot of box meals like hamburger helper and use a lot of frozen or canned veggies, soups, etc. We might go out to eat like once a month, and something as expensive as Applebee's was a treat. Her family goes out at least once a week, and her mom just bought fresh produce every week in case they wanted to use it. She has since amended her ways to be less wasteful. I have extensive knowledge of 90s cartoons, and had all sorts of outdoor adventures with my friends. She went to 5+ weeks of summer camp as a kid. This one is indicative of bigger differences too. Since she came from that suburban lifestyle with expendable income, she was pretty sheltered. School athletics were about the extent of her dangerous activities. I grew up on a farm, and my two best friends did too, just down the road. By age 10, my parents would send us out into the woods with pocket knives, a hatchet, and a bale of twine to make forts for 6 hours. Her parents' house is spotless when it comes to dust and dirt, but all of their stuff is just jammed into drawers and closets, and it takes 3 hours to find anything. My parents' house gets about 15 minutes of being clean before my dad and brother come back from the fields. However, everything has a place, and it damn well better be put back when you're done. My parents did make sure we went on a vacation every summer, but it was usually to one of the nearest beaches, and we always split a house with all of my cousins. Her family took cruises all over the world, or traveled around the county to go to baseball games. So my family wasn't crazy rich. I grew up upper middle class, but my family paid for my car/insurance/bills/house/tuition. I have a good job, high 5 figures, not 6 yet, and enough disposable income on the side. On the flip side, my ex grew up lower middle class and was working a sales job that barely paid for his rent when we met. I had rice-a-roni for the first time when we started dating, and it was so good. Lol. My mom was horrible at cooking, so I developed a habit of dining out growing up, so I still dine out about 3-4x/week. I treated him to burgers one night and he actually got mad at me and yelled, "I've never met anyone who ate out as much as you do," and made me felt really shitty. He was extremely proud and stuck in the gender role stereotype, so he felt emasculated when I would pay for his bills/rent/food when he couldn't afford it. I think he couldn't come to terms with being a man and couldn't make his ends meet, so he constantly got mad at me for helping him out. When we went to visit his parents in New York, I paid for our flights with my miles and asked him to get the rental car. 3 days. He didn't make a reservation for the rental, and his card was declined, so I ended up paying for the car. I wasn't upset, because I know shit happens, but he was mad and didn't talk to me the entire drive down to his parents' house. I also pointed out how he spent a good amount of his income on drinking, and he got mad at me for that. I don't drink much. He got drunk and ran his car into a freeway ramp. For a variety of reasons I broke up with him, but I delayed it for the longest time because his car was still in the shop, because he couldn't pay for it and wouldn't allow me to help him out. I eventually paid for his repairs so he could get his car back after I broke up with him. That was the last nice thing I could do for him. I don't know what point I'm trying to communicate here. I just think that when two people come from completely different worldviews and backgrounds, they have to learn to compromise and be empathetic with each other in order for a relationship to work in the long run. I grew up upper middle class. Annual household income was probably about $200k, more or less, so I was always comfortable. In college my parents didn't provide me an allowance or anything. All I had was the money I'd make working over the summer/winter breaks. I eventually became involved with some illegal things, not drugs, that started making me a lot of cash money, especially from the perspective of a college kid. Essentially was at the point of money not being of any consequence to me, like I could spend whatever I wanted on shit typical to a college kid, food, booze, coke, clothes, cars, etc., and not have to worry about anything. My girlfriend who I met in college came from a single parent to child household, not poor, but very cautious of spending. When we first started dating I used to take her to dinner to this really nice place called Top of the Hub in Boston every Friday night and run up a $300 or so bill. She couldn't believe the money I was spending, like was at first so uncomfortable with allowing me to spend money like that. Then we graduated, and I went into business for myself in the construction field, large scale stuff, and I do quite well. She also does very well as a nurse practitioner, but her old habits of frugality shine through constantly. She'll spend time clipping coupons out of the paper lol. Not really rich and my partner isn't really poor, but my partner is ex-Soviet bloc and my family has always had too much money, so at times it has felt like a large enough difference. My partner has always felt embarrassed, lesser, and talking about money with her has been a struggle, but I find the biggest difference has been future planning. I earn a lot less than my parents and even without money available I always planned ahead to when I will have more. My next house, my next investment. I purchase as high spec / quality as possible, and I think long term. My partner now makes as much money as I do, and yet her forward planning is always spend as little as possible on whatever she's buying. When I met her I would become frustrated that she would buy cheap products that lasted nothing. I would have to sit down and explain how much better value something would be in the long run. We would occasionally fight over this, and now I realize she might not have always had a choice. With education as well. Between jobs I studied another language hoping this would improve my career. She freaked out. To me it was an investment. To her it was a waste of money. In summary, Elle experienced something I learnt about later in books. Being poor and struggling with money makes you focus on short-term goals and penny pinching. Having money always available makes you less risk averse and more long-term focused and willing to spend money for future profit. The difference is, because when you don't have money, you can't focus on the future. You are forced to focus on the present, and it is hard to grow out of this, no matter how much money comes your way. Something I've also learned is money doesn't make you happy. My parents are miserable. So are hers. But I don't see money having helped my parents. It's never enough. My partner always talks about how rich people don't have problems. The problem is, when people have money they adapt their ambitions. My parents compare themselves with richer people. I was the poor one. I knew how to be scrappy growing up with a single mom. I'm with a lawyer who's never experienced poor before. He will never understand why I'm scrappy. I say things that blow his mind, like how I like Del Taco French fries, he hates fast food, or how I can wash and vacuum my car for $3. He owns a home, so he never needed to visit car washes. I grew up poor, then homeless and in and out of foster homes. I paid my own way through college and know what payday loans are. I know never to go to the doctor when sick because of the fat hospital bill. He just goes for every sniffle and doesn't think twice about it. He doesn't understand how jazzed I get finding items at the 99-cent store. So yeah, sometimes our conversations can get awkward, like when I tell him I want a PBJ for dinner or mac cheese. He thinks that's weird food to eat, but sometimes that was all I had to eat for dinner, or I would go to a neighbor's house and eat. He gets on my case about my clothes sometimes. He means well. He would prefer I buy at higher end stores like Saks Fifth or Nordstrom's. I buy from Kohl's or Target. Owning a fancy purse he got me was a huge deal for me. I usually bought knockoff brands. He also thinks it's funny how excited I get to drive his Porsche, but it is a big deal. These are just things he takes for granted, but for me, being scrappy is just a fact of life. I'm not loaded or anything but grew up solidly middle/upper class, whereas my husband was super poor. I realized not long ago that a normal Sunday dinner for us was filet or shrimp. We rarely ate frozen or fast food, and when we needed new clothes, we got them. We took vacations every summer. Christmas was not lacking. We didn't live any better than most of my friends, but I realize now that we had money. Husband, however, not the same situation at all. He still has a lot of tendencies from those days, like pouring a bunch of money into cheap stuff rather than saving, and buying nice things. Throwing good money after bad is something I've had to teach him over time. He eats absolute shit if I'm not around to help cook or make sure we have fresh food in the house, and forget a fresh veggie. He'd live on pizza, PBJ, cream cheese on bread, etc. All the food he grew up eating as a means of fuel instead of health, let alone pleasure. He wears clothes until they are completely full of holes and simply have to be thrown away, but we both love thrift shopping, so that's a win-win. He never really learned how to handle money point, but he is warm and compassionate, cares so much about his fellow humans, crier at movies, hugger, loves his friends, is a solid thinker and reasoner, he's a good uncle, and loves children. None of that has to do with money.